T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
I'm glad you asked. That's right. We're live. We're back. We got us kind of a makeup stream with the guy here, Dan Evans. And of course, my co-host, the rookie, the critic. We're talking about Godfoe's manga, I guess. It's technically manga, right?
It depends on what the artist wants to call it. Whatever he says.
Manga comic book on Indiegogo. Links in the description. I just dropped it in the chat. And we'll also be talking about some AI because I just, I saw your or Godfoe account's tweet about AI.
That's me.
And then I just have me scroll and I see this George Carlin article. And I'm like, oh, perfect. Pick his brain about this stuff.
That's actually what I was talking about, was that one.
That's hilarious. I was on the phone with Rookie, and I just scrolled past this, and I was like laughing for like 5 minutes. Get the idea. This is hilarious. I'm so excited. But yeah, I guess side note for anybody popping in future where you watch whatever. Also in the description, I guess I'll shill this now. I'm horrible at shilling myself, so sorry about this, Dan. You have to deal with this.
Oh, you're good, man.
Where let me find my here we go. So I'm close to being monetized. I think it will applying towards. I still need a couple 100 hours. It's been a long, hard road. Appreciate y'all hanging with me. Appreciate any new followers that pop in and watch. With the last couple of videos have taken off a bit for me. Thank you. Thanks to Luke Stone and his website Fund My Comic, I have put up another campaign for my posters. It's a little ass backwards, you might think. Don't have a comic, but I'm pushing posts. These were promo posters. If you're interested, I mean, they're already printed from the previous campaign. I broke even. So if you want to support the channel and thus help me make my comic, get some promo posters. There's 4. I wasn't able to put the 4th one in here for some reason, but there's 4. And the more you buy, the better discount. Or just leave a tip if you want to super chat. Just, I don't know, somehow figure out, be like, hey, say this as like I paid you for it. Appreciate it if you do. Understand if you don't. Whatever. You're getting this for free regardless. But again, I'm trying to make something awesome and would very much appreciate it. Anyway, we got, let me pull this up.
I'm reading some of the comments.
Wait. Stoney make an introduce. Hold on, let me read. I want to say thanks, Tevin, for popping in. As far as I'm a newer follower. And of course, Keely Chow, longtime follower, very much appreciated. Stoney says, I love all I want it to replace all these commie fucks. Meth Gator looks hotter than I expected. Draw him kneeling on ice. I wish Vito would actually pay that guy and make that. Sony fans want that as actual Super Killer merch. That would be amazing. It's Vito's in the rights, I guess, technically, with like, well, that goes against like I don't want to cross that line merchandise wise with my character's introductory issue. So funny stuff. But given your laughter, I guess I was curious because we haven't followed each other long, and I wasn't sure if you were Comicscape, but I saw one of your videos, so it's like, okay, I think these guys are Comicscape. And
I don't know anything about anything, my dude. I'll tell you why. I got 2 kids, and I work all day in IT, and when I'm not working, I'm writing. So here's our story. If you don't mind me going off on a tangent with that.
No, man, go right ahead.
So we started working on Godfoe Universe about 10 years ago, and it was a novel first that comes out this year. And whenever I say us, like I'm the writer, Joshua Adams is the artist. He couldn't make it tonight. He's got to be up early in the morning.
Oh, I get that.
He's a responsible adult.
I work at this week. Luckily, we're training, so it's 8 to 4. But normally, I work 12-hour shifts, so I totally get it.
I mean, I've done that myself. I was in transport. I understand. But we got into independent comics because basically we were both musicians, and we really love the punk aesthetic. And mainstream comics suck. I think everybody here can agree on that. And we got into indie comics about 2 years ago. We got really serious about the comic aspect of things because I hate telling this story, but I have to tell every time. Basically 2020, COVID hit. A lot of stuff happened. My wife lost her dad. We lost a lot of family. My brother committed suicide, and me and the artist Josh Adams were like, "Look, we're just gonna get serious about comics. Like we don't care anymore. You know what I mean? We buckle down." So as soon as we joined like Twitter, we started getting all this. As soon as we put comics like in our title, everybody was like, "Are you Comicsgate? Are you not Comicsgate? Are you Iron Age? Are you oh god, what's the other one? Are you Rippaverse?" And it's like I don't know what any of that means.
I made comic book. It's a comic book. What do you mean?
Yeah, like so we stay out of internet. I understand some of the basic stuff is that people have beef with each other. I didn't know what War Campaign was literally until today. I searched it in YouTube, and
you will find different things.
Yeah,
different people call it different
I found like
stuff.
an actual YouTube guy. I think he's like an Indian guy from Canada.
Yeah, Rogue.
Okay, and
Kumar.
I watched one of his videos, and it was fine, but I don't know. you know, some people play like the stupid centrist thing where they're like, we can all get along. My thing is, I don't care who's fighting who. I'm not fighting anybody, but you don't have to get along. Like, I don't care.
Oh yeah, dude. It's what I'm loving this current spat.
Yeah.
I've been CG since like it started more or less with at least in the YouTube sphere we're known, you know, with
Yeah.
EVS and thus him kind of roping in Zach. And
I did
propping
know
him
who
up.
Ethan Van Sciver was because I had like, was it Blackest Night? That whole run that he did with I forgot the
He
writer.
did Rebirth.
Was
If
that
I'm not
it?
mistaken, I'm not
Yeah.
a so I'm a
He's a
novice
Green
reader.
Lantern, yeah.
Comicsgate got me into reading comics,
Well, that's great then.
but yeah, I'm not a purist. I like new stuff. Like I'm reading some new stuff.
Yeah.
I give everything a chance.
Yeah.
But so I'm
I-
like more even kill. I'm not someone that's ever going to proselytize woke new stuff. It's all bad. We are this, you know, this kind of populist they versus us. Never
No,
going to do that.
I dropped out of comics in '97 whenever the X-Men Onslaught series hit, and the art was so bad, and I was just done. Like, I thought Onslaught was just total crap, and I dropped out of comics for like 10 years, but just because of that.
Wow.
But, I do.
Uh,
I watched like 5 or 6 of your videos in the past 2 days, and
oh,
I
wow,
gotta
you're
tell you,
doing
man,
research.
yeah, well, yeah, I like to know some. Like, there's a whole thing there. Like, we stay out of politics for the most part, but there was one person we were gonna have on, and then I researched her stuff, and I was like, oh, this chick has some crazy theories on some stuff. And I was like, I'm not bringing that drama into my life. You know what I mean? But
Now
I
I'm
did.
you're gonna have to DM me who this was because I'm very curious. I usually don't have women on because like women are
She's not into comics. She's like an artist, but I saw some like let's say tiny mustache guy praise.
Uh,
So I was like, I can't handle that kind of heat, man. I genuinely don't care what people think. I've got friends that are on every political side of the political spectrum, but some stuff's not good for business.
no, yeah.
oh, we
I
got
did
Keely.
enjoy. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I did enjoy your baiting of Ripaverse a little bit, and
Yeah.
because
I'm having so much fun, dude. This is
Well, I
like
was-
this is organic. It's not even like I'm starting to benefit watch time off of the drama, but like
Yeah.
this is legitimate. Like I legitimately think all this. I am having fun. I do back these books. The first two I
Yeah.
bought on eBay afterward. I read them
that's
pirated, you
I
know.
was going to. Cause I knew who kind of knew who Eric July was. I remember backwards. What's weird is because I'm a musician. Like my YouTube is like 99% music infestation. You know, so I knew who backwards was. And I was like, oh, this guy has a talk show. And I was like, oh, it's kind of like libertarian, you know, whatever. And then he put out Ice Summon. I was like, okay. I went to go like check it out. It was like $45. I'm not paying this.
Yeah, I was going to back. You know, when people like get tricks, I'm a hater on Twitter. So it's like I was going to
Yeah.
back it day one, but it's like I gotta be choosy. You know,
Yeah.
I'd rather back when you get $1 million day one. It kind of and we've been at this for like 6 years on
Yeah.
the internet. It's like, all right, I'm gonna like hold off on the big guys.
Yeah.
I'll get it if I get it. I'll pay more if I really want it.
Want to help
If
support
I'm-
some indie guys.
Yeah,
More.
I'm going
Well,
to
like-
support the little guys because, like, myself trying to make a comic for years, money wise, I totally understand looking at all these small campaigns.
hmm
If you don't have a friend doing your art, you're paying thousands of dollars to make a comic. You're going,
Yeah.
even if you're not like going in the whole like loan wise, you're taking a big like money dump for the average guy to try to
Well, I'm
make
not-
a
yeah,
comic.
if I didn't know Josh, if we weren't working together, I just wouldn't make comics. I would just write novels. But now it just costs me 50% of everything I write.
Yeah. But no, yeah, it's fun because yeah, I used to be in War Campaign. Like they were already established when I
I
kind
don't know
of
what
fell in
that
the
is.
fold.
We don't have to do a whole history. I'm just
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
was giving you my neutral
Yeah.
take because I haven't been for a few years, but like I joined them as like, yeah, we're an EVS fan group. We're Spartan gay on the internet. We put dildo memes on people's pictures. It's just stupid shit. You know, people get so triggered. We're the shock troopers, and like I never saw anything bad, but I was only in like one DM group of like
Yeah.
memers, so it wasn't serious. There was weird gay ops with them. I don't know.
right,
Didn't like
you
how
do have to
EVS
explain.
handled
You do
that,
have to
but
explain that term to me. I've heard gay ops a lot.
Oh,
in the past 2
Think of
years,
it.
but I
Think of
have
it like
no
a
idea
spy
what it means.
infiltration or something.
Okay.
yeah, or well, okay.
Subversion.
So a famous gay op with Ripa that he has proffered was the Vito Dick their show.
Oh, I did
Because
see that. I
there
did
was the
see that.
email thing and he tried to blame them and he dog whistled in his video. It's totally them.
Oh, I didn't see
And
that
this is a
part.
gay op. And then anyone joking on Twitter to I Saw Ministries, the doctor of the ministry, Baron,
Mm,
they're like, wait, it's not the School of Ministries book, like that. Those are gay ops to him because he's so serious, and so it makes it
okay.
even funnier because like, do you not get this as a troll? Like, so that's the fun of it. But that's an example of a gay
Yeah,
op, or
I got you.
like
It's kind of
sneaking
like
in to then disclose the enemy's
I got you.
plans and DMs or something.
Subversion.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then. I saw this, and this I'm getting more personal with you guys than I have with anybody we've ever talked to, just because I like your stuff.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
We avoid all the drama because the first people we emulated. I don't care if people have beef. Like I said, if I have friends that don't like each other, get over it. The first person who really helped us was Douglas Ernst with Iconic Comics, and some people I've watched, have beef with the guy or vice versa, but I don't care.
He seems like a good guy to me.
That's the only thing
I see accusations. I haven't seen proof, and he makes
that's
good
what-
stuff from what I hear. So
All I know is that guy has 100% had our back from day one. He's been the nicest person I probably met on the internet. So that is as deep as we've gotten. Like, I don't know Mark and Tim from there. I'm sure they're nice guys. I don't know, but as far as like other comic creators, I'm saying like comic companies, the only people that we've interacted with a good bit is probably Doug from Iconic Comics, and he has been just an absolute gentleman, super nice guy. He sent me a book, like a super nice book. But I guess I'm trying to finally just come out and say, because we avoid a lot of this stuff because we're just confused by it. But I guess what I'm saying is, like,
stuff always changes every other day too, and so it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, what's the point of keeping up with it if it's
well, I see
always
people
moving?
that I'm following arguing with each other, and I don't get it. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to rip anybody. If people have legitimate beef, I get that. Like, some people, fuck with each other, and some people can't take stuff seriously. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to. We never post like, can't we all be friends, or what? I see a lot of people like trying to farm like hits by being like Mr. Middle Ground. And it's like, I don't care if people hate each other, man. I'm like,
what's that famous video of like what the Soviets or like China with the tank, and the guy keeps like stepping in front of the tank? I don't know if he got killed or
Cinnamon
not. But
Square?
yeah, that's China, right? Yeah, I really hate that kind of virtue signal on the internet. It's like it's one thing to actually stand in front of a tank for political protest, or to burn yourself like that Buddhist monk.
It just compared the two. That's hilarious. My man just compared like comic books.
Oh my god, I'm gonna start
communist
trolling.
takeover.
I'm gonna start trolling people in Comicsgate that try to pull that crap. Yeah, we just get like, I thought this was like punk rock, FU mainstream.
Yeah,
We're gonna
well,
do
it
our
should
thing,
be.
and then it's like, oh, just hug. Like, what is this
Friends.
pussy shit?
I don't care if people argue around me. Like, I grew up with like two older brothers. Like, they were if they weren't beating the crap out of each other, they were beating the crap out of me. So-
Yeah, like I had a post today, someone that I follow, but he's, I guess, turns straight against EVS now, on this Ripa EVS feud. But I still follow him because he's interesting, his post. But he's like
Yeah.
saying something about like respect the customers, and I'm like, this is retarded. You're not, the customer's not owed the right to not be blocked on Twitter by any creator. I think this is all silly. Like, you're not barred from buying the book. If you're interested in a book, the personality shouldn't matter. Like, I'll give you an extreme. Gary Glitter, I don't know if you know who
Is
Gary
that a gay
Glitter is.
porn star with a name?
Oh, that's funny.
I have
No,
idea who
Gary
that is.
Glitter, you know the song bum bum bum
Smoke on the
ba,
water.
ba. No, it's Rock and Roll Part 2. That's the famous chant. Yeah. You hear it like every football game.
Yeah, every
Well,
hockey game.
in Joker, when he descends down the flight of stairs, is
Oh yeah,
kind of
wasn't he like
metaphor of.
didn't people hate him because he was like a Nazi or something like that?
No, he was he got busted for CP on his
Oh.
he took his computer in like 2000 to
Oh,
the
fuck that
cleaners, and then they discovered, so he got reported, so he got off
Jesus.
light, but that like
That's all a
tarnished
pop though.
his image afterward, although he had a very weird glam rock
His
image
name's
already.
Gary Glitter.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like people when the scare tactics of the media to try to gin up another Batman shooting with the
Oh, I
Joker
remember all that.
because
Yeah.
everyone was going to identify and sympathize with a like white incel male in the that was the spiel. So they're trying to gin up another shooting in the media, and the only controversy that happened was someone got arrested for being drunk at like Frozen 2 when this like during
Oh,
that
that was probably
time.
my dad.
But
Nah.
yeah, like when that tactic didn't work, they tried to demonize the film for having a
Gary Glitter.
pedophile song in the soundtrack, which is
And
funny
it's-
given the left's history.
Then it turns out every movie in Hollywood's made by pedophiles.
Yeah, it's like it's just if you got a problem, like you should have been talking years ago, dude. Yeah, so like I use that example as an extreme, or like a lesser one you could say is he's done 2 films. He used to be like a designer he helped revamp I think Gucci or Coach. This gay guy named Tom Ford. He's done a couple of amazing, interesting indie films with Jake Gyllenhaal and Colin Firth. And he said to fight like misogyny or like rape culture or whatever, that like every male should be penetrated once. This is his
I've had a prostate exam. It sucks.
this is his idea, and it's like that's like wacky and extreme, and actually you're just advocating for male rape. But like however wacky this guy will be with his rhetoric, that has no bearing on like the brilliant art he's made. So like
I don't know, man.
I bring extreme examples. So when you're crying about someone hates Trumpers and blocks them on Twitter with like a mass blocker or something, and you virtually like I'm blocked by Dan Slott. Like who cares?
Well,
Who cares?
I mean,
if EBS blocked you.
I mean,
It's his book goal.
a simpler thing is just like before social media, who cared how the people you buy a product from feels about you or different topics?
Dude,
if the
George
product's good,
Lucas.
the person who made my couch is a racist. I can't sit in my chair anymore. Like I don't
It's
think
the same thing.
I don't think that was a thing. If the product works, you get the product. They're not required to like
I don't
you.
know. I firmly believe in separating art from artists. Like
Exactly.
I don't have as esoteric you guys want to go, but like I mean, I think art is like it's where good men can exercise their demons and bad men can like reach for eternity. That's what it's for. It's made to surpass yourself.
That is interesting what you just said.
That's what it's for. Like it's literally to, and we kind of diminished it down to expressing yourself, but it's not expressing yourself, it's expressing like what you could be and what's bigger than you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, or the demons.
It's
Ridley Scott's a great example. He's like an agnostic, and I don't know if you ever watched Exodus, his Exodus film.
No, I thought that was the other guy, wasn't it? That was the guy that made Requiem for a Dream, Aronofsky.
No, he did Noah. Which I
you're right.
seen.
You're right.
But yeah, I love his movie Mother. I know it triggered
The
a lot
Danzig
of Christians.
song.
But
Mother was good. Yeah.
What do you call it?
Excellent. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Exodus. Yeah, so like, Ridley Scott's an agnostic, and he tried to make Exodus as like scientifically plausible with its mysteries, but then of course at the end, the 10th plague is the angel of death for the firstborn. So you can't really scientifically explain any genetics or anything
why
firstborn.
Would you try to demystify like a story? That's the whole point of stories.
Well, it's again, and I think you see this with like the way he portrays God as like a child talking to Moses, but then outside of the dialogue is Moses talking to a figment of his imagination. I being an atheist now, it's like I don't believe in this story, but like I recognize like you can't beat Charlton Heston's 10 Commandments. Or if you're trying to remake it, you gotta like stay in that vein of like revering the mysticism of the story. It's a fantasy, it's a fable. You got to go with that angle. and just play it how it's written, not deconstruct it in that way.
Yeah,
But
that's why
I
the,
appreciate that
that's why the
because
Green
even
Knight was so shitty. Did you guys see that?
I did see Green Knight.
Yeah, I loved
I never
everything
read it.
until the end. Like the end, it was just I don't know. It was pure deconstructionist, like modernist crap. Like it was totally
I actually really fall for that stuff. I really
yeah
like that kind of thing, even if it like I'm an optimistic nihilist. I really I revere religion because
yeah
it's even though like I've fallen away, it's reaching for something core to us. Now,
yeah
is that core just a side effect of our intelligence? And so we're like catastrophizing and complicating life with our intellect.
Did you see True Detective?
First season.
Yeah, that's the one that counts. But yeah, Russ made that same kind of idea of it's a consequence of our own sentientness. Yeah,
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 and yeah, I'm always kind of ribbing Rookie because I'm like, yeah, like there's like culture critic whatever on Twitter, and it'll like have these
I have
long
no idea who
threads
that is.
of churches, amazing, beautiful works of art, took
Oh,
hundreds of
is
years.
it some guy with like a Roman statue?
Yeah.
There's
It's
like a
that
million.
shtick.
There's a million of those guys.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
oh, well, yeah, how people aren't making this art today. It's like, no, they can very easily now. We have all the training to do it. But I do think there is people try to say this like validating religion, but
yeah,
I think it validates it in a way where it's like, yeah, strict logic, atheism,
hmm
authoritative adherence to the state. Like you're not going to make the works of art like the Sistine Chapel, like all these crazy, beautiful churches that took
yeah,
generations to finish. There's something there that like you need a religious adoration to make,
yeah.
however
And
arbitrary or silly it might be.
well, no, and there's differences between religions too, because that was a schism between Catholicism and Protestantism. I'm not going to go into the history of that, but Protestantism didn't have a great emphasis on beauty, mainly because it didn't have the Queen Mary, the Virgin Mary. It didn't have a feminine archetype of beauty to create.
That's
If
an
that makes
interesting angle.
sense. Yeah.
I never
It,
analyzed that dichotomy with
there's no iconography
women.
in Protestantism. You only get it really in Orthodoxy and in Catholicism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even Islam, there's like a on accident.
hmm
I found this thread about like archaeology, and it's like Taliban uh, blew up this Buddhist statue or various ones in Afghanistan,
hmm
and it's all because not only can you not draw like Muhammad or Allah, but like because humans are in the image of Allah, you're not supposed to draw people, which is
I
like a
did not know
new
that. Okay.
discovery to me. I need to verify this, but I assume they're telling the truth. And that's very interesting to me because
Yeah.
it's like they have beautiful mosques, they have beautiful architecture in their history,
Well, those are
but
two different. Those are almost two different. I hate to say not religion, but two different sects, though. I think because like the Ottoman Empire and the Turkish Empire were not like the. I mean, they were killing people left and right and beheading them, but they're not like ISIS. Like those are, like ISIS
yeah, they're
is not
fundamentalist.
building. Yeah. ISIS is not building. And maybe it's because they're not in control like they used to be. Like the Turkish Empire had like wealth and they had a civilization more, so they weren't consistently fighting proxy wars and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Stony, we get into interesting threads with Stony in this chat because of religion. He says Protestants tend to be more focused on day to day labor rather than grand works.
yeah, well, and a lot of them is because they were kicked out of their home country, and there was always war, and they came to the new land, and they had to live off the land. They were all broke, poor, and usually like Irish. You can only
Bloody
carve so much with potatoes.
oh my god, I
I
love
can
this
say
guy.
that because I'm Irish Welsh. Like,
Well, I'm like a mixed mutt, so I probably got Irish, Scotch, English. I probably got a Western Euro trash in me, mutt.
oh, I'm sorry.
Um,
The worst kind of trash, European.
wait, Exodus is cope from the Jews about being kicked out of Egypt. I do think I'm not going to derail us with my spiel about the Exodus and how it's like some of the details in it are like, why would you write that for your religion's narrative? This really undercuts you. I'll leave it at that. It's one of the many little threads that turn me atheist. But
Well, the Old Testament is the story of man's failure.
Hmm.
That's what makes it so strange for religious texts for promoting a religion or promoting a culture, because basically it's like the Jews kept failing. They couldn't.
yeah, it's their ebb and flow. It's their Star Wars, the light and dark always rising.
They're Star
Uh,
Wars.
Oh no, really, Star Wars is in a box of like
Yeah.
you know, Last Jedi, they offered this angle of like, what if we pulled the curtain off of Star Wars and actually like
Yeah, they
made a
deconstructed
balance
it.
between light and dark, and they teamed up, or stayed in their lanes, whatever the case. What would happen with Rey and Kylo if they went there? But then they're like, well, we can't make more Star Wars
Yeah.
if we actually offer this idea to its conclusion. So
Last Jedi was, what if we had 30-year-old children talking about their feelings for 2 hours?
that's where me and Rookie started, was because of that movie.
Man, so many channels were launched because of that. So many channels that now don't know how to make art.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Me and Rookie talked this a lot, where it's like, dude, look at the state of the fandom menace. I mean,
Yeah.
they don't like to call themselves that anymore, but like, what's left, Friday Night Tights, whatever, that like general shtick. What we were arguing about, what we were talking about, the kind of general unity, fighting the mainstream media in art, and then where we're at now is just like, what a husk, what a hollowed out
It
husk.
became too successful.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't mean this mean, because like I like some of those guys. Like I found Mahler and I loved like
Oh, Mahler's awesome.
Yeah,
I do not count Mahler, even though he
Mahler.
does hang out with all these people.
Yeah.
Mahler actually is well thought out. He will
Yeah.
go against the grain of his peers. He's his own island.
Well, he's
So
a
I don't
pit
count
bull
him.
too. Like I've seen him like argue people, and it's like no, like he's not. I don't know. Like he sticks to his guns.
Yeah.
And like I don't
Agreed.
get it. Like I said, I don't get involved. I don't know any of those people, and I don't even have time to really watch it. But like, it is. You guys hit on something this week. Actually, I forget which one it was. But by the way, I loved I forgot his name. Is it Caps All? The guy with the really low voice?
BVS, yeah.
Dude, that guy's awesome.
He's
like
funny.
I heard him talk. Like he's a really smart dude, and he knows his comic lore, and like he knows the comic business from like decades of knowledge. Man, he was dropping stuff I'd never heard of. Like I was really impressed. I was really impressed with him. But I don't really, like I said, I don't know those guys. I don't really watch it, but it's like, but I had this feeling that like, when we started Godfoe Universe, and I'm not trying to shill here, but like we were like, look, we could make our products now, or we could try building an audience. Like, dude, we have to have product. You have to have art. You have to have a foundation, because we just had this intuition. I think now it's because you guys brought this up, and now we're seeing it. It's like it's a husk, like you said. You're seeing that a lot of these people that build off anti-fandom, they don't know how to make art either.
Oh, dude, Daily Wire is a perfect example. Like they're dumping like 100 or 300 million over a few years for their entertainment, and all they've made is Terror in the Prairie, which I think is a fine modern cowboy movie, western. Like it's fine. I did like it, but the whole hype was just off of they canceled Gina Carano, and now we got her, and it's like, and all you did was make a cowboy.
Yeah,
movie.
everything to do is reactionary to what somebody else does, and it's
Lady
not,
ballers,
not their own creation of any kind that they had passion for.
Pronoun
Snow White,
chocolate.
we're gonna have a white Snow White. Wow, how original!
I did want to talk about that with you guys, because I heard, like I said, I watched like 3 or 4 things while I was working today, and you mentioned that you kind of went into the left versus right art kind of thing, and that debate. The only thing I'd like to bring up is that progressivism, because in Black Angus you mentioned this, the French, because it kind of goes back to the French Revolution for all definition terms, left and right wing. But progressivism is a reaction. It's a reaction to a theocratic monarchy state. It doesn't exist in a vacuum, and this kind of misconception exists that the left, whatever the left means, can create art and the right can't. But within both of those groups are just people. And what we're seeing now is the go woke crap, whatever, is a left wing thought domination. They can't make art either, and the people reacting to that, the more right wing, they can't make art. None of these people can make art. When we had art, it was when there were individuals that thought in questions and concepts and not strict ideology. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this problem just goes way back, and it's just super sad. I mean, I think art, I don't know. To me, art is sacred, and
yeah,
I'm a devout Christian. Like I think Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I've had a supernatural experience that convinced me of that. And I don't need to go into that. I'm not going to preach to people, but like I think art is a sacred thing, and you need to treat it sacredly. And when you make propaganda, like you're cheating yourself, you're cheating the universe, and you're hurting people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
not to go on a spiel, but like I am passionate about art. That is
I
what
think the
do.
biggest problem for modern day, aside from religion is dead, generally speaking, in the West for sure. And
But I don't. And I hate to interrupt you, man. But can I run off that real quick?
yeah, yeah.
I don't think it's dead. And here's my view. Here's my view. Religion precedes politics, and people don't seem to understand that. Like everyone has an ontological view of the world that defines their politics, even if it's not an established religion. And communism, socialism, and fascism proved that when you remove a religion, people build another one. It's foolish of us to think that people aren't religious. It is because that's what woke is.
Oh, I
And
agree. I
yeah,
agree. I think these are
Chris, yeah.
new religions that
I
have
didn't mean
no
to interrupt you.
dogma.
Yeah.
No, I maybe I don't delineate that well when I talk about this on my streams, but
Yeah.
I totally am on that side that you're on with that perspective. That
Oh, I'd
these are
love to
new
run with it,
religions.
man. Like I said, you guys, I found your channel very interesting. I a lot of channels you go on, it's people talking about Funko Pops or whatever, you know what I mean? Or just bashing stuff. But when I heard you guys, it was like you, Rook, and BVS discussing. I was like, okay, these guys are actually trying to think about something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was really excited. I was really excited to especially kind of go into that with you if you wanted to kind of get into that
Oh,
idea.
dude. Yeah. There's
Of
no holds
of
barred here,
religion.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had some college experience, and I was in this
I'm sorry.
philosophy 101 class, and I really like my teacher. And I remember the first like thread of this kind of thought was in that class. I'm like, I think, and I'm part of it. I
Yeah.
think movies, like for me, entertainment, but mainly movies, are like a new religion. You see the craze of like movie talk, regardless of where it goes. If it's like Daily Wire trying to tear everything down because whatever, any infraction of an actor against the narrative of the state, all the those kind of extremes, or just like stuff like Barbie. I think Barbie really is like a kind of a Bible moment in entertainment with all the interpretations. Like me, a man that has like been in the like anti-woke sphere, and then I see, I'm like, this is brilliant, and I see it's brilliant on accident, that it's kind of like
when they try to show
her intent,
the female message and the patriarchy, they show it's like some funny
like,
shit about women
just are
and
not
like,
interesting.
Yeah.
Their greatest fantasy is just everyone likes me and I'm pretty and nothing goes wrong.
Yeah.
And then like Ken is like, he is the heart of that movie.
I love that meme that was like, how did Ken get Jojo, whatever his cost up through jihad?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, like that whole movie is so brilliant on accident for what the intent of a lot of it was from Greta Gerwig.
Well,
so I'm so
right.
interested to see what she does with Chronicles of Narnia, because I hate Chronicles of Narnia.
See, I fucking love Chronicles of Narnia.
See, Angus, we got to rewatch it. It's been a long time since you've seen it. I think we got to rewatch that.
But are we talking about the movies or the books, Angus?
Both. I like, Tolkien. People, I think, overly revere him, but he made such an interesting universe. I get so frustrated with Lord of the Rings because, like, I love Game of Thrones. I love deconstructing stuff and digging into the world of stuff. Star Wars is so interesting because you look into like the Acklay or the Nexu, and you just like, oh, well, it's actually from this planet. Here's the expanded lore. This is like how they live. This is, like I watched special features, and I didn't know till like last year that the Nexu, because I bought the statue from Sideshow, and the Nexu, his tail is like what do you call it? It's bifurcated, and it's got like tentacle suction cups on this like rat tail. And so there's all these details of different tree-based animals that they incorporated into this spider cat, you know. And it's just, this is all just like aesthetics and biology. And these are all like threads that can inspire you into real science and archaeology and history and mythology. Then you read, you dig into Lord of the Rings and it's like, oh, the Balrog, what's that story to that creature? It's like, it's like a subcategory of like the demons, the fallen angels of Lord of the Rings. And then, the elves. And it's like, they're just like perfect and God loves them in this world and they're going to go to heaven. And they go on earth heaven for a while until they go to real heaven.
Everything's kind of where you put them, unless it's right. But then one elf got corrupted and now he's evil. And then he can't go back.
I get frustrated with that, but
it's like, okay.
I still see like,
despite
you're
a fan of Dune then.
I'm starting to read Dune.
Okay.
It's very interesting.
Like it, yeah.
But when you dig into Lord of the Rings, it's just like everything intrinsically you like about Lord of the Rings, at least for the movies, the heroism stuff. It's Tolkien conveying his experience of the war and the friendships or whatever. And then it's also pagan heroism.
Yeah.
Europeanism, yeah. He has this Christian allegory, even though he loves to say he hates allegories. It's a big Christian allegory, but it's subtle enough. But like my problem is like when you try to dig in and enjoy the world, it's like, well, this is just to me Christian propaganda, and it's just uninteresting because it's just good and bad, and that's it. That's the world, and it's like I clearly don't live that worldview, and so it's frustrating. I see if you're Christian loving it, I guess, but like it feels limiting even if you are Christian, where it's like there's nothing to like play with. It's just I'll just read the Bible. But like the heroism is all pagan, and that's what's frustrating because it's like, and that's where I've come in my atheism / I'm getting into the paganism, the Hellenistic, the gods.
Yeah.
No,
there's
because our whole Western, everything Western, are all of our values that we cherish, however we like meander in history. It's all Greek pagan. That's the whole root. But then we love to be like, well, Christians did this. Monogamy, that's Christians. Like actually Rome instituted that just practically because you get more children for armies through monogamy, through giving every guy a wife to bed versus a harem of a few rich guys.
No, and there's a whole lot with that, man, that I would agree with you with. Because I've gotten into it with Christian nationalists recently, on like my more private Twitter, because those guys really piss me off because they don't know what they're talking about. And what you said about the heroism, and this is a two-sided thing though. The heroism in Lord of the Rings being pagan, I would assume is because Christianity is a pacifist religion.
Yes,
but there is something to be said. I think this is what Lewis, because he wrote a whole thing about how he wasn't a pacifist, and Tolkien and guys who lived through those wars kind of wrangled with, was they realized that the destruction of evil is as much a symbol of Christ as martyrdom is. The only difference is Christianity says only Christ gets to do that, and that's the entire book of Revelation, which people still call it Revelations, and that pisses. That was I read that the day in Curse of the White Knight where they made a reference and somebody said Revelations, and it's like, Sean Gordon Murphy, do your research, man. Like,
I never realized that. Yeah, it's the book of Revelation.
Yeah, there's only one revelation, and that's of Christ.
Interesting.
Oh.
There was wait. Back up. There was something just like a minute ago you said that like it's right on the tip of my tongue, and I'm like stuck. Like, what was it? Because that's gonna bother me.
Oh,
Continue. No.
No,
It was good. It's like a tangent. I should have wrote down.
Well, there's just layers to it, and I think Tolkien, and I know Lewis put that in. I think that's why they dealt in absolutes, like the Sith, is because the Christian religion dictates that only Christ basically gets to exact justice on the world. So they put that idea in fantasy because they had lived through war and they'd seen both sides of that. Like, hey, maybe sometimes you've got to kill people and it's horrible, and that's a hard question. To me, it goes back to Christendom was a mistake. There should not have been Christian authority in government. There's no biblical standard for that. You won't find that anywhere in the Bible. So,
well, when you find it as an inheritance from the Old Testament, like
no, because
the Jewish theocracy.
No, Christ took that theocracy. That's the whole thing.
Okay.
He even looked at the Jews and said, "You're." He looked at the Jews and the Gentiles.
He's like, "You're Jews."
he said you're a new nation. Like he said, if you're claiming Christianity, you're a new nation. You aren't Jews anymore. You aren't Gentiles anymore. You don't get to claim basically blood and soil. And I hate to use that term, but I mean, my God, you want to talk about two nations that claim that, and it was the Jews and the Romans. You know, like, where do you think the Nazis got it from?
Yeah, I don't know if you've
the Roman
seen.
idea.
I don't know if you pay attention, but I'm very pro-Palestine. In this,
I mean, I stay out of that stuff.
Yeah,
Like, I wouldn't lie for it. I don't know. There are people blowing
well,
up
no.
each other all
It's
over the
not that
world,
I
and
want them
That's
here.
kind of how I feel.
I
Man. I'm
don't
just like,
want
man, I
them
don't fucking
here.
know.
I really hate how everyone spins it to two extremes, where it's like,
Yeah.
well, just accept the Palestinians into America. Like, no. They're not
Yeah.
going to assimilate. Like they do at best, they'll do peaceful jihad and undermine our system of life. Don't want that. But I'm against the state of Israel's genocide, and it's like I think regardless of like how you feel about the history of Israel, whatever
Yeah.
stuff, I think it's like I don't know how you can be an American and see what's happening in this little box of people that can't escape.
Yeah.
And be like, yeah, taxes and tea, America, screw you, Britain. And then be like, oh yeah, Israel's totally in the right. Like, what? Like, they're way more egregious than the British Empire.
My take on that stuff is like when you look at the Middle East, you look at Israel, Palestine. It's not Israel and Palestine. It's Israel and Arab nations. Like it's a whole thing here that's been going
Oh
on
yeah,
for
it's a bigger
5,000
thing.
Yeah.
years. People think, especially in the West and America, they think that's an abnormality because their life isn't like that. It's like, no, dude, that's human history. That's what we're the abnormality. Like,
Yeah, no, America's very abnormal.
yeah, what you're seeing that happens every day for everyone everywhere.
That's
for the
just
most
that's just
part.
history. Period.
Yeah, like we're the weird people that get peace for a little bit, and
What if we like
it's coming
didn't
to an
fight,
end.
bro?
Yeah, I've always had a view no success without conflict, and so I think war, because we're not cannibalistic in a pragmatic your neighbor kind of way.
Yeah,
We commit infanticide, not like lions where we murder the previous suitor's children
yeah,
and seed our own. We do it historically by like not incentivizing broken homes,
yeah,
things like that, societal implementations, and we cannibalize via warfare. And this, it's just like I think it's our more there's this doctor Robert Sapolsky done a lot of like studies about like baboons and stuff, comparative studies
yeah.
for humanity and like stress and everything. And there's this interesting thing he pointed out. I'm like stuck trying to remember what it was, but it totally applies. We'll get back to it. I'm going to remember.
Yeah.
Robert Sapolsky.
Good luck spelling that last name.
I'm guessing.
Close enough.
You search "suck polls guy," and now you're just.
Well, if you type in baboons, Dr. Robert, it's going to populate, but that's a little footnote for me. I used to be really good, and I'd always have a notepad to give myself like little PowerPoint, like words, keywords to, I won't forget. And I've been bad this last couple of years. Yeah, I was very interested in your campaign.
Yeah, man.
God and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I am
because-
selling something. I was just enjoying my time. Like,
Well, yeah, no, like that. I think that's the value of my channel when I talk with comics people, because I'm going to talk like real, just like swapping notes of ideas.
Humble too.
Versus, oh man, you got a book and there's the art and whoa,
Yeah.
art, and it's like, no, that's cool and all, but like I didn't grow up with comics, so like I'm a movie guy. And I'm a movie guy in the sense of the ideas expressed.
Oh, we make short films as well, so knock yourself out.
Whoa. Okay.
they're
Ricky's
ours.
definitely going to be interested in that.
That's pretty cool.
We've got one on our site. It's also on our YouTube, and we just finished making another one. They're about 2-3 minutes long most. We're gonna do a lot more. We get a fantabulous cinematographer.
Fantabulous.
You should look up, if you guys are into photography. I wasn't until I saw his. He's a friend of mine. His name is Colin Finlayson, and I'll link that in the chat. But his Instagram, dude, he takes this on on a cell phone. He just does like one picture a day. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Makes you feel stuff. It's not just some
Sweet.
girl in black and white.
All right, so we're gonna look at your website first.
Yeah.
As you said that, it's a really cool cover. I'm not
Thanks.
typically into manga. I've dabbled with anime lately. Of course, we finished Attack on Titan. I've always loved that show since it came out. But
His first anime is Attack on Titan. He's doomed because everything else gets worse from there. But
yeah,
Go
well,
for
I'm watching Vinland Saga, and that's a pretty good second. So
there's
far.
some good ones, but I
Yeah,
mean,
go,
it's hard.
Go for
I feel like
Evangelion next.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
I actually have watched probably 3 episodes, and I'm like,
You got to push through.
I know it's supposed to be like, people talk about like
you like
there's
you
all
like
this-
deconstruction. You like stuff examined. You're gonna love Evangelion, man. Trust
yeah,
me.
I've heard it gets wacky. Vito pushes that a lot. He loves Evangelion, and I've seen all these like Nazi kind of memes about the
Asuka?
girl,
Yeah.
the redhead or whatever. So I'm very interested.
Yeah, there's the first one we did. That's the Tithe. That's the first short film.
Okay, let's watch it. Do you mind if we watch it?
I'm here for as long as you need me.
all right, let's react.
I should change the thumbnail or clip this our reaction and be like, I was reading Yellow Flash titles because we were talking about like the FNT kind of guys and all their like
Those still exist.
propaganda style thumbnails and titles, and so it'll be like
I thought you said NFT guys.
no.
I was like,
No.
I was like, that still exists.
Friday Night Tights.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
That network, and they all do like the same kind of thumbnail.
yeah.
Where it's like 3 or 4 words. They might have like a word bubble on a person's face, like "we are fucked."
OJ
and-
kills wife.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
some of the stresses, like wait, hold on, let me look up on YouTube really quick. It's funny.
Some
so
of the capitalized words.
I was looking at
Yeah.
let me see.
Well, at least it's
YouTube.
not the Tim Pool Civil War for the millionth time post.
right.
Tim
Yeah, you'll be right
Pool.
one day, I swear. One of these
Yeah,
days.
right. You say it enough times, Tim. I'm sure you're not contributing to it.
I've been saying that I'm gonna die for over 70 years.
I'm still
and-
here.
All right.
Okay.
So okay, these are just the Ripaverse or Eric July when he the clips from that stream a few weeks ago. Marvel is being destroyed by woke writers. They're ruining the great art of. I'm not sure what the full title. Great art of Stanley Decker.
You said that like a speak and say or whatever.
Uh,
It's
the
like
cow said, "Moo!"
they are. It's like a
comic
it's like-
books.
they are ruining comics. It's like
Yeah, comic books have become woke. Eric July explains the collapse
I don't
of
know,
comics.
So much of that stuff is like it's diversity in comics videos from 8 years ago rehashed. I gotta tell you, man, like I said, I had no idea. Like, when we first started, like I like found this channel called like Diversity in Comics. Like, okay, we'll learn about indie comics, and then it just vanished. And like, did that channel not exist? Did I dream that? Like, what happened? And then it says, "Oh, your boy Zach," and I was like, "Is that the same guy? What's going on?"
Oh yeah.
He fell off so fucking bad.
Indie comics lore is way more frustrating than 40K, man.
It's entertainment in and of
40K, I
itself, though.
get.
Especially if you walk into it, you're like, "Oh wow, okay, there's this person. Oh, and look
Yeah.
what happened here. Wow, okay."
Nobody
That's
likes
what I
anybody.
hate. That's what I hate. I wish I could have a fresh slate and like experience walking in now and trying to catch up. Or like, oh, that guy, and then, oh, I want to get that book. It's like, oh, those guys hate each other, and well, they had a big falling out. There was a crazy stream that was unlisted. Blah, blah, like there's so
I
much
can't keep
lore
up, man.
new people can't ever know, and I'm always in the dark. And I've been here for 6 years, but
The bare
just work.
necessities plays in my head 24/7 because I have a 3-year-old, so I've got limited space. I'm hearing it right now while we talk.
But yeah, I was just thinking how funny it'd be to like do a Tim Pool style thumbnail of like clipping this for the reacting, where it's like Angus and the rookie critic react to Godfoe Universe presents thing, and be like, Hollywood is scared.
Well, when things stop being punk, when the audience starts making fun of you, you're not punk anymore. Like that's the thing. Like let's be honest with like a lot of the stuff that's being made. Like when people, I hate to say it, man, but like ISOM wasn't good. I didn't read it, but I saw like the art and I was like, this isn't good.
The story wasn't great either. So.
Yeah, and, like,
Hater detractor confirmed.
I try to give the benefit of the doubt to everything because I'm a creator and people can rip my stuff to shreds. I don't care. Like I'm gonna make it regardless.
Yeah, we have
I'm
able to
like,
take
I'm
and
like
give
a
criticism and take it. Yeah.
Well, I'm like a meth addict for art. Like I make something, put it out, forget about it. That's how I get through it. And it's like, man, like I see all the reviews and I hear the story and I see like pages. And I'm like, because I text my artist and I was like, man, ISOM doesn't look good. Like, it's like this. I don't think this is gonna beat Image, dog. I really don't. Like,
No, dude.
call me.
That's what's
crazy,
frustrating for me is like, no, it's fine. This argument, like, well, we didn't set out to make an anti-woke company or whatever. It's like, well, you didn't mind getting all the benefits for people saying it though, in mainstream, big news outlets. Whatever. We'll just go with what you're saying.
Well, you brought that up in a past stream, and what's funny is like I said, I heard the story of ISOM, and when you guys talk about like it might be kind of like secretly feminist or whatever, I thought that too because he gets his ass beat by Yaira, and it's supposedly, and it just has all this other stuff in it where I'm like, man, like this doesn't seem like a masculine story.
The most
It
feminine
might
part to
be
me, the most feminine
a
part to me
gay
was
op.
the most feminine part to me was when he's in the club and he's asked to leave and he's like, "How dare you speak to me that way? I need."
Yeah,
to
he
be
does the
shown
finger
respect."
point like the
It's
girl meme.
just like,
How
oh, dude,
dare
like,
you?
The white girl with the cat.
the guy,
Yeah.
the guy may have had a snobby attitude, but he offered you a job. He let you talk to him without a schedule. He, he answered your question. Like, I don't know what is this to do with you? The person's not even like related to you. Your grandma or your friend wanted you to check up on them. Like, what is this? Like, and then he's like, I need to go back because you're mean to me. And then when he finds Jasmine, one of the chicks that works at the clubs, some of the handlers, or whatever, see him grab her, and they grab his shoulder, like, "Hey, what are you doing to her?" And then he's like, "Huh, why do you people always touch me?" And then he like tries to fight them. Now he's like, "Now I can fight you. It's all because you touched me."
I couldn't get a coherent story. I've heard it explained like 7 times, and I still can't get a coherent story
from who? Because Eric doesn't explain his own story very well.
Yeah, it's bad when Dick Masterson like makes you look bad. Like I don't mean that mean.
Well, it's
'cause
like,
I had no idea who he was either until I saw that.
When you make a story, and like if somebody were to ask you to explain your story,
Yeah,
you should be able to kind of do it pretty quickly or long, however you want to go with it.
yeah,
But with him, it's always danced around, and it's like,
yeah, very
why?
defensive.
It's okay to talk about your story. That usually people that make art want to talk about it, or they make a story, they want to explain it and try to talk about it.
I do love that argument between them though, because Dick feels like he's crazy. Where he's like, "Flash, you thought he could fly too?" And like, but because it's like a click behind the veil for a second. Because like Dick's a troll, obviously. I've watched that guy's stuff for like a week. And he's clearly a troll, but in that moment, you can see him going, "I'm not crazy." Like, it does suck.
Well, it's hilarious too, because like one of our favorite parts is the line in the book where she drops him, and he's like, "I've trained my body to do tons of things, but one of them I can't do is fly." It's like
I even told him on Twitter before he blocked me. I'm like, I don't know if you intended that or not, but like I think that was genuinely funny. It may have been on accident for you, but like I love Looney Tunes, and that like read
That's
like
a good lie. That's good.
a self-aware,
perfect.
like in the vein of like One Punch Man kind of inner monologue. And it's like, well, this is my one weakness, like great, my one weakness right now, crap.
The only thing that would be funnier is if that led to the reason he needed the uniform, where he hits the ground. He's like, "One thing I can't do is fly," but then he's like, he hits the ground. He's like, "But I can still shit myself."
Well, that's the thing. He needs his uniform, and it's like a big deal. Like, oh, I'll be able to resist whatever. And it's like, I don't see this mattering at all. What an idiot.
I didn't mean to derail it. It's just
no.
You're good.
I love organic shit like this. This is great.
Well, it's like this was funny because like before we read ISOM, we didn't go into any of it trying to hate on anything with it about it. If anything, we were like hoping that it was going to be good, or that maybe some people were misunderstanding it. And then Angus read it before I did, even though I had it, but I didn't read it yet. And he was just like,
because it's so good you can't emulate it. Like that's what you want, and then you don't get it.
Right. Yeah. Then he's like telling me things, and I'm like, what? Wait, no, that can't be right. You must be misunderstanding this. And then I read it myself, and I'm like, oh man.
Oh, Rookie can't read black either. That's what's funny too, because like we're reading, he's like, "You really on one?" And he's like, "On one? What? What?"
Yeah, I was reading the
dude,
part
he's
where he
speaking
says
black,
that. He was like,
Rookie. I had
man,
to
you are
translate.
on one. And I'm like, I'm reading the sentence, and I'm like, you are on one. Wait, did he forget a word? Did I miss something? Like,
Shit,
I'm like, Rookie,
Rookie.
he's speaking black, and he's like,
All right,
"Oh,
you guys got to explain this one to me. Like Rippaverse Goalpost just commented. I don't know. Is that a sincere guy or is that like a troll? I don't know what
I
that
don't
is.
know." He's everywhere with his coverage.
I
I
mean,
think he loves
more power,
all of us.
more power to you, man.
Detractors.
I don't know if like you're trolling or not, but I mean, I'll follow you. That's fine. Like,
I follow Goalpost. He's great.
Yeah.
I love him.
hey, you misspelled Gooding.
Goodieing. All right. River Goalpost. We're gonna look at this short film for Godfoe.
yes.
Nice. I like
Nice,
that
nice.
music. It reminded me of are you a Tool fan?
Oh yeah, love Tool.
I mainly am just a 10,000 Days fan, but I do like
That's a
a
good
lot of
one.
their hits and Parabola. I love that weird fucking video.
Oh, have you
This
heard?
gives you those kind of vibes.
Have you heard the Holy Gift version of that album where they reorganized the songs to flow differently?
Uh-uh.
Fantastic. Just search like Tool Holy Gift, you'll find it.
Okay. I'll listen to that
Yep.
tomorrow. I'll probably go to the gym and then listen on the treadmill.
That was the newest goalpost move. That's what that was, Rippaverse.
What?
Yes,
What am I
what
missing?
He says, what was that? Weird.
That was another
Um,
goalpost move.
I know it's strange, Ripper Goalpost, but what you've just experienced is what is called art. Can make you feel
You're being very
different
kind.
ways.
We have one coming out soon called Regicide. It's done. We're just waiting on the score. The guy who does the scores is the MIDI player in my band, and we just send everything to him once we're done.
So are you making all the short film stuff like sort of based around your comic idea for the most part?
Well, here's the thing, and like this is where I get to be a little pretentious. The Godfoe Universe it's a sprawling. It's a universe within itself that takes place over several millennia, but it's broken into eras, and within those eras are individual stories like Apollyon 20XX, Live Not by Lies, the comic, the Black Star novels that you can enjoy by themselves, but they're also part of the overarching narrative. We want people to jump in anywhere and enjoy them any which way you want to. So yeah, the short films right now that are the Apollyon 20XX era, some of them directly come from like the comic, and some of them don't. Some of them take place in the same time frame that the comic does. Does that make sense?
Like tangential stories.
Yeah. But like I said, everything is made to be enjoyed by itself, so you don't have to pick up 30 copies of something different. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. See, I don't like that. You shouldn't give your customers an out. You should make them have to buy everything.
He wants you to do it like how Disney and Marvel did or something.
No, I do.
Boba
So
Fett, watch Mandalorian.
I've
so,
argued this with
so,
Rookie
yeah.
because the
And
Book of
I just
Boba
don't-
Fett, I was like, I think it's brilliant that this is essentially Mando season 3.
Yeah.
And so you have to see Mando 1 and 2 to watch the show and actually understand the full scope.
Man,
I think that's
hate all
brilliant.
that stuff.
But the problem is if you make it bad,
yeah.
and then it's like, well, screw this, and people dip out,
Mhm.
and then they miss like the future installments where you improve, make up
Well,
for your
no,
mistakes.
and you made that point on a recent stream where you were talking about like how Endgame, you saw Endgame was really great because it tied together all these different films, and it's like, yeah, and what makes it good though is that's probably like the only time that'll happen and be good. You know?
Yeah,
It's never going to be
clearly
good
put so
again.
much effort. I think,
Yeah.
it's probably, it's not like my favorite film. It's up there. It is such an enjoyable film for me to watch.
Yeah.
For like fan service, but then also like the real like character moments, and they took their time. They could have just been like, all right, sequel to Infinity War, we gotta do more monsters, more, they gave you a whole hour of that, but
Yeah.
they told you like 2-hour story of the characters and figuring out the problem. So I think they did great with what other people might have done. Dear God,
Mhm.
like brilliant. Yeah, it's got problems, but amazing. Yeah, no, I like your idea too. I'm actually not against what you're saying about
Oh,
like you could jump in anywhere, read, it's like Loki. I think Loki's kind of like I would deem it like a tie-in. Like you got Civil War, then you got all these
Yeah.
tangent Civil War stories that you don't really have to read Civil War to enjoy, but it would definitely help.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think comics work great like that.
Well, like,
And
I'll give an
Marvel's
exa-
done that kind of where it's like you don't have to watch any of the other Marvel characters to go watch the
Yeah.
Guardians trilogy, but at some point it's going to start getting murky if you don't know.
Well, I'll give you an example. Like scroll down to where it says Apollyon 20XX Lamentations. It's right below the tithe. So like that's another thing that's part of the same era of Apollyon 20XX that you can read, that it's taken from different perspectives of the events happening in the comic that they're trying to stop or trying to prevent or trying to do. And it's just an individual art piece. You don't have to read the comic to appreciate it, but you will appreciate it more if you do. And it's broken into 4 different books if you click on it. Um, and that's the Revelations with an S beside it. That's something that's going to be launching with the book itself. People can pick those up as add-ons. It's about 120 pages combined of different stuff. That's like multimedia art, photographs, and like found documents. Kind of like the Blair Witch Project, like that book that they did. If you remember that, the dossier.
No, I never got into Blair Witch.
Okay. Well, it's like tangential stuff that you don't have to read, but it's cool, I'll say. And we just want to make as much art as possible. Like we're all gonna die one day. Everybody knows that. But man, I can't sit still if I'm not making art. Like
So really
I
quick,
just
because you got
do it.
like there's 2 triangles, but they
Yep.
intersect, and I'm curious if this is supposed to be like pagan or if it's supposed to be like the Star of David or if it's supposed to elicit both.
That symbol is the Theosophy symbol, the official symbol of Theosophy. All of that, the Star of David, the Ankh, the Ouroboros, and the revert or the proper swastika. I forgot the name for it, but all that together, it's just 2 symbols of the Theosophy Society I put together.
Okay.
Yep.
No, I was not worried like, oh man, he's a
Oh no,
he's a Third Reich enjoyer.
No, absolutely not.
Don't mind if you are, but I'm like, oh
No.
man.
I find that disgusting. But we were somebody on Reddit found us and called us like anti-Semitic edgelords and wrote a whole like 17 paragraph bullshit thing about it, and we just like went under as anonymous and like, cool story, bro. Like,
No, you should be like, wow, that sounds awesome. Thanks for giving a long spiel. Now I'm gonna back it. Like,
yeah, right. Rip reverse goalpost. Don't insert politics in your art. There isn't really. There's commentary, but I got a whole thing on that of politics and art. Like, we can do that if you want to later.
Well, I mean, art is inherently political, so no, I actually
disagree with
believe that
that,
in the
but
sense of like a broad stroke. I will say for sure is that I think art is only made in within the context of the political sphere you're in.
the reason I
I don't mean
disagree
as
with
like your party. I
yeah.
mean like historically.
No, I
Because
get what
like
you're
if you
saying.
dig in,
That
if you dig
as you
into history, it'd be like,
yeah,
well, here's like this book was written at this point. Here's the state of the world and the faction that this creator lived under,
yeah,
and thus they had this view of things, and so this informed what they wrote, especially if it's like histories or something where it's like hard to actually integrate different perspectives. So it's all just
yeah.
like hearsay, like Herodotus I know of has that problem.
The reason I disagree with that, though, on a fundamental level, is that children make art, and like art can be made apart from society. It can be made apart from any kind of political structure, which tells me it's not inherently political. But I get what you're saying is that an individual who grows up in any kind of society, if there's more than two people, there's some kind of structure politically. But I would argue not, because family isn't political. Politics has to do with how you govern a society, which is basically a collection of families, if we had to be reductionist about it.
Yeah, I think the family
Yeah,
is the first block of building society into government. It's the
yeah.
first
Well,
system of government. I think that's why we're having so many societal problems because we got a
Yeah, no fathers.
huge breadth of multiple generations now without fathers having substantial
Yeah,
role in the household.
yeah. The government is father.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's like I think so. With that, I think that informs my view of like not to give the leftists a win. It's like they got a point about everything is political, but not the way they're spinning it because they
yeah,
just try to make it suit themselves. It's like for
well, I
me,
mean,
it's like yeah, a Taliban introductory level employee, a soldier,
yeah.
whatever you call them. They're they're a product of the politics that have made their family structure or their broken family structure and thus informs their limited worldview.
The reason I would disagree with that is that people build that. Like, here's the thing with progressivism: it flips things on its head. And I get that argument. I get that people are informed by it, but it's like no, it's the zeitgeist is informed by people. It was Hegel that made that flip. That the state is the spirit, the animating spirit. That's not true. Um, and the reason I disagree with that so much is because that's the heart of fascism. The heart of fascism is that everything is political, so that you can use political force against the individual. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we can have that discussion. I mean, I love to have it. And like I said, I love your channel because of that.
Well, thanks. That's
Yeah,
very humbling.
I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. I wouldn't spend this much
well,
time on a channel I didn't want to be on. I would
I
be in
mean,
bed.
I'd say that like with the political thing, I mean, a kid
Yeah.
could draw a picture of the sun and like in a tree or something. Like
Mhm.
that's art without politics, as far as I can tell.
Someone makes
People
it.
can take away things from it if they want. Like,
That's
well, how many
no,
trees
that's the
are there?
key.
Are they even? What type of
Yep.
tree is that, or something? And then just turn it
No,
into
what you
people
just
can.
said, Rook.
Yeah,
That's it. The progressive argument that everything is political. The argument that Angus is making is a better argument, and he said that the progressive argument is that all art is political because they make it political, but they won't say they're making it political, but they are because if you they can get you to agree it's all political, then they can say that they'll convince you their politics is better. And Angus went into this on one of the last streams when he said you're talking in their frame. I think you were doing that with Lady Ballers.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the dialectic. That is the Hegelian and Marxist dialectic. It's if we can get you talking here, we can move you this way. And left and right progressives do that. That's what makes them progressives. They think that they're progressing towards an end of history.
I think and I'm a novice with like the philosophy and political science
Yeah,
angle.
you're not missing much.
But I thought this as a kid when I started learning about like starting to realize like the dichotomy of left right at that point, like say the Bush
Yeah,
era, the first term, is that like the government, the American government, it's a pyramid. of ideas of laws where it's like, all right, we got this like foundation we've all agreed on or compromised on, and
Yeah.
then we start stacking it and make it defining it more.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I think this feeds into both the flawed early evolutionary science, the way they would, you got the race factor
Like
of like,
Darwinism.
kind of, yeah, like, I think people's perspective with like the evolutionary, if they're creationist,
Yeah.
is religion muddies the water because you are living life with this view that we are the prime creation, so there's no advancing because we're in the
Yeah,
image
and
of
it
God, so
yeah,
we're the
a
peak.
lens of ideology, yeah.
And then you get into like colonialism informing that perspective with the white man's like better than everyone they face
Yeah.
technologically and medicinally, all these factors. And so that informs like, well, clearly white is like the best. Look at where we're at, that's
Yeah.
like that informs their view. And so then this folds into we're even though we're not consciously like, oh yeah, white's clearly the top, and any progression is like just advancing white, you could say,
Yeah.
putting it simply.
Yeah.
When it's like, no, this is all just like circumstantial. There's always factors at play. It's like I would argue whites have had more successful societies and technologies because of more hardships and harsher climates in like North Europe versus Africa. They didn't need to make the wheel. There's all these factors I watched about why Africa didn't adopt the wheel because they saw the wheel in trade, but
Well, Egyptians
they
did,
could
if you
coast.
count North Africa, yeah.
They could coast because you're talking about like an equatorial region that,
Yeah.
once you make a spear, a hatchet, a sword, a bow and arrow, you don't really need to advance more because like you got all this game and food that like is plentiful seasonally, whatever. Versus like you really got to be innovative in harsher climates, and this stacks and stacks over time. I think our politics
Yeah.
is kind of like that, where it's like we ever since the Enlightenment we have all these little factors I've talked about informing our worldview that like we're always progressing,
Mm-hmm.
that it's never good now, it's going to get better later, and we're always going to be better the next generation,
Mm-hmm.
which is I think a very flawed perspective to live by. But we're all subconsciously, I think, living this worldview
Yeah, it's a
in the
lie.
West.
Yeah. And it's that the past was awful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, you have to think that because
Yeah.
we got to get better.
Yeah, it's an eschatology. It's an end of history. It's a rapture. It's a secular rapture. It's that we're gonna, and that's exactly what Marx and all those guys did, and they promised an end of history, a utopia. That's the word I'm looking for. We just have to get rid of everybody that's in the way of the utopia.
I would say that's yeah. I view progressivism as like you would not have it without Christianity. I think this is like the next phase of the next evolution of like.
Is that a mold bug idea?
How do you mean?
Like Mencius Moldbug, he in what's it called unqualified reservations, and he kind of brought that up as he was explaining like the idea of the juvenile's minotaur, how it takes like the power changes shapes basically, and he kind of made the connection between progressivism and Protestantism.
Yeah, I've seen a
yeah,
lot of
yeah.
kind of like these I follow some of these Twitter guys that like are falling into like revering the Crusaders and
Oh
medieval
God, yeah, the
stuff.
tradcast and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I value that kind of. I appreciate that perspective of going back a bit further than like the
yeah.
ideal 50s, of like the noble warrior leader.
Yeah.
I like that.
The only
But
the only problem is it's not a Christian idea that they're pushing. They just think they just think
well,
it
yeah,
is.
it's like again that goes to my Tolkien thing. It's like you're actually
Yeah.
revering pagan heroism, you idiot.
Yeah.
Go
But
back to Greece. Like that's what I'm doing.
no, that's a thing. If like I really, like I said, Angus, I've watched some of your stuff. I appreciate that knowledge of that separation because like I said, I'm a devout Christian, and there's Christendom, the idea of building this earthly kingdom and Christian nationalism. That's not a biblical idea. That is a like Roman or Greek idea. Like the avatars of the gods declaring war. That's not a Christian idea. You can't have that.
That yeah, that's what I was gonna. there was, well, I guess there's a couple things. We're talking about art way earlier, and it's like talking about the politics of both sides ruining art
Yeah.
for their own goals, whatever. I think this is one factor is capitalism. You know, I
Mhm.
think capitalism has really ruined art because you see with Disney, you know, you got George Lucas and his very pure ideals that
Yeah.
he's trying to convey in his films and film techniques, always trying to push the boundaries of the art form with the tools available at his time, making new tools, pioneering
Yeah.
the next generations of those tools. And then you get corporate investors. It's like, well, we got to appeal to the blacks, so definitely get the black in there. Well, you know, the Mexicans are really flooding in now, so get a Mexican in there with Oscar Isaac, great actor, love him. But you see, like the corporate meddling,
Mm.
even if they do happen to make something good. That's why I love Avatar, because it's like this is, you know, you hear all the stuff where it's like when they got the script for Avatar 3, it's like as long as you make money on this one, like just keep doing whatever the fuck you're doing, James Cameron.
Yeah.
We don't care. But it all comes down to money. They'll let you run wild if you're making them money. And then it's like, ooh, I don't know, you know, they're scared about the Marvels, so they keep tweaking it. I wonder what the pure Marvels would have been, you know, because I think there's like,
Stanley.
you know, like it still would have been, you know, gay, fucking sexless feminism, whatever. But I think there would have been a pure, a more pure something
Well,
like Barbie, you
I
know?
like that word though. I like that word pure that you're using because that's, I mean, that describes sacredness. It's something that's set apart. It's something that isn't it's something that isn't tainted or diminished by mediocrity or the world. I hate to say secular, but you know what I mean by that. Secular.
Yeah, I made Rookie watch Midsummer, and on
Yeah.
rewatch, it's like I'm still lost. Like I get there's like a conclusion for the character, but then there's this bigger element in the metaphysical realm of this film. Where like I don't know what you're trying to say with this movie, but like I love it because like I'm dumbfounded by the movie of what he's trying to say. Because this whole movie was based on like he had a horrible breakup, and it's like he's a male feminist, so he's like self-flagellating and stuff. So there's all this factor in there. But then he makes like this very in-depth fake amalgamation of mysterious, you know, European cults to make his cult in the film, and you know, it goes on really long in certain parts. Where it's like, what are you doing? But like, I love it. And it's not as like a pretentious film snob or like, oh, it's look at the messages. Like, I don't know what the actual message of this film is, but I see it as something pure where it's like, wow, this guy has a vision. I don't get what the fuck it is, but like, I appreciate it.
You just described all of David Lynch's movies. I don't know what he's saying, but it's cool.
Yeah, you know, so like that's why I'm like in awe of that film, even though like, oh, I agree. I don't get it. Like
I loved my favorite horror movie for probably the past 20 years was The Witch.
Yes. Oh my God.
Witch.
Yeah.
It's such an awesome Puritan tragedy, and it's, I don't know, it's so creepy. It's the first movie I watched in a long time that I was like, I felt like I was watching something I shouldn't see.
I love it, man, because like Black Phillip, the devil, I love all that stuff, man. Like I was almost a Satanist, like the church of the Satanic Temple.
Yeah, there's two different ones.
Yeah, I went to a meeting to like start a chapter in Columbus, and I got there late, and it was, of course, like it's like Sunday, so there's always like church goers in the afternoon going to Denny's or whatever. And we're in the middle, we're all wearing black, you know, and I'm across from the other person that was late, and it's a trans, and it's like, do you cook anything without like peanut oil? And I almost didn't come to this because Facebook doesn't recognize my pronouns, and it's just like, Jesus Christ. You know, there's one guy, he's like a extreme like Trump Second Amendment guy. There's a variety, but I saw very early on, it's like, oh man, this is just like libtard central, because I love the ideals of like the tenets. It's very humanist science Buddhism.
Do what thou wilt.
I really like the template of their, you know, dogma, if you will, their 11 commandments, if you will.
It's great on paper.
Yeah, and then I go and it's like, wow, this is just one-sided. You know, I love what they troll. I first became aware of them because I'm from Oklahoma.
Oh,
And so I first
cool.
heard of them when they had the Ten Commandments monument at the state capitol.
Yeah.
So the Satanic Temple was like, oh, well, we're going to put Baphomet on the temple. And then it's like, no religious stuff on the Capitol grounds. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
you know, and this is where the whole like the Christian right versus like the secular government that we're all adhering to. And, you know, it's like, oh, you want free religion until the other religions want it. And then, oh, well, actually, no, it should be secular, you know. And I love that I love the troll factor of the Satanic Temple, but like that's the depth of them.
What's pointing out a truth, like both of those things are true. You just said like what they're doing is true. Like they're saying freedom of religion, you have to recognize this, and you know that's basically all they do. They're a negative, they're a counter. That's all they exist to do. But that's the thing is in the new argument now, the new right or dissident right, whatever those guys, it's always like, well, it was freedom to practice like Christian religion. It's positive freedoms. It's freedom to do good things, and it's like
founding fathers were Masonic deists. They were not Christian necessarily.
Well, and like I said, my thing is there's no biblical argument for that. There's no biblical argument for governance. There's only volunteer church hierarchy. That's the only thing that there is. And that's a wonderful thing in my view because I'm a Christian, but the church is considered a new nation unto itself in Christianity. It does not get to govern other nations.
Yeah. Oh, that was the other thing that slipped my mind. It was you're talking about like only Christ can do this, you know, the whole Tolkien thing. And it's like, I really hate, and this has been off and on a thing in America since at least probably the 80s, the victim culture of Christianity. It's like, you don't accept this pathology of life. And somehow the cognitive dissonance of like Christ says, remember, they did it to me. So like, they're going to do it to you.
Your founder was crucified.
But then they're like, oh, they're attacking Christianity. And it's like, well, I mean, my argument is like, you've kind of like, you know, having your cake and eating it too, because the book talks about like, well, this is a hard path. So many people are going to reject you.
Yeah.
You know, it's self-fulfilling in my view that like,
stop complaining about it.
But yeah, it's like, regardless of like interpreting that, it's like, you agree to this. And so why are you shocked that everyone mocks you and rejects you? Because your God is like, your symbol is your dead God. You know, the crucifix.
No,
I was Catholic. I'm sorry. My mom was Jehovah's Witness. My mom was Jehovah's Witness.
Really sorry.
And then slowly she left that, and then she was kind of lax, and I started going to the Baptist church in the area. And then we started progressing through the history of Christendom to eventually Catholicism. And I was Catholic for like 10 years. Pope Francis is like kind of the real, like, yeah, something's not right with this. And we're seeing like he had a lunch at the Vatican with trans people. Now he's letting them get baptized. And I'm like, what? This is why I say religion. I know that it's just evolving and this religion's dying, but there's new religions coming through the shell of it or whatever, mimicking Rome. But if the Catholic Church is caving with all of its history and all its precedents, any other faith has less ground to stand on. In this fight of like the assimilation that's happening.
Well, no, that's a great term. It's like, it's crazy. Like I said, I've been a Christian for 15 years. It's amazing to me watching people who aren't religious seeing the same thing. They're seeing that like, okay, there's like a global religion kind of taking over, whether we call it a religion or not. Something is globalizing everything, you know? Like, that's a terrifying reality, but that's what's happening. And that's actually what we wrote Apollyon 20XX about is, you know, and we call it basically a God that's taking over because so many people are feeling it, man. Like something weird's happening. You know,
I mean, I'm kind of laughing because it's like, oh, now you get to experience what you did to Rome. Because like I went to a Catholic church with a friend last year. I hadn't been in like 7 years or so. And it was funny in this trek I'm in with Hellenism because it's a lot of like you're kind of on your own. Maybe you can find little clicks or whatever on the internet. I haven't found that yet, but it's a lot of trying to reconstruct because there's nothing. The things we have that apply to Hellenism are actually written by Rome. So
Yeah.
it's the Romanized practice of the state. And so I think Catholicism is more or less what they were doing, but more joyful, generally speaking. The feasts and everything, Saturnalia, all that stuff. The Carnia of the Greeks with like Sparta. I think the fragments we're trying to grasp for, it's not in like Wicca practice, which is fine. That's fine if you want to do that angle, but I think it's more or less like the practice of Catholicism without like the self-flagellation. And it was funny though going in there because it's like I'm seeing the body of like the church building in a different light, where it's like this is a Roman basilica, this like little shrine to Mary at the side, away from the altar or the patron saint of the church, and all the stained glass. This is what would be little shrines in, like, say, the shrine of Jupiter. There'd be all these little, or the temple of Jupiter. There'd be all these little shrines to all the other gods.
Yeah.
And this, they've just, but then it's mixed with Jewish because you got the tabernacle for the bread, and you got the blood ritual that pretty much all these Mediterranean religions were doing in some form or fashion. So it's just funny to see it in a new light where it's like, yeah, this is just the shell of Rome that you've inhabited, and now it's happening to you, and you don't like it, and so it's funny to me.
No,
I mean, I bemoan it because there's a lot of
something worse is coming.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I conceptually we're kind of allies, but like at the end of the day, we're enemies. It's not as bad as like Islam and Christianity or something.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot over it, but you're enemies. But at the end point, we're going to be enemies. But I see like, well, this is worse.
No, you've said a lot of things, man. You said a lot of truth that I've been seeing and thinking about. Is first of all, no, you're absolutely right. Like what Catholicism did to Rome, because it became politicized and it dominated a culture that existed, and Christianity was never supposed to do that. But that didn't start there. I mean, there's this recurring theme of the God Emperor or Caesar all throughout human history, and that's what really weird and fascinates me. And one reason we wrote this is, how do we explain that pattern? How do we explain the pattern of one person, one man, or a few people always trying to set themselves up as a god? Like, what is that about humans that makes us do that? It's really weird. You can't be like, oh, it's an alpha male thing. Like, no, that doesn't seem to make sense. Like,
no. Oh my God. What you just said there, it's not an alpha male thing. That's hilarious because there's this scientist I started digging into, Robert, I think his name is Robert Wrangham.
Okay.
He specializes, he's like the second generation after Jane Goodall with like ape studies.
Okay, the apes.
And yeah, so he mainly focuses on like chimpanzee behavior and society and everything. That side.
Yeah.
1 second. I watched this clip of him and Lex Friedman.
Okay.
Because of the topic, he's talking about like it had like Leonidas from 300 in it and like apes. I'm like, what is this? And so listen to it. And this guy's got
war in Sparta.
This guy's got a crazy idea of like, well, like, yeah, in an ideal world, we should just abort all males and we'd have like harmony in nature. So he's got cracked ideas.
Women never fight.
But, yeah, like I'm not one to get triggered by, again, like the Tom Ford examples. Like I don't shut my brain off because I hear a wacky idea. Because he has like his own scientific experience to like inform him this perspective. So I appreciate that, but he was talking about how like human history is a history of betatization. And he talks a lot about like some before kind of unrelated science about pedomorphology in animals, because like bonobos are like a subspecies of chimps, but they're like pedomorphized. They're more like childlike and softer looking, their features. You see this, that's like the real difference between wolves and dogs is they're I know it's a weird word to say today with the grooming and all that accusations, but pedomorphology, it's in every animal through history. There's something about like the Disney like cute factor that we're all going for in animal kind. And he's talking about how like we like to promote like the alpha male, this ideology and stuff, but it's like actually you see it through human history of like someone gets too much power and they kill them, and you see this in chimps, and It's funny you mentioned that whole alpha thing. 'Cause it's like there's a real like scientific thread that
Mhm.
people have like uncovered and are writing about with this idea just in nature.
No, and that's the thing, though. It's especially human history. There's a strange fixation on, like, especially now, because like, I get it. Masculinity has been attacked for like 80 years or maybe 100 years in our culture. So now we've got like morons like Andrew Tate, or what is that his name? Andrew?
Yeah,
I
Andrew
don't
Tate.
know. These guys aren't men. Like they're adult males, but they're not men. They don't know what it means to be a man. They don't. These guys weren't getting up at 2 in the morning because the dam burst in their village, and they're the only ones that are gonna go there and like pack mud and sand to like stop it. You know what I mean? Like they don't keep a society together. So what they sell is a simulacrum fantasy of masculinity. And as you just said, like that's not in conjunction with history. And even like I know, even when a chimp like Alpha is too aggressive, all the other males will kill him.
Coalitions happen, yeah. So
Yeah, and
yeah, to be an alpha male, like the king of the tribe, the chimp has to like the male alpha chimp has to actually have like a kind of beta coalition that he's appeasing.
yeah, because
But then there's a weird thing though with sex in chimps that might apply to humans with like abusing your partner.
Oh yeah.
You know, because there's this whole thing about like the battered wife syndrome or whatever. You know,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've heard that one.
like there's extremes like Ted Bundy, where not even his crimes, but knowing he's a criminal, he was still pulling women in jail
Yeah,
during his trial
because
and
he's
whatnot.
dangerous.
Yeah, it's a subconscious thing, but it's weird because like they observe like most interaction of like adult male chimps is just like they'll like for kind of no reason just like beat the fuck out of the women chimps. And there's
Maybe
a
they didn't have
correlation
supper
though.
ready when they got home.
There's a correlation with the more a male beats one of the females, the more likely the children are directly. It's because they're very
Yeah.
promiscuous species of apes.
Yeah,
And yet there's a correlation with like a kind of monogamous genealogy with tied with more abuse to the female.
oof.
And it's like I feel like there's some thread there that applies to humanity. I can't piece it out yet. I'm not the scientist, but
Yeah.
I'm interested. Just like orangutans, the betas rape to be in the gene pool.
Yeah.
It's like it's very problematic. The primatologists are very aware of like they don't want to touch this as like because this could apply to humans, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we can't be honest with like science.
Yeah, that really grind. It's funny this whole gender stuff that we've been dealing with for I don't know at least since
Yeah.
like in the forefront, at least since like the Trump era
Mhm.
started. I remember as a kid I read this book about like an intersex person, and I had an intersex person in school.
Yeah.
And it's weird because like you see how all this stuff is argued of like you're just genociding, we're oppressed and stuff. It's like I'm from like a super red Oklahoma in a super small town, just like blue collar scraping by people.
Yeah.
And in this small town that you would be like, if you're black or gay, you would already go there and think, oh, I shouldn't stay here. But like no one really care.
Yeah, no
you'd
one
be
really cares.
you'd be ostracized, sure, but that's like whatever. You're not the norm.
Yeah.
They wouldn't actually hurt you anything. They'll live peacefully with you. You're just a weirdo. But yeah, like I think 8th grade, they had like the doctor come with the girl at this point and be like, yeah, we're not going to like get into it much, but this person is actually boy name now. They had a mishap when they were born. They couldn't identify, and so they thought he was a girl, but he's actually a boy, and so you're going to call him this name now.
Yeah, which is a
And
legitimate case.
we just like so that was my interest, like having
Yeah.
been around that, and I read this like intersex thing and stuff, and it's like okay, interesting. But then I start seeing stuff with like the ContraPoints was popular for a while,
Oh.
and they're pushing this stuff of like, oh, there's all sorts of genders like intersex. It's like no, that's a deformity of genetics.
Yeah.
That's not a gender. That's a
And
mess
it
up.
usually turns out
Triple
you are,
X is not a gender. That's a genetic mess up.
yeah, and
I
it turns out
saw
you usually
this-
are one of the dominant. Like you are one or the other.
Yeah,
You just
and
happen to
it's just
have
funny in
something like that.
hindsight 'cause, like, I saw this as a problem back then of, like, scientific dishonesty, and now we
Yeah.
see now it's just gone full bore, uh, you know, because it's money. Again, I don't like
Mhm.
capitalism because, like, I don't know what's better. You know,
Yeah.
clearly communism's not the answer. But
Yeah.
capitalism is so predatory in its core.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just
it's only
resource accumulation.
yeah. Capitalism is only good for one thing, and that is profit. That is profit generation. That's its job. But that's it. Everything else is sacrifice for profit. But that's what it is. Like that's what it's designed to be. You know.
Yeah, and then I
Yeah.
started learning stuff about like there's this really cool documentary. I'll probably dig it up on YouTube and send it to you, but it's like about like the industry of World War II
Oh
and
God,
like
that's a rabbit hole.
the dichotomy of the Third Reich versus like America and Britain and stuff, where it's
Yeah.
like it was funny because like the history of mankind or storytelling, we love like underdogs. We love like the
Hmm.
scrappy quality Fellowship of the Ring versus the industrialized mass produced urukai, and we see like we tied that with inherent quality and goodness, and
Yeah.
yet us as the victors, the Third Reich was the Fellowship of the Ring, and we were the urukai.
Well, I could see that from an industry standpoint. The only pushback I would give is because that only happened because America ramped up the industry. Because before World War II, we were pretty messed up as well because we had
Yeah,
just crashed. But that's another cool topic that they go into is the faceless masses. Real that trope really took off after World War II because of communism. Because what soldiers saw and what people saw was like, yeah, they treat people like cogs basically. And I don't know. I've loved studying like the history of dystopia, like dystopian novels, and like 99.99% of that entire genre came because of communism.
that's interesting.
Like the first like three or four big books literally came from people who had witnessed communism. They were like, yeah, this is because mostly everything that was utopian fiction before that was written by socialists before
They got in
socialism
power.
took off. Yeah.
Well, that's
I'm
like free speech, you know. Like people, I've seen a meme today where it's like the left of like the '60s, and he's like in a hippie van. It's like no CIA, free speech, and then it shows like the current leftist of
yeah.
like mask mandates, no free
Well,
speech.
what they won't
And it's
say
like
though is that
those
hippie was
people were saying that because they didn't have the authority.
yeah. Well, and literally because that hippie was the CIA.
That too, yeah. I haven't read a lot, but I've seen some like summaries of like Ted Kaczynski. I'm like, this guy was brilliant. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate. You know,
Yeah.
what a hero.
It's you're like ideas okay, like machinations not so good.
Well, me and Ricky talk about this stuff a lot about like what is right. You know, that's why I love Game of Thrones because it's a big political theory show of like ultimately, no matter what system you run, however equitable you're trying to be, someone's getting fucked.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
or you got to take someone out to have that equity. You know,
We've and that's part of that. You get the problem with progressivism. This utopian vision is they'll lie and lie and lie and like, oh, no one has to suffer. No one has to suffer. No one has to suffer. And then they kill a million people. And
or
yeah.
in Africa, because I was in like this
Hmm.
women's anthropology class, and it was interesting because yeah, it's clearly like catering like a leftist perspective, but it's very interesting because on accent, I think the curriculum,
Yeah.
uh, for instance, in Africa, there's all these tribes where they circumcise the women, and
Oh
so
yeah. Yeah.
there's this whole big UN push to you know the leftists whatever we got to stop female genital mutilation, and yet the actual people that they're trying to save in their
Yeah.
view are like, I'm not a woman if I don't do this. This is part of
Yeah.
my
This is my
culture.
culture. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like progressives are like making the goo people like in South Park.
Oh yeah. 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 Well, and that's the thing that's not limited to the left. It's the right too. Like this. It's just progressivism in general. Like they have a vision of how the world's supposed to be, and they're gonna enact it. And again, that goes back to Christianity. And this is where I'm gonna address that connection. I don't think progressivism is an offshoot of Christianity. I think it's an offshoot of Christendom, which is taking an ideology and giving it state power. So
Hmm.
I'm not trying to say make the meme of that wasn't real Christianity, but I will. But listen, I will say that because we have a book that details what it is, and when people say that about
What it
Marxism,
is.
when you read Marxism, he says by any means necessary. So it's you can't say that wasn't real Marxism.
Yeah.
It's like
Oh, any
yeah,
means necessary. That's what I was getting at
yeah.
with like the Game of Thrones thing. Is like
And well, the difference is the Bible. Christ says, "Here are the means you're allowed to do." And when you look at Christendom, they violated all those means.
yeah. Well, me and Ricky talk about like I think Pearl Harbor was a gay op by FDR. I think he let it happen. I think he let however many
Yeah,
thousands of sailors and airmen die, arguably for the greater good.
yeah.
You know, and it's like I think that's a valid perspective of a leader to be like. Yeah, like Lord
Necessary love.
Farquaad, where it's like,
Yeah.
many of you may die, but that's a risk I'm
or
willing to take.
or what's his name, Cat Brannigan on Futurama, where he's like, I bravely sent wave after wave of my own men to be killed by the killbots.
Right.
I am not versed at all in Futurama.
Man, you should. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
people
get him
talk about
into
a
it,
lot.
but there's too many episodes that he might not like, I think. But
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, but
You don't like robots?
no, Bender's funny. I've seen clips of Bender. Like he's fine, but it's just like I don't know. I just it's just not drawn to. Even though I'll
Yeah,
see
I
stuff
get
where
that.
like, wow, this is like Futurama, or like I seen a whole Mahler essay about.
Yeah, I
I
saw
don't know
that
what
one.
I don't know what he's
Yeah.
comparing it to, but it's
He's
like he goes in
comparing
all this detail
it
about
and Buffy
Futurama.
to
It was with the Vader.
Ahsoka.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
comparing
Yeah.
it and Buffy to Ahsoka. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I think about like I guess I view power and politicians and stuff as like Machiavellian. I think
Oh, yeah.
I think it's not just that they are, but I think it's like necessary. I think that's like
Yeah, like if you're
I
gonna
view
wield
it like
power, you have
medieval.
to wield it.
I think about power in a very medieval way of like I think there are the great men of history. I know that's like a
Yeah.
thread that the Nazis had.
Well, so what?
They inherited from historians' perspective.
They didn't invent it, and it didn't justify their entire thing. They just perverted it. Like
Um,
that's like it's like saying the swastika is Nazi. Like no, like they stole something and made it stupid.
yeah, but I think about power as like a divine right. What is the divinity, or is it just like a wacky idea because I'm stuck in a human perception? I don't know. I don't know the answer of like after what's governing that, but I do believe in like
You
a
might
destiny.
like. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm not trying to self promote, but Apollyon 20XX Revelations that we did. We did I did a 28 page like in world thesis from a guy, and like it's about like the idea of power and rule. You might like it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
The more
not
just the more I
yeah.
talk to you, more I'm like, yeah, I payday. I'm definitely back in this.
I'm not asking you to do that, but I'm saying like yeah.
No. I'm not going to bring people on if I'm not interested in their book. You know, like there's a guy
Yeah.
I'm trying to gay up to get on. Hopefully, he doesn't like find my Twitter and be like, oh, because I found his Twitter, I couldn't DM him.
He doesn't like
Like
that you're
emailed
funny.
him, but he like in his bio, he's like, oh, this and that experience writing a comic,
Yeah.
film, and he's like, at the end of it says leftist as fuck.
Oh,
And it's like,
sorry.
I don't mind that. Again, my
Yeah.
tweet today about like, I don't care about respect the customer.
Yeah,
Ripa doesn't fucking respect me, but I get such a kick out of him. He earns every dollar with his stupid books. It's like, I don't respect him, and he definitely doesn't respect me. That has no bearing on my purchasing them. Gary Glitter's crimes have no bearing on
Yeah.
my liking rock and roll or any of his other funny songs from the 70s.
No, separation of art and artist. I'm 100%
Yeah.
behind.
And
that.
so like I've always had this game plan whenever I'm able to fully create my comics is that like, yeah, you're not entitled to my Twitter just because you're a customer. That's stupid. Like if you're an asshole, this doesn't bar you from buying my shit. If that's like a problem for you, that's like your problem, but you're not going to dictate this whole, people really fluster this whole customer respect thing. It's like, you're a backer, you're going to get the product. I'm not going to yank your chain or whatever, or demean you or whatever. But like, if you're going to engage me, I have every right to hit back, and I'm not going to like pander to get your dollar. If anything, you should respect me as like a Gina Carano. You know, that's what frustrates so much is like people make these they cling to these idealistic heroes, and it's like she has a billionaire stepdad that owns casinos in Vegas. Like she's not
She can fight, but
she's
yeah,
not
you're
the
right.
victim you think she is. She has an out. She doesn't need Hollywood at all. She doesn't need to do any movies. She doesn't need Daily Wire. This is self-serving. She did like a Satan move of like better to rule in hell and
heaven.
yeah.
Yeah.
I it's not that I don't support like her fight against Disney, whatever, but it's also self-serving, and I can see that.
Yeah. Well, why shouldn't it be? She's herself.
Yeah, I hate how people like prop up. They're pick and choose who they prop up, and it's like, oh, how admirable. It's like, why am I not admirable? Because I say you're not going to dictate my actions. If anything, you should appreciate me because I'm not going to cater to you. I'm going
do
to
you have boobs?
Well, yeah, I'm totally aware of that shit too. It's like, why are you simping of all things? Why are you simping for like a 40-year-old woman? You know,
Which I do admire your action figure collection, your figures.
Oh yeah, I don't have my light on, but yeah,
I've got several over here. They're not as sexually appealing as yours. I don't think I can reach it, but I've got my own figures over here. I've got a bunch of stuff over here. Maybe I can. Maybe I think you can maybe see. Oh, that was just too dark. Here, give me a second. Again, Angus, this is the most I've ever shown anyone on a stream.
I just try to keep it real, honestly. You know, it's like I take the Rogan approach. Like I never know how a stream's going to go. It's like, yeah, you're going to get the same questions about like a book or something, but otherwise, like I just want to talk to people.
I just like when you said keeping it real, that reminded me of that scene from Clueless where he's getting his head shaved. He goes, "Cause I keep it real. Cause I keep it real."
You're gonna hate me. I've never seen Clueless.
Yeah,
I know of it. I know it's like she sleeps with her stepbrother or whatever. And it's like whatever. We love each other. And it's like okay.
She got stuck in the dryer. I can't reach it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've got several figures over there. They're just not as sexually appealing as yours.
What's your proclivity collecting?
Right now, I'm getting all the gargoyles from the show Gargoyle.
Okay.
Nice. All right.
NECA is making them, and they are absolutely fantastic.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, and I got a buddy that bought me a few of them. I got Zoids. Do you guys remember Zoids at all?
Sounds familiar. Is that like a Voltron thing?
Kind of. They don't combine, but they're like giant robot animals, and it was a really cool. There was two animes that were really cool, and then a bunch of them after that weren't so great. But they don't make them anymore. So whenever that's what I get myself for Christmas, like every year I spend like too much money on this thing they don't make anymore. It's a model figure, it barely stays together, but it looks so cool.
Well, here's my trick, because if like people came to the house or like old videos, you might see a couple where I got like all my toys behind me in my bedroom. It's like, I probably have spent thousands on shit, but I eBay. So first of all,
that's what I do.
I'm getting shit half the price usually. Also, collectively, I've probably broken even for everything I've sold. Like I got a fuck ton of like sideshow stuff that's not displayed anywhere, it's just in the box still. But it's like I've made enough money to like break even and have those, and they're still for sell. It's just you never know when you're selling them. So
yeah,
I'm trying to just actually put my full effort to sell my stuff.
I play Magic, dude. You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I was into Magic after deployment. I started getting into Magic, and that's how I got into actually going to comic stores is buy Magic cards.
What branch were you?
I was Army.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. But yeah, it was funny because like I had a friend, they were playing the PS3 game that was out, and so I'm like, well, I'm like kind of stuck with them right now, and his friend, so let me play, and I started like getting into it, and then they had some loose cards, so we made like bullshit decks. So I go to a first tournament because I start like, oh, this is fun, and I'm thinking, I'm not going to blow a bunch of money though. This is, I'm just going to like be a hobby, whatever. And then like half the cards in my deck were like not standard, and so I had to like bullshit from whatever was for sale for like
you had a blue white dragon in there.
Yeah, and so I got into it during like when Kiora's first Crashing Wave Planeswalker came out, and
Yeah.
Ashiok. I made this crazy green, blue, black deck where it's just like a mill deck to try to get Kiora on the field and swarm you.
Yeah.
You don't know how fun it is to have like a blue base deck, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, okay, so I do this, and I put this man on the field, and then I turn 3, and I do this thing, and I'm just like cancel." Dude, you don't know how fun it is to like just be such a fucking pacifist with magic spells.
Yeah. I only have like one deck with blue in it. I'm usually aggro.
No,
get
I
the
was never.
frustration. My stuff always gets countered.
Well, it was frustrating to play like red decks, or like my friend at the time, he had a pro level green deck, but he never had the right like matchups to advance.
Yeah.
He was good, and he'd always place like top 4 when we go to like Louisville, and it was because we would workshop our decks off each other, so we knew each other's stuff inherently. And it was like he had the Garrick, and he had like the Elvish Mystic, where it's like 1 mana, boom, I got this. Then that's a land, and so he'd do this green swarm with this god power. It's like, yeah, I turned this 1, you block here, but I do this instant on this guy, and now you're getting hit with like 50. And I'm like, well, I'm dead. And it was so fun because there's this one guy at a tournament at the small shop, and he was a guy that would like, he's like one of these super nerds, you know, 50-year-old guy, and he makes these like starter decks for the shop.
Yeah, that's cool.
And he had this like white deck, and so you got a bunch of flying shit, which I have no defense, I'm fucked. And so we got like 1-1, and then like the next one, I just like mill the fuck out of his deck. It was so fun. But one of the best ones was like, I think we both had like gods on the field and shit, and it's like, you know, iffy. And I pulled this move where like somehow I just managed to last. I think we only did this one match. We didn't even do the full 3 because it was such a long match between us. And they were like really setting up their swarm, and then like I like pulled a Jace. I'm like, all right, on the field, mill you 10. And then I'm like, all right, and now I put another Jace on the field, kill that Jace, and mill another 10 and like just milk their deck. I love like a thought out. Like aggro is like, yeah, cool, you win, but it's like it's not really fun because you just burn or swarm. It's like it's fun to have like a thought out, you know. I had a kick out, and then I want to get back into it, but apparently it's all online now. It sucks. So
I don't do that. We got a pod. I want to move on from this. I don't want to derail your whole thing, but
no,
like,
it's never really talked about my magic experience.
One of my best friends, he's awesome, man. He runs a distillery down here. He makes moonshine. That's what he does for a living, and he's brilliant. First of all, he studied health and what was it, nuclear physics or whatever. And he worked in like a reactor. He like didn't like it. He was like he tried to do like hospital. He's like, I don't like any of these people. Like, so he started making moonshine. But he builds like the coolest weird decks, man. He wins with them. He built one.
That is such a Ted Kaczynski story. I love it.
Well, yeah, I mean, this guy would do it, but he built one called Barren Glory. There's a card called Barren Glory that says at the end of or at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have no other cards on the field but Barren Glory, you win the game. And his whole deck is built around that, and he wins with it, dude. He gets rid of all of his cards and drops that, and he just waits. And you can't stop him because he's building stuff up, and he's like, "Oh, it's my turn again. I win." Yeah,
I love subversion, so I think that's why I was so having much, especially because like you had cancel, but then you also for a while had a card that was only 2.
Yeah,
that was a cancel as well. So you could have a deck with 8 cancels and plus say like reshuffle card where it's like, oh, reshuffle your graveyard.
or cast from graveyard or something, you know?
Yeah, it's like, okay, I play this card, it's an artifact, gives me 5 life, and I recycle my deck into my hand. And it's like, that was so fun. And so, yeah, I could pull that shit with Jace on you, and yeah, now you're out like 30. But yeah, let's look at this trailer for your. I watched it last night on the stream.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I saw it.
Yeah. Oh man. So for this book specifically, what do you want to get into?
Well, just for this book, it's the story is right there. Basically, in the late 19th century, an alien metal falls to Earth. This group called the Order, secret society, gobbles it up, and they start running experiments with it, and it explains all the technological advancements of the 20th century. Governments start arguing it over it, fighting it over it, but they realize that it can bond with humans. It can replicate and bond with any kind of organic matter. So they start replicating it all throughout the earth, and their plan is, okay, well, we'll create a machine slash person that we can use to control everything that's been infected with this metal, and that's basically everything on Earth. So they're kind of, it's a quick way to put it, they're making their own giant Cerebro from X-Men. Well, the main candidate they had for it, a guy named Zero, who was supposed to they put into the God machine to try to control people. He escapes and he collects some of these young other augments. An augment is anyone who's ever been affected by impure metal. Gives them powers. Basically, they were experimented on, and he recruits them. He helps them break out, and now their goal is to stop the Order. So we usually describe it as Claremont's X-Men meets 1984.
Okay.
Yep. Deals a lot with a lot of the crazy stuff we see happening. A lot of the stuff that you and I have been talking about.
Well, it makes me think of Neuralink. It makes me wonder, like,
very much like that. Yeah.
Is this like a big concern of yours on top of like the whole like religion changing shapes?
Well, it's all the same. That's the problem. It's all the same. It's all consolidation of people's wills under the domination of one or a few. I don't know if Neuralink will ever work. Like that's one thing when we get into AI. I don't think AI will ever be what people think it is. Like it's not a consciousness. I work in IT and I'm not like brilliant at it, but I know what an algorithm is, and AI is not conscious. It's never gonna be conscious.
People like to get really superstitious and fearful about stuff, and it's all the end. It's always the end. You know, every year it's always the end. We're in the end time.
What do they say on 4chan? Nothing ever happens.
I feel like that's the most accurate thing ever. Oh no, all the artists are going to go out of business because of AI. No.
Yeah, right.
No. So yeah, I guess in conjunction with like especially your ideas of this book, we'll talk about the AI thing. I've not put actually lots of thought in AI. I mean, something like Ex Machina or Terminator, these kind of things are interesting ideas, but I think they're like super exaggerations of being image creator. That's where we're at. Sure, the government's probably got more advanced stuff because more or less every technology is based on militaristic endeavors or economics, and so the government is aware before anyone else. And there are, decades invest, like the internet has actually like goes back to like the 60s, I think, or 40s, trying to make, and there's people that thought of it in I think the 1800s. And you clearly don't know what it was going to be, but they had pretty good projections from what I've like gathered. So it's kind of crazy, people forecasting crazy inventions. But yeah, I think AI ultimately for like the art, just generate art or whatever. No, it's not going to hurt artists. I think at some point people are going to get over it and be like, all right, this is like Photoshop.
Yeah.
If anything, I think it's a good thing because it's going to make more people interested in art and realize the limitations of AI. However good it gets to make art, it's like at some point you're like, well, it's not quite getting it. I guess I got to study to like fine tune it, whether that's just like being an engineer, an IT guy, or actually pursuing the arts in whatever subfield of that. So like I'm totally open and excited for what AI can do. Everyone wants to catastrophize that it's like an extension of like self-checkout,
Well, and fear sells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You- Look, we got drones now, but we're like,
Well, it's like,
what's the point of war if we're
the
just
worst-
shooting robots at each
the
other?
worst thing it does is kind of like exactly just like with drones. It's like, well, okay, more people can use it, I guess. So I think that bugs people that don't like have any art or something, they can sort of more easily be able to do it. And they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, well, fuck, dude, I worked harder on it though."
I
But
mean,
it's like,
people
I don't think
know
it's
what
taking away
sucks.
what people would already like get your comic anyway or something, right?
Yeah, and there always be like we just discussed this. Like there will always be people who suck at making stuff.
Yes.
And some of those people will make tons of money making stuff that sucks, but it doesn't
I wonder
matter.
who that could be.
Yeah, there's lots of them. Like, that's the problem. Have you seen how many titty books there are on Kickstarter that look like ass? Like,
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
Xenoscope times 10, where it's like we're not even trying with the interiors.
yeah,
We got
and,
20 variants though.
and well, it's like again, BVS was like, "Have you seen 4.99?" And like, I had no idea, I'd never seen that comic, and then you guys looked at it, I was like, "Man, this book looks total ass." Like, and thanks you guys for showing me so many terrible comics, by the way.
We like to sometimes check out bad stuff and or are entertained by it. So, like, bring it on. Bring on some bad shit sometimes.
Well, I can guarantee you. Let me put on my capitalism hat. This does not suck, and it's because I didn't do the art. My friend Josh Adams did. He's a brilliant artist. He does all of it. He does the inking, coloring, everything. So it's just the two of us.
Well, I'm annoyed at this cover because the center, I guess, God helmet.
Yeah, that's
I
Zero.
guess.
Yeah.
There's an image in my head that like I've dabbled drawing,
Yeah.
never done it in school or anything, but like when I was deployed, I started like doodling, and I was starting to get good at like pinups, essentially trying to draw like girls' faces, whatever. I was starting to get good at it, and I just didn't keep up with it after deployment, and I'm trying to will myself back to trying to like get at my table and start going through the 10,000 hours plus
Yeah.
to like do it, and it's just discouraging because you suck.
Oh, I know. I gave up in second grade because I couldn't draw.
But I knowing my past, it's like I think I got some if I stick to it. I think because like at the end of the day, a goal of mine would be I'd love to be able to draw my own comic.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
And so that's like the fire under me, but I'm lazy, so it's but I have this image that's like very much like this. I mean, there's this newer Batman villain that kind of has
Abyss.
something like this aesthetic of the helmet, but like for me it's like the mouth would be more it's echoing like my own idea image wise, where I'm like, oh man, I'm trying to get to something like this. It's different than this, but it's like this is very much
Just use AI to steal our stuff.
I have the drawing skills of a talented child.
Look, that's way better than mine. I send Josh stick figures. Like
Oh yeah,
actual stick figures.
this was an assignment for a class, and they said to do stick figures, and I was like, but I don't want to do stick figures.
You said, fuck stick figures. I'm going to make a Kathy comic.
Pretty much.
Oh wait,
Pretty
no.
much.
When you said cut, I was thinking. I don't know if you ever saw these books in school. Cam Jansen.
No.
You ever heard of that? It was the stupid.
Can't stand you.
The stupid kid series of this photographic. What do you call it? Photographic memory detective girl. And so it
Like
always be.
Encyclopedia Brown, but it's a girl.
I don't know Encyclopedia Brown, but it's like a
It's a
girl.
dude.
And let me just find the synopsis really quick because I'm butchering it.
Encyclopedia Brown was this kid with a photographic memory that solved crimes.
Cam Jansen is a crack detective with a photographic memory. Together with her friend Eric, she solves Eric.
They put a chick in it and made it gay.
Together with her friend
Oh,
Eric,
okay.
she solves every mystery that comes her way.
Can she solve why she's single at 40?
Like it was funny because like she would like whatever like a Blue's Clues moment, find a clue and go like click, and like
Oh,
they would have
stole-
drawings.
She
And so
stole
she
that from
would click.
Encyclopedia Brown. Like, Encyclopedia Brown would literally say click whenever he memorized something.
That's hilarious because I never heard of that character. There was just a bunch of Cam Jansen in my school library.
Cam Jansen.
Yeah.
Encyclopedia Brown. Yeah, he would literally say click whenever he memorized something.
That's hilarious. Oh my
This chick
god.
totally ripped off Encyclopedia Brown for Cam Jansen. George Cam Jansen.
Yeah, when I first got to the school I was in Oklahoma, Cam Jansen and Hank the Cow Dog. That was my shit. And then I got into
Hank the Cow Dog.
the Redwall series.
Okay.
Haven't kept up with it, but
I think you grew up in a parallel dimension and then just making stuff up.
no,
I haven't heard
man.
of any of those things.
You never heard of Hank the Cow Dog? Oh my god,
No.
they got. I don't know.
I was
I don't know
watching
if it's
Dragon
still-
Ball Z.
I don't know if it. Oh no, when I was a kid, like I don't remember what I was watching.
Universe.
I don't know what I was watching. I remember watching Reboot when that was a thing.
Oh, Reboot was great, man.
And there's other stuff, Looney Tunes, whatever is on before Toonami. I'd be
Angus, how
watching.
old
And
are you, man? You
31.
don't mind me asking. 31. Jeez, I'm older than you. Well, I'm surprised you remember Reboot. That's great.
But yeah, when Toonami would come on, maybe they would have Thundercats, and then like Dragon Ball would come on, and I was like, fuck that. Like I would rather just, as a child, I'd rather turn the TV off than watch.
I'm trying to get him into Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball Z.
I like the original Dragon Ball so far. It's cute. It's fun. I love the pervy jokes. I love like the unapologetic, taboo, tongue-in-cheek humor the Japanese will do.
Why do you have a bud on your chest?
Yeah, it's fun, especially like being an adult and seeing the child imaginative. That's why I like the show Big Mouth. I haven't kept up with it since season 2, but like everyone, especially on the right, be like, "Oh, it's child porn cartoon." It's like, dude, shut the fuck
You're
up.
gonna get demonetized just for that sentence.
It's such a like I really appreciate it because it's like I love that idea of like looking back at pubescent childhood and the ideas you had in that specific field of thought as a child coming into adulthood biologically and all the hormones and stuff and personifying. I think it's so inventive and funny.
I thought cats were female dogs till I was like 8.
I thought, well,
I was dumb.
I thought everyone had penises. So
They don't.
yeah.
This changes everything. It's 2024, man.
Well, yeah, that's what's funny is like coming into the this whole trans thing. It's like that's like my favorite models, but now it's like no, they're not promoting those hot, Yeah, it's guys with boobs. I get it, but these hot women with cocks. No, it's Dylan Mulvaney, just weirdos and guys with beards saying they're women. It's like why can't you get any of these porn stars to be the spokespeople of like convincing like it's not gay, like do that. what is going on? Like you have a clear aesthetic to fool people into your frame and ease it in, or like Barbie where they have a trans actress and they never make it a deal. Like it's very obvious it's a guy, when you hear her talk, but aesthetically she passes most of the movie till you like really look at her. It's like, okay, that's a trans, but passable, I guess. But like that's how you do it. You just you ahura them into the show and make people complacent. You don't beat them over the head and say like it or you're bad. That's what's frustrating too. Is like you could win so many people to your side, at least tolerance.
You'd be a great grifter.
How so?
You should just join Ripaverse.
Wow. Never been so insulted.
No, I'm saying you'd be good at it.
Well, I mean, he's got the Saska sisters and everyone's, that's why I've been pushing Trans Gyro.
I didn't know they made American Mary till you revealed that. And like that movie I actively avoided because it looks so bad.
I think I saw it when like I first had like my first job and I could like afford to like go to Redbox and grab whatever, and my mom's not gonna bother me in my room, and so it was like I don't have good internet, so this is like my gooning at that point.
Mom, I'm watching a feminist revenge porn. Get out.
Yeah, it's just funny because
they're gonna write comics one day, Mom.
When we went over it, I was planning to watch a lot of their films so I can, because I'm into film and I wanted to see what they. And then
Ricky's like
making comics, and when he read it, I'm like, well, I don't like the sound of any of
You
those
said,
movies.
you said all of that sounds awful.
I'm like, yeah, I don't want to watch any of that.
Well, it's funny
because
because Rookie's like, all right, I've heard enough. And it's like, well, there's more.
Because you read it for like 40 minutes.
I'm like, how can there be more?
you read like an entire New York Times article.
Yeah, well, that's I don't know his statue now, but he I think completed his PhD. I think when he wrote that, he was in his PhD
Oh, good
film
for him.
student phase when he wrote that. And so if people want to discredit that article, like, well, that's not an interview. It's like, no, he like wrote it, in a collegiate level and cited all of the references to make this essentially synopsis of their career and their efforts with their art, which I don't bemoan, against like their intention, but I don't bemoan that. It's like, this is what you have found as a cause cool, and you seem completely devote to it. And this needs to be exposed to the Ripa fans as the gay op it is, because Ripa, it wouldn't be a problem. Like Ripa put out that video the other day of like, you don't have to have my politics work as long as you leave it at the door, and we're here to like make the hot dog. He knows this is a problem going forward, people uncovering this to his audience. It's a big problem. So he's trying to damage control beforehand.
The guy should learn some humor and lean into it. Be like, no, you have to.
Well, he
believe
can't
everything."
because his channel is all about like, don't let these people in, because he'll be moaning like, oh, look, here's this.
Don't give money to people who hate you and all that.
Yeah. And it's like, well, what the hell is this? You sound like a hypocrite. And this is why I'm like pushing Trans Yaira so much. I'm hijacking a character and trying to like conflate.
What's funny is I think it's gonna work.
Well, it's funny
because
because
come out with cool images. I'm like, oh, that looks actually.
Well, it's funny because people are like, this looks cooler than Yaira. And I'm having so much fun. Like this is.
It's a weird way he marketed, because I don't know the guy. Whatever. I'm not gonna do it. But like, when you read the stuff, like the reviews, or you hear the reviews, like it seems like the whole Rippaverse is just a Yaira promotion. Because it's like every book that comes out, nobody cares about the book; they care about her.
Well, yeah. When Item 1 came out, most people were like, "Well, who's this Yaira chick?"
Yeah,
and then he's like, "I wasn't even gonna make a book, but everybody wanted her to be the book, so now it's gonna be a book." All right.
Well, that would be fine too. I actually don't have a problem with that idea of like. That's kind of like George Lucas and Boba Fett. People want to cry about
that's what I'm
Jango
saying.
Fett.
I'm saying that's what happened, but
yeah, it's like that's fine to have the audience kind of influence. Like, oh, I never really thought that would really take off or be. It wasn't a big deal to me making it, but people really like it. So, like, cool. Jango Fett. Let's give a backstory to Boba Fett and his father, where the armor came from, and I like that idea. But it just seems like I don't like it from him, not because him or whatever. It's because, Nick, I covered it. I got a video. My last video is about that.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, man, I had no idea who Yellow Flash was. I think I've seen a few videos of his, but I don't keep up with Drama Farm, man. But it's weird.
You're going to start.
No. What I'll say is I do know enough about this because, like, of what I've researched this week or whatever. There's two things EVS is good at. That man is good at comics. He's a great artist. And he's good at like drama, and like stuff doesn't stick to that guy. I don't know if he's like super honest. I'm not saying that, or if he just keeps receipts. But like, you don't start a fight with that guy over petty stuff. He wins.
Yeah. Well, it's like really dumb if you're like trying to make your first comic as a YouTuber, and the first, your peer that you're flocking to, has all this like kind of like misgiving with different factors of his company, within the products, and are people actually enjoying this, or are they just covering because they wasted the money and so they just got to like stay entrenched?
Yeah, I don't know if Rippaverse can last. Like,
I hope it does.
We're hoping
I'm
that
having
they
fun.
do last. We're hoping that they do last. But
are you sure you're not a capitalist, Angus?
No, this is full, like legitimately. I know. I've been on YouTube enough. I know when I see people just like they hammer a thing because it's getting them the money or the views.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, we're not as entertaining as the other video, Nick.
This is organically just fun drama
Yeah.
Like I'm fully invested. This is not a put on.
Yeah.
You can ask
Oh no,
Hawk.
it's like believe me, man, this would be the greatest put on ever. But I've
Oh
seen
my
you
god,
do.
no! I've thought about how funny that'd be to like just like build a channel off Ripahate and then 180 be like Ripaverse, yeah, screw you wokies, and no, that's never going to happen because like what I'm saying is completely honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when you're an unproven YouTube trying to make a comic, you're unproven.
Hmm.
It and you flock to a guy with all of this like misgiving to say the least,
Yeah.
going against EVS, who's like any of the comic readership in this sphere that you have been in for years together
Yeah.
and cross-pollinated. It's not going to translate to sales for you, Yellow Flash, when you're like stabbing him in the back. And it's like you just if you just would play mommy daddy on the internet for your respective shared fans, it's just like Ripa did not understand that a lot of people that even though they're a much smaller channel, Dick's got way more history than Ripa on the internet.
Yeah.
And there's cross-pollination for at least Dick and Eric respectively. And he has made him he got complacent with the hater stream stuff of like monetize your haters. He's insulated himself thinking that everyone saying nay, nay, nay was an SJW.
Yeah.
He didn't realize that like there's people from the Dick camp that are your followers. People that watch Vito are your followers because like Vito is a kind of nuanced liberal. He's not a radical leftist. And so yeah, you've really like you could have like ginned up this war back and forth. You try to play like victim repeatedly and then just disregard what is cross pollination. It's not going to work out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like I said, I'm not familiar so much with his YouTube stuff, Ethan Van Sciver, but what I've seen is that man knows how to navigate this stuff.
Oh,
it seems like Eric doesn't, and I think the Dick and Vito stuff really shows. Like, man, you've never dealt with like trolls, and you've never dealt with guys that feed off of this.
He's clearly never had an opponent that was an equal.
Yeah.
And he's never had to be like, oh, he like Dick and Vito are like the Joker to him being like just straight laced, and he doesn't know how to deal with it. And he's clearly this, revealing this like gang past, however like substantial that was, or however high ranking he might have been in his clique.
I don't know how Texas gangs work.
He's
it's
from
all
Dallas.
on horses, man. It's all on horses.
He's from Dallas, so that's like metropolitan.
I don't know. We've only got Bloods and Crips here, so.
But
the usual suspects, yeah.
I really think, despite, selling all of this, like I'm a libertarian and, not even intentionally, but like saying all the right things to appeal to a mass conservative base that's following him. It's like, Black people need to be like Eric and start a family, and right the wrongs of like the LBJ welfare state that has crippled the Black community. All this Thomas Sowell stuff, all this like good rhetoric and stuff, and clowning Jody's Corner. Like, I got a house. I don't need bitches. I have a wife. That contrast where he is to the general Black community that's revering all this stuff. He's like the coon.
He should have said it like a comedian. Like, man, I don't need bitches. I've got a wife. I can't deal with it.
He's saying all the right stuff, but his background, it's really showing like the heart of him, because I really think, like there's a speculation from Vito, like maybe he didn't write this. I think someone wrote it for him. It's like,
I don't know.
I think he wrote it. I think he wrote it.
Seems very much like Eric. It uses certain phrases that he uses that are in there.
I really think he wrote it, and he thought, well, I made all this money, and so I'm the king of the castle, and no one can touch me. And then you get someone's like a comedian and a troll online, and your money or your sub count doesn't mean shit to this guy.
Yeah.
He's not going to bend the knee. He's cross-pollinated with like the Ricada and stuff too. So he's kind of close. And they were trying to get him on, actually, apparently. Riley, the Clippa guy, he was in, I guess, DMs, whatever, producing Dick's show, trying to get him on for, I guess, Dick's promo.
Can I pause you right there? if you are at that level, why are you putting anything in writing to anybody, man? Like, it will always come back to you. It will always. People can screenshot things. I work in IT, man. Nothing vanishes from the internet. It's
Well, like,
always there.
I don't know what was said, but apparently he had like a very hard refusal, and it's just like, wow, this could have gone so different if you just like either said, haha, well,
Yeah.
thanks, I disagree, and my fans like
Well,
it,
I did
but
want your
I appreciate
opinion.
your criticism.
I did want your opinion because you guys kind of get into it on Razor Fist, and I have a because I've watched more of his stuff. I've watched his stuff for like years because he looks like my friend, and I liked his Metal Mythos stuff. I'm a
Can't stand
musician.
his voice. I've watched
Yeah.
one like
At
comic
least
video.
he knows it's annoying though.
Yeah, I've watched like a comic video where it's like, this is good, but like I can't, his style.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I don't actually have anything to say about like his general presence or personality. None of that. So it's
What
just
about the idea of the Iron Age? Like, what do you guys think about that?
um
Because I do
just
know
like,
something about that.
I don't know, because it just sounds, I don't know nothing about it, so I'm just assuming
Yeah.
like, are people trying to like rebrand and make a new sect of Comics Day or something? 'Cause, like, we
That's
got
why I'm
Comics Day.
confused. Yeah, that's what's confused me. Like I said, we just got into the indie stuff like a year or two ago, and like there's
I think the
all
Iron
these
Age
different
is meant
things.
to encapsulate more than comic books specifically, so that
Well,
it's like
I like that idea.
that whole sphere of independence films and everything too.
Yeah, but I think he said he didn't intend it as a movement. It was just an idea, and
Well,
I like
I thought it was just
that,
supposed to
yeah.
represent the current time that we're in.
Yeah, like a
some
description.
things.
Yeah.
Description of the
Well,
time.
I saw him on Peter Simity's channel. Do you know Peter
Yeah,
Simity?
yeah, alternate
Yeah,
comics. Never backed him, but he seems like a
super
cool guy.
talented guy. Like I said, I don't really know much about him. When I see like his 5-minute drawings and I see his comics, he looks super talented, and he seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. But I saw them talk about it, and I don't know. It sounded pretty cool as an idea. Like they were. It sounded like more like they were describing. Yeah, like you've got to build your own crap now because everything sucks. So I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, we were talking earlier when we started, it's like I'm of the idea. I think comics, like, maybe it was necessary at first to like be sensational and get attention,
Yeah.
you know, and not to say that it wasn't actually heartfelt, the commentary about whatever new stuff, but this like broad stroking the mainstream comic book industry as it's just a woke haven of trash.
Yeah.
Maybe the individual reader can feel that because of their history with the characters and the new iterations, whatever.
Yeah.
But to discredit all the like new stuff that is like either satisfactory standard superhero and the team and we fought the bad guys. Like I'm reading the Titans series
Yeah.
from DC. Never read Titans, not a DC guy besides Batman. And I'm reading it and it's like, yeah, this just feels like standard. I don't know the history of all these characters, but it just feels like a standard. Oh, there's a problem, and oh no, this version of Flash has died in the future. That's a subplot. We got to solve his future murder.
Yeah.
And oh, there's like an old enemy that's rebranding, but they're still actually our enemy. And I know this is going to spill into Beast World where they weaponize Beast Boy's genome or whatever. So it sounds cool, but ultimately it just sounds like run of the mill superhero. They punch people and they're good, and maybe someone dies, but goodness wins versus like
problem.
deviant from the James Tynion IV. I don't know nothing about the guy besides that he's done Batman.
Yeah.
And he's got this book called Deviant. And it's very interesting because it's like it seems kind of meta. And I don't know if this guy's gay, and I think it's pertinent because everyone likes to talk about, oh look, they made a DC character gay, or they're bi, or they're fucking trans, whatever.
Took her gerbs.
Yeah, took her jibs. Deviant feels like a very nuanced story that it's like this guy's trying to make a graphic novel, and so he wants to interview this like serial killer child molester, and he thinks he's innocent. Like he's done other stuff, but why he's in jail, he thinks he's innocent. He's trying to interview him. And it's interesting because this guy is saying all this like F slurs and shit, all this like derogatory, but he's gay, you know?
Yeah.
And it's interesting too, because the character in his history, he has a history tied to this killer because he was you assume, reading between the lines, that this kid felt different. He was gay, but he didn't have a word for it, didn't have any knowledge, felt weird. And the first time he hears about this is a thing some guys do, having sex with other men, the first time he hears about it in this comic is a pedophile killer. And it's like, that's interesting because like the current rainbow narrative will just completely ignore that this is an element in the history of a lot of gay people, is like, illicit affairs in their youth, whether it's consensual or not. There's just like the legalities of it in the social faux pas. And to write a story that is not homophobic but addressing in a loose way that factor of some gay people's history, or like his awakening to this is like a thing I can do. I'm not necessarily weird, but it's a criminal that he is informed of this factor. That's so interesting to me. I think like we should, even if you disagree with the lifestyle, whatever, I think this is a worthwhile story. I don't know where it's going to go, because at the end of the day, it's still a comic, but like it's addressing something real, and it seems like it's going to say something, and it's not holding punches. But none of these people are going to talk about it unless they say woke comic pushes sodomy or something, like. And like this is a real failing if you're not willing to be like, hey, you know what, the industry's had a lot of bad stuff, they've kicked out a lot of good people, they've jaded readers, bad customer relation practices, but actually this story by this piece of shit is awesome.
Well, what got me out of comics, like I said, was what you just described, not the deviant stuff. That actually sounds like it could be slightly interesting. Was that it became so run of the mill, and it became run of the mill based off run of the mill based off run of the mill. The woke stuff that people like emphasize, it's there, but the mediocrity that set in was there well before that happened. It's that's what destroyed the comic industry, is mediocrity, and of course bad business practices and charging $5 or $6 for 24 pages, which is why I'm selling 175 for 25.
Yeah, I did notice that page count. Just like, you got a hefty book you're selling.
Yeah, it was gonna be. It's basically like 6 big issues on one at 6 chapters.
Wait, so is this gonna be like manga size book or like a comic?
No, it's gonna be like a comic book.
Okay.
Yep.
Like a trade paperback size.
Yep.
Kind of. Okay.
Yep. And of course we do the characters there on the Indiegogo, and people get so confused for some reason. We go streams like people think that's a page from the book. It's like, no, that's just a character page I made to give a bio. It's like,
can you find it in the book?
No, like yeah, right.
Hey, you got to buy these $50 trading cards to know the story.
Oh God, dude! Because that I did know about, because I did catch up whenever Iceland was like people were like, "Oh, you got to read the trading cards." Like, oh fuck,
dude, that's like Star Wars shit with like Disney, where it's like, actually the full explanation's in this adaptation.
It's a cash grab, man. But now, $5 flat shipping. Also, if you'll scroll all the way to the bottom of the campaign, because we've been funded by wonderful people, we are including a free poster. It's the size of a sheet of paper. It's like 8x5x11 or whatever. So it's like a mini poster, and stickers for every
further down.
Yep, all the way down. For every physical backer, you get that for free, because that's an ash can people can buy as an add-on. That's the first 6 pages of an ash can we did for a printing company that we were with.
I was gonna say, black guy. Woke.
Yeah, right. We're so woke.
No, it's a joke. Me and Rookie, like, we'll watch older films.
Yeah.
Whoa, I'm out. Like,
you're watching like Birth of a Nation. You're like, woke.
I know about that movie.
No, yeah, keep going down. I'm sorry. That's still a page from the ash can. It's past all this. Those are the Lamentations and the Revelations. Those are cool. Like I said, that's about 120 pages of extra stuff. That's an example of it in world stories. You'll keep going through. Yep, that's some more of the Lamentations and Revelations. And there you go. There's the poster. And
so wait, do you got like aliens in this world? Like,
they're augments. They're people that have been augmented with the Imperial metal. which is the alien metal that landed.
Interesting.
So that's one. That's one called Cerber. He's an older one. He consumes people that have imperial metal in them, and his body adapts it so he gets stronger. So he's kind of like an augment cannibal. He makes
I just love the teeth because it makes me think of Alien.
Oh yeah, we actually went with that. Like he's wearing a skull, but he does have like an extra set of teeth within there. So there's actually like teeth on teeth on teeth action. It's a new fetish we're starting. And then we got some little chibi stickers that people are going to get as well. So
Nice. I like you got a pretty simple campaign. That's what I want to do.
we don't like multiple covers. I mean, there's nothing against it, but first of all, we didn't want to pay a bunch of people, and like I don't know, everything feels like a cash grab, man. We wanted to do something punk rock, like we just wanted to keep it simple, man. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not trying to go on a high horse here, but it's just.
No, dude, I hate when I back shit and it's like, oh, it's stretch goal. Here's trading cards. It's like, you only made like $8,000. Dude, are you making any money?
Or they'll try to sell you like, here's my 10-page other comic that's completely unrelated and looks like garbage.
It is one of those things where at some point it's like, okay, how about the quality comic book?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
like, I'm going to
that's
sell
the
you a
sell.
comic book. If I get lots of funding, then maybe I'll look into, you can help me fans figure out the extra crap you want. You want these stupid trinkets. I'll try to please you, but like, I do not care about trading cards. Maybe I'll give a book. Like my idea is like, okay, a bookmark, that's practical because you can put it in other shit you're going to read and still think of me. In my
figures are cool. If it's a cool character.
Figure or a standee. Stickers, sure. That too.
Well, they're free.
I got a Cyberfrog sticker on my screen door. From the first
I just got the last bit of the Cyberfrog action figures. I got pretty much
that
whole set, and they are really good, especially for like a lot of modern toys these days. They're made like a lot more stiff. These ones are. He made sure these look good, so they would function well. I'm gonna do like a stop motion video with them at some point.
Well, yeah, every physical backer gets the sticker, the poster, and the book. You get all of this for $25. $5 flat shipping. Even if we had somebody buy like 6 books, I'm just gonna deliver it to him because I know the guy. I'm just gonna deliver it hands and we'll probably sign like half of these books at least for like people we like know. Might sign all of them on the inside cover, not ruin the front cover. Just give people cool stuff, man.
Hell yeah!
Like it doesn't have to be a cash grab.
Plushie's cool, or like 3D printed stuff. I just really hate some of these stupid trinket stuff.
Posters, I think, are all right too for the option. So,
clearly, I'm cool with posters.
I wanted that poster. That's why I bought them to give to people because I just wanted an excuse to have one myself. But I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not trying to harp on it, but we come from a music background. We have dealt with the music business legitimately, where the same guy that makes you pay to play and pays you afterward is going to stab you in the alley backward to get his money back from you. Like there's just so much crap, man. The world needs less crap.
Well, so I was thinking about it. I'm like, when I get a package full of all these things, it's like, I mean, I only got like 2 of the things that I kind of wanted. The rest is just put in here that I have to throw away now because I don't know what else to do with them. Like, I don't understand the appeal of trading cards at all. Really, like, I just never got what that is unless you can use it in some way for something. I don't really get the purpose. But
have you tried MacGyvering somebody to death with it?
Like using it to like cut something or something?
Like throw it so hard you like cut somebody's throat?
Not yet, but that could be a use potentially. Sure.
Soy based Jeremy. I remember seeing in chats stuff. It's cool if you're still subbed to me. Gonna do me though. I don't know if you mean with EVS, if you mean being friends with Vito. I love Vito. I'm a patron to the biggest problem for the Vito file side. So it's like, I don't know. That's who I am. It's like, I'm not going to like change to get money or whatever. I'm just going to do me. And hopefully it works out.
Leonard Skinner said, Lord knows I can't change.
Dude, you know how much I love, like, I'm not a big Skinner fan, but they're great songs.
Oh yeah.
I really hate that most of their shit is like that is popular and on the greatest. It's like the country shit.
I love
aside
Tuesday's
from like
Gone.
Tuesday's Gone.
Song.
I think it's I Love You or I Need You.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love their Curtis Low. But it's like their most like Sweet Home Alabama. I'm like, God, this is like the stupid crap of their
Wheels keep on
catalog. It's a
turning.
fun song, but like for all their shit to be like that's the go-to on the playlist. Like Jesus Christ. Like I'm
It's
a
I'm a CCR guy. Like they're not from the South, but they sound like they are.
yeah. No, dude, that okay. CCR was like my first band that I got into because my parents are mostly like 90s 80s country, which is like I've grown to like it retroactively. But yeah, like AC/DC is my thing, but my first stuff was CCR, and then I started branching out. I started getting into like the 60s Summer of Love bands,
Yeah.
Hendrix, The Doors, Joplin. Don't really listen to Joplin or The Doors anymore.
I'm
but-
doing a Hendrix cover with my second band next. So we're gonna cover
Okay.
Fire and kind of put like a punk bass on it, like this distorted and stuff. Because everybody who covers that song thinks that if you play it faster, it makes it heavier, and that's not how groove works.
Wait, what song?
Fire. Let me stand next to your fire by Hendrix.
No, don't do it faster. It's already fast.
That's what I'm saying. People think they cover it fast. That's what I'm saying. Like you don't want to do it fast. Like
No,
wanna
you gotta
speed it
go.
up.
You gotta do the other way. You gotta do like Tool
Yeah.
and slow it down.
It needs a groove. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just slow it down.
Did you ever get in the Soundgarden?
Okay, funny thing. I'm a huge Mastodon fan. It's my favorite
I
modern
love
band.
that. I got like 2 of their shirts back over here, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been to like 4 of their concerts over my life.
Yeah.
I got the Leviathan tattooed. My
Oh,
favorite.
man. Look, stay right here. I'll be right back.
Oh
Let me
man.
see if I
Again,
let me see if I can
excited.
get this real quick.
I don't defend Cuties. I think it was a misguided film from what I know about it. The intent, some of the artistic intent of Cuties is admirable because it's made by a Muslim woman.
Okay, so I do this thing where I buy up tons of CDs for like nothing, and I take out the their art and I make like collages with them, and I give them to my friends and stuff. Well, I got Leviathan and I got Baroness's Blue album. I don't know if you know
Oh,
Baron.
Baroness, yeah.
And so I made.
Shit, hold on, let me look this.
Let me see if I can get rid of that glare for you. But I combined it
That looks crazy.
and make posters with them. I've got a Baroness's Red album I made with a Jesus Christ Superstar up here, or I'm sorry, Antichrist Superstar is a red poster. But I make all kinds of posters and montages and stuff with collages and stuff.
Yeah, wait, really quick. If you're interested in this comic, I see your comment, Karen. Sorry, Dan
Yeah.
is writer of Godfoe Universe, covering
Apollyon.
Apollyon, because it looks like Apollo, so I always pause on the
Yeah, it's
pronunciation.
the angel of the pit from Revelation, Apollyon.
Okay, that's cool.
Also
Yeah, he's-
known as what's his other name? You probably heard the other name. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but yeah, I just want to make sure people get a chance to go look. The comics in the description on Indiegogo, but I'll
Yeah,
put the
scroll
link in the
scroll up
chat
if you don't
again.
mind, because that's the Lamentation. That's some extra stuff. Abaddon is the other name. People have probably heard Abaddon. It's the same name, Apollyon and Abaddon.
Yeah.
So here's those are character sheets. If you go up all the way to the top, you can get some actual screenshots of the comic that's under the trailer.
Let me scroll up.
Yeah. Yeah, so like the pictures under there, so yeah, there's actual artwork from the comic itself.
Yeah, I like this fetus.
Thanks. Josh, our artist, man, he does everything. He studied art, he studied graphic design. He keeps like a Grey's Anatomy book beside him so he doesn't get any, funky stuff like elevators, just doors out of nowhere.
It's so funny because I wasn't sure your stature in Comicsgate, whatever, and I was like, hey, so like some people might pop in to like troll me because I made my video that's like taking off that yellow flash, and I'm a detractor, and so I was gonna like frontly like, hey, I don't know if you ever want to like get into this, but I'm totally cool
I don't like to,
steer
but it's
clear.
so funny. You made it so
Yeah.
funny. I have to.
So it's so refreshing that it's like I was going into this to just like avoid it for your sake, but then it's like, oh, it just naturally comes up and it's fun and you're having fun. Awesome.
It's the elephant in indie comics, man. Like, and it doesn't. The whole thing is, it doesn't matter. Like, people can do whatever they want. I don't care. But can we talk about why there's an elevator door? Because like we went through this, like that's 175 pages. It's a lot. We have edited the death out of this, and I'm like, there was like one thing where the character's in the woods. He's about to put on his uniform, and behind the uniform is a bed because the scene was going to take place in a room at first, and we're like, no man, like that's an inconsistency. You can't have that. Like, and then I see this $3 million comic where there's an elevator door just standing
That's a factor too of why I like hate this. Even though I love it, I hate it because it's like people pretend they're lying through their teeth. They're blinding themselves. They're blinding themselves to just say yes, and that's what's frustrating. It's like I thought this whole sphere was about honesty against mainstream
and quality.
Yeah, and that's what's frustrating. Like you're just lying, dude. Like you can't be in this long and then let this slide and not give him. It's only a disservice to Ripa to be stroking him off about things that he's fucked up in just like the art, letting it slide.
It's the Emperor's new clothes or whatever.
Yeah.
Almost how the Emperor got his groove back, which is two different things. It's two different things. That
the Emperor wears no clothes. House of Dragons, if anything, you don't mention it, even if everybody knows it's there. It's yeah.
How Stella got her groove back or whatever.
I don't know what you're talking about with Gary Shipman.
I think that guy's just stirring a pot, man.
Well, no, Soybase, we got a long history. I haven't seen the chat in a long time, but
maybe he's cool then.
Yeah. But no, I get that Vito triggers people. I get his stance triggers people, but I find it admirable that he can talk it out and he's trying to be a good liberal. And he's not backing. If anything, you should appreciate someone like Vito because he's not backing down. He could just save face and say yes to the audience about whatever,
he can still lose some weight, though.
Reap the benefits. But he has these things come up and he's honest about his perspective, and we need that. We need that on both sides. Like I always talk about, we need. Even though, Ben Shapiro's a hot topic, a hot button issue person, but the fact that him and Bill Maher with their completely opposed views can come together multiple times and vehemently disagree and be some form of friend, even if it's for the camera, whatever, they will bridge that gap and have discourse. We need that. And Vito is that kind of Bill Maher liberal. And I've had things where it's he's so against the death penalty, but then there's a clip of a Palestinian child getting Minecrafted by border IDF people because he threw a rock. It's the kid was autistic and they thought it's okay to Minecraft him. It's really just because he's Palestinian. And he's he makes this joke. I don't know if he was going for comedy necessarily. And there is a comedic angle I can see, but it's given some of his comments about Israel and stuff, it's I think he means it. Where it's well, teach your kids not to throw rocks at the border guys or whatever. It's don't you ever talk about the fucking death penalty again, Vito, with this kind of comment. Yeah. Because I think you mean it, and it's fine if you're on that side, but these are opposing views that you're trying to maintain.
Can we get the death penalty for people who stare at the McDonald's menu and can't just say a number?
I'm one of those people. That's why I go to the self checkout. Because I'm always trying I'm trying to craft the right meal.
People that ask for a foot long and say, "I want twice a 6-inch."
Someone has said that.
Yes. I work at Subway. Yes, I
sorry.
hear lots of stuff. I know. Thank you.
I worked at Honey Baked Ham for a while, and it was awful. I worked at Jimmy John's for a while, and it sucked too.
Yeah,
Jimmy John's is not good. I don't know about this specifically, Soybase Jeremy, but he might have just been trolling you because he's had all these, just everyone piles on him and deems him the word, and so he's well, I'll just play into it, I don't care, whatever, but it bothers him. I don't know. I like Vito. He's funny as fuck. Some great videos. That Belle Delphine video I didn't see when it came out.
That one was funny. That's
hilarious because I love Belle Delphine. I love her shtick in the goonosphere. I don't know what to call it. But like, I don't know.
Smut.
Yeah, her like smut and whatever, and like her tongue-in-cheek way of being
I can't
in
handle
that.
the voice. I can't handle the voice.
She's so cute. Love it. She's
Jim's your
hilarious.
mouth. I'm done. It's
Love
the
it.
accent. I don't like it.
She's perfect. She's a goddess. She is Aphrodite reincarnated. I will take no slander on the goddess spell Delphine.
You got the bathwater back there.
No, I definitely don't. I was not aware of any of that when it happened. But no, I wouldn't have bought it anyway. But that's definitely funny.
He's like, well, maybe.
You're like, I missed the campaign. You get it next time.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe. No,
Oh,
you
dude,
buy-
she
no,
should
no,
do a
you buy
second
it-
chance campaign.
You buy
That'd
it
be
and then
hilarious.
you buy it, you hold it, and then when they're out, then you could sell it on eBay, of course, for more.
That's what I do, man. Like all these statues, they're for fucking sale on
There
my
should-
eBay.
There should be a post-apocalyptic movie where the only water left.
the stash, the one hoarder who hoarded
Some
all
guy-
her water,
some
and that's
guy-
the only supply left to
Yeah.
like. So whatever water we can take from that is
No, it's the
burn
meme.
first the
It's the
planet.
meme of the guy in the desert and he's crawling. And there's a stand that
Yep.
says water, but then you see the full scope and it says sparkling water. He just keeps crawling. It's
Bill
like,
Delphine's bathwater.
which is funny because I love sparkling water.
This one
so.
guy has built like a greenhouse in the middle of the desert from it. some simp saves humanity.
That'd be great. I can't wait to see the things that we're dealing with today, how they'll be expressed in art in 50 years, 40 years from now, you know, like the memes of our time, how they'll permeate in the future.
Hey, bro, hard times create hard men.
Indeed.
That's why OnlyFans is so big. Yes, I agree. Like,
I'm just making fun of the tradcast or whatever.
Yeah.
the 12-year-olds.
I think there is truth to that, but the way they like to spin it is like, see,
Yeah.
we're in the hard times and it's about to, there's a good man about to rise. And it's like, there's a great clip I think I shared on Twitter. I don't follow him, but it was a great clip. Had to share it. I don't know the context, but he's talking about like, oh, people, you know, this and that about children and the state and the forced education, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to rise up and this and that. And it's like, dude, you can't even like sacrifice to put your kid in homeschool. Yeah, I don't believe you. You're going to stand against the government because you're so limp wristed already with arguably your perspective, very, not you, but the conversation,
I'll just take it
egregious
personally.
terms.
I've been talking to you for 3 hours, Angus. I don't think I'm going to be offended now.
Yeah, Gary Shipman. Let me look up some Gary Shipman art. See what you're talking about. Because again, I'm a novice reader, so I don't know. Whoa, okay. Let's see. It's
Gary
Batman.
Shamu.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. He's got a crazy style. A lot of good portrait art.
Gary.
Interesting.
Shipman.
It's got like a crazy Wolverine looking. It's called Titan. Okay.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
cool.
it's
I
got-
don't know the context of how I necessarily read him.
It's kind of like a Bill Psychowakowicz, however you say his last name. Who did New Mutants. I like his Catwoman. This Gary Shipman dude's Catwoman is really good.
Bill Sienkiewicz.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that name, but he's a fantastic artist from like the 80s, 90s.
You know what's funny is I was on accident. I just got in this thread somewhere on the
He
internet.
just stumbled
about-
into it.
Yeah, no, I really did. It was on accident. It was like somehow I got in this thread and I started investigating. And it's like there's this whole argument that Captain America is a Jewish golem. And so I start digging into what is
Well,
a
I'm
Jewish
busting it
golem.
out.
And I'm like, oh no. This like great meme of like American heroism is just a certain people's propaganda. Oh fuck. Like wait. EVS attacked him for being Christian. See, I have no idea about this. I can't really have an opinion about it. Let me do a little deep dive. Let me do a little Google. Ethan Van Sciver and Gary Shipman.
What's up, Kuzer?
I mean, I think EVS is Christian or something, but I don't know to what degree people take the meaning of the word anyway. So,
Oh yeah, Rookie didn't grow up with any religion, and so I'm always having to educate him. Like some of our streams, you'll see, we'll read the Action Bible,
Oh
like
yeah,
a
the
way
manga
to like
Bible.
guide
Yeah.
to guide him. I
This
saw it at
is
Hobby Lobby.
Superman's lame. Here's the Action Bible.
And I saw, well, it's funny because like we read one with this guest, and it was the story in Genesis of after the flood,
Yeah.
and or it's like, it's the flood story, and they hit dry land. Noah makes his altar and good stuff, and now we're gonna go
And he
into
gets drunk.
Babel. And I'm like, luckily, rookie, I've read a lot of the Bible through my life, and so here's what they're not giving you in the Action Bible, and
Yeah.
it's the shame of Noah. And so we do this whole wiki
Yeah.
search. I didn't know about all these different interpretations. Very interesting.
Yeah, he
Um,
got drunk and Ham, I believe, saw him
Yeah.
nude and it was a dishonor. Yeah, he was cursed. Was it Ham? I think it was Ham, the curse of Ham. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm gonna have to figure out the context with this soy based. Regardless, I think EVS is funny as fuck. So any infractions he has, it has to be really egregious for me to be like, oh wow, totally dumping the guy. He's the godfather of Comicsgate. Him and Jeff Hicks, they started all this,
Yeah.
and EVS has
It's
been
hard for-
pretty
it's hard
consistent
for-
spearheading all of this.
It's hard for
within
me
the
to care
conference.
what grown men do in their spare time.
Honestly, the older I get and the more stuff I hear online, I'm kind of like, I actually don't care what anybody's doing because every time I learn about it, it's usually not very good. So let's, nobody actually, what people do all the time, not always what I need to know.
Yeah, and if you're talking about people being fake, like, I don't know, just look at Yellow Flash's channel. He's just going to chase whatever is, this whole like YouTuber fight. It's like EVS is a YouTuber, but at the end of the day, he's trying to make art and he's trying to like be a focal point of spearheading this movement we've been in of censorship and blacklisting and whatnot. And so I think that's where the value is in him versus someone like Yellow Flash and the whole F&T crew, whatever value they've had. And I still give Nerdrotic credit. I've watched recent videos of his essays. He does great stuff to validate his perspectives on things. Whether I agree with everything he's saying or not is not the point. But
I think it's because he's an older dude.
yeah,
and his prison stories are great.
yeah. And so he had like someone like Nerdrotic's like the weird outlier in that whole group, but then all of them collectively are just grifting and they have nothing to offer besides, oh man, you see this woke thing? Is like they're conditioned like Pavlov's dogs to chase money. And so like that's why I've like totally fallen out from like caring about those people. So like this fight is like I'm always gonna be on EVS's side in this.
At least he makes something.
Yeah, it's like that. Well, it's like ultimately like what is EVS? He's a cyber fraud guy. He's the main star progenitor of Comicsgate, even though it has a history before him.
Yeah.
And he's still doing it. He's still in the trenches, and he's being a guiding light for creatives that feel like, where can I go? Because I can't play ball with the system. You could argue, like I said the other day, of like, if you want to be successful, maybe you should like, make deals with the devil sometimes, and be the figure you are with a better stature. It's the whole Gina Carano thing I talked about.
Yeah. Well, then I don't know. Like I said, I don't know much about EVS at all. I know the man made good comics for Green Lantern Comics. He's a great artist. I know he did Cyberfrog. I haven't backed it because I don't back any comics for the most part unless I know people because I'm broke because I have 2 children.
Yeah,
but
totally get that.
We started attacking Christian values, man. I'm a Christian. People attack Christian values all the time. I don't care. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, if I got mad at every single person who attacked my quote unquote values, I'd have no friends. I don't care.
Yeah, it was funny because, like, damn it, Soy Based, you totally missed this nice spiel you had early in the stream about this kind of thing, both within like customer stuff and Comicsgate, and then bigger world and artists and separating the art from the artists and stuff. So, also, like we were talking about, Christianity's like you sign up to be mocked. So, I don't know.
That's true.
Like this whole, I get the frustration if you're a Christian and or right wing and this perceived persecution,
which are two different things. I want to clarify.
They're kind of intertwined though for people. Generally,
unfortunately, they shouldn't be.
At the end of the day, you agreed to follow Christ, and He says it. I would say it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like it's written that way to like well, no one's buying what I'm selling. No one's following my path. And so it's like, oh, of course they're going to reject us. Like it feels self-serving, I guess, not self-fulfilling, self-serving narrative. But regardless of my interpretation, this is like in the book, and
Yeah.
you sign up for it. Remember, they've done this to me. That's the message
Yeah.
of Christ. Is like,
Well, if you,
I'm
even,
crucified.
Yeah.
You are going to be crucified.
Well,
so it's
even if
like,
you
don't
don't
take it
wanna-
so personal, I guess.
if you want to make it secularly, which is fine, we'll talk about it archetypically. It's the idea of if Christ is this perfect Son of God and the world kills him, what they'll do that to anybody.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Like that's and on the opposite end, if Christians or people will say, well, look at the guy that while he's being crucified said, "Father, forgive them. They don't know what to do." They'll say, "Oh, that guy wants us to kill people." That's how stupid human beings are. They'll look at a guy who said, "Love everybody," and they go, "I think he wants us to kill people." Like,
Yeah, no, I totally agree with the frustration of customers with EVS and all of his delays and
I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't care if EVS. I'm not him. He's not my son or my dad. So I'm not gonna.
would you like him to be your father?
No.
Please, please be my dad.
My father was great. And now he's dead, and I loved him. I'm done. I don't need another dad.
That's not good enough. You need another one.
I don't want to go through that again. Anyway, Pollyann 20XX Volume 1, Live Not by Lies. It's 175 pages, wonderful art, good story, $25, $5 flat shipping. You get a poster, you get stickers for physical buying. You can also add on the Lamentations, Revelations for $1. Those are digital PDFs. It's 120 something pages of awesome, more cool stuff in world stuff. We are building short films. We have a novel coming out this year. We have Biofile Kolga, which is another comic coming out this year. We're creating the timeline you saw, Angus, that's not even the release date. It's just that's the chronological order of the stories that happen to take place. We've got a video game coming out that goes along with Biofile Kolga. It's a 16-bit, it's like Super Nintendo kind of bullet hell / puzzle.
Okay.
We are signed up to do this until we die. That's what we do, man. We're just gonna make stuff. If I get up at 4 a.m. to work on this stuff and stay up late to work on it. That's our life.
Yeah, no, it sounds awesome, man.
Yeah, not to interrupt. I'm just saying, like,
No. That was good because it's like, I feel like
I've enjoyed talking to you so much. I forgot to sell my book.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the value of like how I talk to people. Comics is like, I'm not just like, wow, the art and that's the price and there's this tier. It's like,
Now get off my lawn.
no, I like to dig in with the artists and the creatives and pick their brain about like, I think that's a better self for people to like hear broader spectrum perceptions of things.
Plus, just hearing the pitch all the time gets old after a while. So it's like
It is.
hearing the other stuff you got to say, I think helps, gain interest in wanting to see what you can do, maybe.
Well, that and a lot of, let's be honest, man, a lot of indie comics are kind of boring, or they're either like cape stuff or cape stuff that's ripping off Image from the 90s. There's some cool stuff in between. Like there's some standout stuff, there obviously is, but I don't know. It's time for a cool kind of shake up and to do big, fat, massive, ambitious things. And a lot of people use the term universe, but it's like, dude, we're going to back it up. We have like tons of stuff we're putting out. We're going to live up to the idea of a universe. It's not going to be like 3 characters and one of them's Jaira.
I've corrupted him.
Well, it's just, what you were saying, I was like, every time I heard reviews, I was like, I think he's right. Because everything I've heard about this book sucks. Like,
oh man, yeah. I think I tweeted, or I definitely probably tweeted it, but I think I put it on the community tab on my page.
I don't know.
I was on a stream Sunday, and I was not on there for 10 hours. I was on there for maybe 3.
Oh God.
But yeah,
10 hours?
I went back and saw like, God,
only
you went for 10 hours.
Adam
Jesus
and
Christ.
Stitch did that.
But while I was on there, we were going through the fan art pages, and it's like we're just like, Jesus Christ, look at all this cool fan art, and look what they've gotten. Like, this is so sad.
It looks way better than the book.
And not even like just the actual quality art, but like
Yeah.
this is fan art where it's like there's a angle. It's like well, if I win, I could maybe get a contract deal with Ripa, and get a bigger name, whatever.
In the warehouse. You could be in the warehouse.
But just the clear interest and imagination of these people versus what they've gotten.
Yeah.
Like I expect if like Meth Gator like catches on when I have a campaign to do a comic that like people do whatever, have ideas. And I think a lot of people probably think it's gonna be like some Florida man fucking cocaine bear. And it's like, no, I'm writing like a real character. I'm going for like Breaking Bad, The Boys, Sicario.
Nice.
And I want to like
Sicario.
I want to try to like I want to try to spill him into like Supernatural as well, because like he's more or less a street level like Captain America kind of powered as far as like his
golem, you say.
Like that's probably the best like physical comparison I can think of. Like Killer Croc, I guess, because crocodilian. Right within the confines of street level for long. And I don't want to just do, oh man, here's another animalistic character he's got to fight, or like something Spider-Man-ish. Like I want to take him supernatural so I can tool in like my interest in like Greek gods. And
Myth Gator was an ordinary alligator.
And turn him into Myth Gator. It's like
now he's a god.
It's like just doing a South Park fish. That's funny. It's like I want to take him to like deal with cause it's an American alligator. I want to take him to like crazy unrelated, you would think unrelated things. And my thing is like I want to have pinups every issue. I want like at least one pinup variant of like the babe of each issue. And so he's like a kinetic character, and he's got this Bond element to him. And it's just people want hot babes on covers too. And I want it to be substantial, not just a Zenoscope. Here's, a hot cover and then, subpar art, and who cares about the story?
Did we just lose Angus?
Maybe. Do you hear me still?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, yeah, his internet's going. I wasn't sure if it's my internet or not. Oh yeah, he is frozen.
Hey, what's up, dude? I finally see you.
Oh yeah,
for a second.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah. Oh shit. I was playing Halo Infinite sometime part of what we were playing.
That's what I was gonna ask you. I was like, man, you're on a stream for 10 hours. You just started playing video games at that
point? A little. I mean, yeah, we do long streams all the time. So yeah, it's kind of fun.
See me now?
Way. Yeah,
there he
glad
is.
You're back, man. I thought you stroked out for a second.
I don't know what happened. I've had internet this whole time. Why are you solo laying me?
Because I pressed the wrong button.
The real question is, why did you leave your hand? Like, why'd you leave it in somebody else's hands?
No, I trust Rookie. It's just like, wait, what do you?
Oh yeah, I have control as well, options or whatever on.
Yeah,
it,
he's an admin.
So if things like this happen, I can save it.
Yeah,
which has helped our butts out before.
No, what I was saying is like, I'd love them to like, I'd love to have like a hot satyr lady, or just like cool, like hot mythical furry type of fucking character.
I want to sit here and hear you spitball these ideas for 4 hours. Just keep going.
And then it's like, all right, I want that, but like, how does the story get there?
I'm making a short film called The Fat Speedster.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
He's got fat guy, has super speed, and he's fat though, so he can go fast, but how far can he go? And he's
Keely.
So, how does he not lose? How does he like not lose weight?
Well, it's like, how does he? If like he doesn't want to run, does he? Like, no, I don't want to run everywhere. Fuck that.
He like has to do like the side grab.
You gotta eat more. If anything, you gotta eat more food to like keep the calories and stuff. So it's like, would he lose weight?
Yeah, wasn't like the idea. It's like he's the fat speedster because he's got such a crazy metabolic power that he needs to keep eating to like not die, which is like a thing they did in the Flash movie.
That's like from the Flash. And my character, he steps on the power scale to see how much he weighs, but it accidentally gives him powers, and he didn't know he's gonna get powers. Like, oh shit. And then he's got super speed, and when he tries to run, and he's like, he's out of breath after a few seconds. Like, man, I don't want to do that. Try to get in shape, not run.
That reminds me of Eastbound and Down, where he's like, I'm not lifting weights, those things are heavy.
Exactly. It's really that too. But it's like, it's funny because he wants to lose weight, but he's like, I don't want to like actually have to run like this. Like I just want to do a little slow pace, but he can't do slow pace because he got super speed now. So it's like
You gotta at least do one issue of that.
Well, I'm making a short film of it. I made season 1 of that, and I'm doing like a second one with more YouTubers as guests. I like to have YouTubers like cameo and place characters in it because I don't really have many people here to film with.
Cool,
so,
what's up, Tim? Is it Christ or Christ? Does it matter? What's up, Tim?
Tim Christ is fine. Crispy bacon, whatever, just like the different stuff. Yep, Tim Chris, what's up, man? He's another oldie.
Yeah,
from the times.
No, I had to reply to Keeley, rag on the Cowboys. I'm a Philly fan.
Yeah,
I haven't kept up to well this year, but I know like we've fallen like 1-5 at the end of the year, so we're just like falling back into the playoffs. We were Super Bowl runner-ups last year. We were the NFC champs, and this year it's like we have not taken the strides to maintain that, and so it's just like it's been a weird year.
Have you not like changed the subject? But you guys keep up with the Mark Millar stuff when he was responding to the local shop guy?
I've seen about it. I see people talking about cancel pigs, whatever, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't really get into the whole thing about that either. But
Mark Millar's written some cool stuff. I was reading his night shift about like this, like I don't know if you know about Night Shift, but it's like essentially this dumb kid and this trio of friends. He's trying to become like a YouTuber or influencer, and he has like a horrific accident, and he gets put in the hospital, and so this vampire bites him to like save him, but at the cost of like, well, now you're like going to do what I want, and so that's the first issue of like he's on the hook,
and now he's stuck with the dilemma of what will I do on my first video. The vampire. What was my first video?
He should just die on camera and keep coming back. He did like 1 million views the first video.
All right, who wants to see me get stabbed? All right,
yeah,
who wants to see me shot by a gun? What type of let's crowdfund a gun for me, and I'll get whatever type you guys vote for. There you go. Keep it cool. Which one? If we raise $20,000, one of you can come here and kill me yourself. And then
see, you just invented it. Like what I'm saying is like what I did like was he started bringing on like local shop owners and guys who own like multiple chains, and like you guys. The reason I'm bringing it up is because you guys said on a stream you were like somebody was talking about somebody was like, yeah, I don't ever see them helping local shops, and that's something we're actually trying to get into. Like we wanted to crowdfund to get the print to buy enough that we fulfill the orders, but we've already got like 3 or 4 shops that are going to buy our stuff, like buy our issues and have them in there. We're going to do signings and stuff. It's you kind of, I don't know. I do feel like that's important, especially for indie guys. Like go to the local shops, like they will help you and you can help them. And like, there's nothing like that. There's nothing better than like that in-person, interaction.
Sorry, takes down the social media wall.
No, it's cool.
Yeah,
I did. It was funny. Doug Ernst.
Great guy.
He was like years ago. There's a video I did. He was really triggered because Comics Explained said like, I don't really collect physical.
Do I know Comics Explained? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Rob from Comics Explained. He's like the biggest comics channel.
Is he the super excited guy that's like,
yeah,
and then Spider-Man punched him in the face? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I love
I knew that is. I knew that is. Okay, cool.
And he tweeted or something like, yeah, I don't really do physical. I don't care.
Yeah.
I get everything digital. Like I collect some like rare X-Men maybe, but otherwise like I don't want to have all this shit. Like and people were so triggered, including Doug Ernst, and I saw it, and so I did like a video response to like that where I'm like I invoke like pornography as like a medium, you know,
invoke it.
Where it's like I don't know, I'd have to go back and check everything I was talking about, but it was like, no, I think it's fine, this idea of digital. If anything, like we can navigate it, you know, trying to just stick to the old way or something. Like my biggest thing was like it seemed like Doug was talking about like the comic stores or something. It's like, but you're in indie, you're doing your own company and stuff. Like, I mean, if you want to work with the local shop, but like you've come in Comicsgate at least for a while, and the whole thing was like, ultimately, if you're in this movement, the comic shops, even if that's like down the road, you want to like be a part of, they're the middleman. They're part of the problem. So who cares?
Well, that's the thing I would like to address is like I wonder if you could, as indies, kind of create a way to get rid of that idea because we want to do direct distribution as well, but there's a way to budget and structure yourself to include local shops, not only for their benefit but yours. Like, there's ways to do that.
You know what I want to do?
What's that?
I got a couple shops that like they're cool with me.
Yeah.
And I've informed them about Comicsgate and whatnot, as a like preface to see if like they'd be like, whoa, no,
Yeah.
But I was like, hey, like,
No,
let's
you
get
guys are cool.
once I get this like going, like, would y'all be cool not just to like sell this book in your shop, whatever, but like maybe do like a comic store exclusive campaign where it's like you can only get this cover at this shop,
Yeah.
or through this campaign that's limited. It's like print to the demand, to like the purchasing audience, and so you have it's essentially exclusive variant that's tied to comic stores. And so this is like my idea.
Well, what's great is, and what we're kind of testing out is you can sell to shops that what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, it's
Consignment?
late. No, not just consignment. You can sell directly wholesale. And you can make a profit even off wholesale to the shop, and then the shop can write it up to about the same exact price that we sell it for, and they make a profit, we make a profit, and the customer doesn't get screwed.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. I just think people, I hate to say it, but man, just looking at, like I said, we haven't been in any comics long, so maybe it's a bold statement, but it seems like a lot of people just want to make a quick buck and get out, or they're lazy.
Yeah.
And they don't want to deal with people. Now, I'm going to go to your point because I think you're absolutely right. This is what we've been saying since day one, and why we left, or one of the reasons we left our publisher that we had, is we tried to explain to them, it's like, look, manga, I grew up when manga was free on the internet. It was pirated all the time. And now look at manga. It is outselling everything. When people like something digital, they will buy the physical. And if they won't, they will promote it to someone who will buy the physical. So, yeah, I'm 100% on board for digital. I don't care if people pirate our stuff. The only reason it would hurt me personally is because people have paid for it, and people have paid for our digital stuff. I would feel bad for people who paid for it, feeling bad that someone else stole it.
Yeah. I'm not against pirating comics. I go on read
I'm not
comics
either,
online all the time because so many of these comic pros, whether they're towing line, they really believe it. They're like, supporting Antifa and shit and socialists, whatever.
Well, they don't have any money, so
right. And so it's like, cool. So I'm going to pirate your comic. Like, whoa, you got to pay people who made that. And it's like, yeah, for a corporation. Like, also they put, mainstream, at least their big stuff, they'll put either some will have issues, but for sure they'll get trade paperbacks, and that's counts towards their overall sales. However, like the deal is for libraries, they're still making a sale. Someone's paying to get that book in the library.
Well, I can't tell you how many times I've read a book online and thank God I didn't buy it. I was going to buy Monstrous, and then I read issue 1 online, and I was like, this chick cannot write. This is total. This sucks.
I think I have a trade paperback of Monstrous.
The art is fantastic, but the
writing
writing
it looks amazing.
Garbage.
Well, yeah, like I'm a sucker for like good covers. So
yeah,
it took me a while to figure out. Like I bought like this looks amazing. Then I opened like. What the? This looks like the cover.
I got 5 issues into Batman X Catwoman or Batman Catwoman by Tom King because of the covers, and I was like, "This story sucks." I didn't know who Tom King was.
I think that was Clay Mann. His art is amazing.
Is that guy's name really Clay Mann?
That's his pen name.
So he's a golem.
No,
I'm never gonna let you live that.
Dude, I do this with Ricky all the time. Game of Thrones. We watched House of Dragon.
Yeah.
And he's like, what are they talking about the gods? And so we watched Game of Thrones afterwards. It's literally multiple times, every episode, the whole show. And he's like, shut up. Like season 3. By the time I get season 3, he's like, just, I know. Stop it. Like, so it's like a meme between us. What are they talking about the gods? Or like Jobs. We had this big ISOM argument for like an hour about Jobs. And it was this revelation of like, I never had to think about this, but it's like stories are all about a person's job. And I don't mean like necessarily just like, oh, I punch into McDonald's or something, but like, what is your role this affects your stature and if the story makes sense. And it could be you don't have a job and you're trying to find that role in the world. I'm saying job loosely. And for whatever reason, Ricky wasn't like understanding what I was saying. Especially it was about ISOM because the pitch on his page was like, he's a rancher. I'm like, when does that ever matter for the story? How does he like live? And and it was fun because like Ricky's like, come to my side, but we'll have these things that almost always like I have to convince Ricky, and he's like, no, and then maybe years later,
because
like,
I was saying that you don't need to have a job to have a story, but
Yeah.
like with the way that he is meaning job, yeah, sure, yes.
Spawn's unemployed and undead.
yeah,
but he means job by a role,
Like
not
a
just,
vocation,
not
yeah.
like just employment. So
yeah. Well, it's like,
I
no,
was
his
saying you don't need to have
job,
employment to have it.
his job is he's a hell spawn, and once he completes his counter, he's locked in for
Like to me, I'm like that's
the
his
other thing we
task.
bonded
That's what
over,
he's
man.
doing, but not a job.
I've got the first 100 issues of Spawn right here. That's
Yes.
that's
Oh,
the
damn.
only thing I long form collected because I love McFarlane and Capullo's art despite the story.
Yeah, I'm a novice reader. I have a fuck ton of Spawn. I've read
Yeah.
almost none of it because I'll start and I like it, but then I get distracted with. I'm a movie guy, so I'm
Yeah.
always like restarting. But and this was like on my ill-advised tweets video about Eric.
Yeah.
I mentioned the fucking Spawn because I just read the first 4
Oh, yeah,
issues.
I watched
and that's
that
like
one.
that's like it contains, and you get so much from 4 issues, which more or less is what ISOM 1 is page count wise.
Yeah.
And
But it's
like
actually a coherent story.
he had like this is like ongoing mystery with Spawn, so he has an excuse to never really dump anything if he wants to. And yet with the bound still unknown of
Yeah.
this character, you get so much definition and direction.
Mhm.
And I'm like, this is just one example, and I'm a novice reader, and I'm like tearing you apart. And it's like, that's so frustrating, dude. Wait, are you telling me that Eric doesn't know the basic rules of the hero's journey? Well, I think he thinks like, I can just write whatever, and eventually it'll like all make sense, and you'll be like, ha ha ha, I got you. And it's like,
Well,
no, like I don't like this whole like people love to invoke the hero's journey. It's like, yeah, that's a great standard storytelling structure. More or less, it's universal. Everyone's done it, maybe on accident, but yeah, you don't have to do that, but you have to have some kind of structure and some sort of goal, issue to issue.
a lot of people understand that Campbell was just basically like following Jungian archetypes and saying like this happens a lot in stories. He wasn't saying you had to do it. He was observing a pattern that he found in history too. Yeah.
I hate how people not defy Campbell, because Campbell, what I have learned thus far is fucking brilliant. I love Star Wars guy, so like
Yeah,
of course I
yeah.
do him tangentially, but yeah, I don't think he meant it as like, it's kind of like the whole Bechdel test for the feminists.
Oh man, who
They
cares
love
about
invoking that, and it's like that was just a dumb meme by a feminist writer that didn't take her own thing seriously.
Yeah.
And somehow it's been codified in feminist
That's
critique.
how so much of stuff is. It's like, well, does it meet this? Does it meet this? Like, who cares? Who cares what a stupid reviewer thought? Like, who cares what anybody thinks about anything?
There was some tweet that someone put out where it's like, there's only like a couple women in Lord of the Rings films and they never speak to each other. And I'm like, and they were nominated for 30 Oscars and won 17.
I love that meme where it's like the guy shirtless laying on bed sleeping, and it's like J.R.R. Tolkien after he wrote a bestseller with no women characters, like some of the hobbits.
Yeah. Well, that's what's funny is reading. I my senior year, I started reading and concurrentently watching Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
And immerse myself in that. And then, what was it? There was something kind of like a fun revelation. I can't remember. It's like right there, but it's not coming out. That's
Was it R.
annoying.
Kelly getting arrested?
It's something that you said, or we were talking about with Tolkien, the Lord of the Rings, the women. Oh yeah, okay. It was funny because I was reading Lord of the Rings stuff, and then I start reading the Old Testament randomly. I start reading like the Book of Samuel. I'm enjoying the story and stuff, and I'm like, I started noticing like, wait a minute, like Tolkien just ripped off the Old Testament, like,
Yeah.
which the Old Testament is the better book. Like, even though it, my whole thing is like this doesn't add up for the whole Bible. They
Yeah.
are completely contradictory characters of God, etc. I think it's such a better book because it's like the God of the Old Testament he's got parameters.
The
And
law. Yeah.
yeah, it's very red pill. Like if I'm trying to just simplify it,
Yeah.
the New Testament is beta, and it's like leftist nuance. It's like, well, actually, like there's all sorts of ways to view, the Sabbath, and whatever.
Yeah.
It's all like lofty ideas. It's abstract mostly. There's a history of events, but
Except it's the incarnate of all those ideas.
it's loosey goosey versus the Old Testament is just like,
Well,
this is God. These are his
Yeah.
rules. You don't fucking break them, or you're going to be a slave.
I do want to ask you this though. With that, I was thinking about this recently. That the Old Testament, it's a narrative of God showing that religion and politics don't work. Because in the New Testament, that's the whole thing. Is it's laid out as Paul explains, like no one could keep the law. It's impossible to. It doesn't save anybody, and the kingdom is not of this earth. So like everything from Moses to David, they were considered great men, but all those things fail. They consistently fail. All the religion fails. The nation fails. What matters is if we have to go into Christianity, talk about it, it's God came to earth as Christ, and then His Spirit indwells you. It's like He's the only thing that can make it work. Man's attempts fail. Anyway, I wanted your opinion on that.
No, it's interesting. I never thought about it that way. I like to
It's
view
a
it
book
as,
of failure. The Old Testament's a book of failure.
from what I've gathered, and I should
Yeah.
reread it to be more on point, but what I gather is like the ebb and flow goes hand in hand with the repeated secularization of the Jews.
Yeah.
Every time
or paganism, yeah.
they look left or right at all their Gentile neighbors, and they
Yeah.
become worldly. But when they're
Yeah.
like theocratic, intrinsically following the law,
Yeah.
and whatnot, that they are blessed. Although, just looking at like the area that is Israel, Palestine, Judea, whatever, it's like, yeah, this is only valuable for its strategic point, getting to other better places. This is a little shithole spot on the map,
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny. It's like, oh, the kingdom. It's like, I need to do some research. Like, how big were they ever? Because it's like this is just a little strip.
They never filled up the promised land.
It's like funny. It's like all this, like this book is about all these, like the first half with the Old Testament. It's all about these fights and the ebb and flow, and they're subjugated and whatnot. And it's like, oh, God restores their kingdom. It's like this little strip. That's it. It's like Rhode Island. That's what God gave you. Like, if anything, I would have been a Jew, like, this is not worth it. I'm gonna go be Egyptian or be a Babylonian or
well, a lot of them did do that, yeah. They usually turned out pretty awful.
Like it's that. Yeah, that's like just my own perspective, humor about it. Where I'm like, what was any of this? Like, is this really worth it?
How do you wander around 40 years?
Well, it's like you Google map it, and it's like, I think walking is like 9 days.
Yeah, they should have gotten there much quicker than they did.
Even if you're lost, you should like wander by there, like a month.
Yeah,
it's things like that. Like, I don't necessarily get hung up on those things, but what I was going to say about Exodus, that is like one of like the many little things, because like I'm open. I'm like, yeah, I'm bi, whatever. I don't follow like the stringent, Christian view of like sexuality. I'm not a leftist. They've gone full wacky, but there is a nuance to it, and I don't think it's sinful or whatever. I revere Sparta. I think they had a good system. I think we could learn a thing or two from them. I always advocate institutionalized homosexuality. I think that is, if you want to fully masculate society, you institute aggressive Spartan homosexuality, and just have the state oversee reproduction. But no, Exodus is interesting.
Isn't that
to
Krypton?
Me. I guess maybe, I don't know. I don't know enough about Superman, but Exodus. there's little details that I think were like, why would you put that in your narrative?
Yeah.
And
we
that
talked
is
about that. Yeah.
that is the worshiping of the calf.
Yeah.
Because my whole thing is like I'm surprised that like black people in America are like the most Christian demographic in the country. They're the most church people, and they're almost all Christian. It's weird because like this is religion. Like you got so many of them like buying it BLM, and it's like, why would you maintain the religion of your oppressors? This was forced on you.
Well, that narrative came out in the like kind of like early black what's it like the Black
Civil
Panther
rights?
movement. That, yeah, civil rights. But it turns out a lot of those guys were funded by Islamic Brotherhood.
Yeah,
And
Malcolm
so,
X.
yeah, they were replacing one religion with another.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. There's
yeah.
there's that advantage, but like this is
Yeah.
I have no like in-depth knowledge about any of that. It makes sense,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
pragmatically, given just the general narrative of like oppressors, like why are you Christian?
Well, one
Why aren't
thing
you trying to reclaim the
because
motherland religions?
because Christian, well, unfortunately, a lot of it was their religion and culture was completely destroyed when
Right.
they came over.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
horrific.
reconstructing,
Yeah, but
there's still tribes that do their paganry, you know?
yeah, but in America, like there was, 2-3 generations down the line, that's gone.
Yeah.
But a
No,
lot of it,
I get
yeah,
that.
yeah. But a lot of it was Christians led the fight against slavery. And that's a fact we can't get around, even though
I give Christians credit.
Yeah.
This is part of my whole argument. All right.
Yeah.
One factor of so many that like I'd have to like make a book about. I really want to make a book about
Yeah.
all these little things where it's like, yeah, Bishop Barron on YouTube could totally pick me apart, whatever. But I
I
think
don't know who that is. But,
he's a YouTuber bishop. He
okay.
does like movie reviews and stuff. He's pretty cool.
Okay. Smart guy, I assume.
I watch him
Yeah.
when I can now, like as a non-Christian. Like I find
Yeah.
because he's being the value of Catholicism versus all the other Christian faiths besides maybe like Episcopal and
Yeah,
Orthodoxy with their PhD level learning
Yeah.
is that they do that. Like their
Yeah.
faith is not I got in a wreck and wrapped around a tree and
Yeah, it's
now I'm a
not I
Baptist
feel.
preacher.
It's I think and I know.
These
Yeah.
guys go to school. They have to get their bachelor's, whatever. They have to do all this philosophy, political theory, theology. They have to learn a scope of knowledge that will contradict the faith they're pursuing. And
Yeah.
so they are tested for like a decade, just education wise.
Yeah.
And then they maintain. So I really value like a Catholic priest perspective.
Well,
Even-
and I don't mean this in the way it sounds, but they have a totalitarian view. And I don't mean that like a fascist view, but they view their theology as if it is reality and therefore defines reality, and it's the only history. They believe they're
Yes.
the only true church, so that all of reality is defined by their beliefs. So they must understand reality, and that's admirable, Yeah.
But no, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Informing them, but they have to go through the ringer. They have to test their faith collegiately in their
Mhm.
path to being a shepherd of the flock.
Yeah.
And so I find that admirable versus like you can just go online and do like a questionnaire and get a certificate to be a minister in
Rook's
lower
like,
faith.
hey, I got Rook's like, I just got ordained during this talk.
Well, no, I mean, Angus and I talk about this stuff.
talk about this a lot,
and
so,
so
yeah.
to me, but it's not as much my interest compared to his. So
Oh,
But
sorry, man. I'll bring a better topic next time.
No,
you're
people,
good. You're
people
good.
like this stuff when they hang around. So the Exodus,
Yeah.
they worship the golden calf. All right. What that tells me is that, and you got to do a little comparative studies. And I invoke the Christian America,
Yeah.
in the West in general as a comparison. All right. Black Africans, generally speaking, had their identity from the motherland of Africa eradicated.
Yeah.
And then they're indoctrinated by their literal oppressors. Not even,
Yeah.
that's got a bad name now with the rhetoric, but
No, you're
they're
absolutely
literal
right.
oppressors with the ethics of the Bible indoctrinate them in their view, bringing them to Christ.
Mhm.
It's a necessity. There's an ethics within just the Old Testament for slavery, but then at that point, modern
Yeah.
Western slavery had ethics. This idea that everyone's just getting the fuck beat out. Like, these are livestock. You don't beat your cow.
Yeah,
You
chattel
need it to pull a
slavery.
plow. Like, they have a purpose. You can't just batter them. So that's already silly rhetoric. Making roots the overall. This was the experience for everybody.
Yeah.
And now you compare that to Egypt. The Sabbath is instituted by God in the Ten Commandments because they didn't have it for 400 years in their
Yeah.
narrative. And so you got to think about how little ethics, if any, was maintained by the Egyptians, aside from like property rights, where it's like, hey, you killed my slave, you owe me money.
Yeah.
That's probably it. These guys were probably raping slaves. Some were probably having consensual relations with slaves and having what I call hybrids, mixed kids. And so,
Well, and Pharaoh ordered the death of all the sons, like below the age of 2 or 3, which means in that state that could just happen. You could just instantly be genocided.
yeah, I think that there was a lot of mixed children. And then you think about just pragmatically where like how the idea of God or gods was in your day-to-day life back then. You didn't have science to quantify things.
Yeah.
Everything's kind of God or the gods.
Yeah, pantheon even.
Yeah, and so if you're a nation ethnically enslaved to a superior regime that is making you drag their rocks to make pyramids and whatnot, I think you might start thinking, I think their gods are better, you know? And so I think just like pragmatically, you would have a lot of people fall away from the ethnic faith. And then I think there'd be like hybrids that would be adopting their father's faith.
Yeah.
Moses kind of invokes this idea. His orphan story being adopted by Egyptians, I think shows that there was this is probably a common thing happening. I can't have a baby. Let me grab one of these slave babies. And so then they turn and worship a calf. They're adopting their oppressor's religion.
They reverted back. Yeah.
Yeah. So they revert back, which means on top of all the similarities of the Jewish faith with certain aspects of Egyptian and other Mediterranean regimes, I think this whole story is just like amalgamation of their neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that in their own book, it's like, yeah, we worshipped their gods.
Yeah.
I think says that like, yeah, this was, it only validates the point of like cross-pollination of religion and thus muddying their ethnic religion that was probably just oral tradition. And so it's like, if you're a Christian, you think that it's maintained by like the Holy Spirit or whatever, that there's a purity maintained. But me, pragmatically, I think your religion is Santeria, it's voodoo, it's some sort of weird amalgamation. Lost its purity, and thus it's not valid because it's now a Frankenstein.
Yeah, the two things with that is, and that's of course, whenever you argue religion, you have to argue within its scope. That's what would infuriate me about the new atheist movement. It wasn't the atheists, it was the Christians would argue, and they would try to argue out extra biblically. And it's like, if you're arguing religion, it has to stay within itself. Like, that's how it is. It is circular logic. That's how religions work.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. That's just how it works. And that's the thing with the idea of Christ, is that he's saying, Christ is saying, I am the incarnation of all these concepts that you thought about, all the laws, the sacrifice of the lamb. I am that. I've come to like physically touch you. You can see me and embed myself in you so you can understand it. And the Christian belief, of course, is that what you just said, the amalgamations of truth are all personified in Christ because he is the Alpha and the Omega. He's before, so that every little shard of truth you see in religions has to come from him. And of course, that's, like I said, that's a bold statement. It's a totalitarian thing. I can understand that. But that's what it argues. That's how it rectifies the contradictions or the amalgamations. Is it says and that's what the Jews the first time the Jews tried to stone Christ is when he says, before Abraham was, I am, which is several things. He says, your race comes from me, your religion comes from me, your culture comes from me, everything about you comes from me. And that's why they tried to kill him. And that's why I go back and forth with the Christian nationalists. I'm like, look, man, like, if Christ stripped the Jews of like their nationality and their ethnicity, what do you think he does to Americans? like,
Yeah. Well, I get a
anyway,
kick out of
yeah,
people trying to be Christian white supremacists.
yeah,
It's like it
contradictory.
goes back to my whole thing of like, what you
Yeah.
say all this like Third Reich related stuff and how valid it was or whatever.
Oh,
And then you're
yeah.
like bending the knee to a Jew. It's like, how do you
yeah,
rectify
the
that?
the guy who created it, and that's the thing. Like, well, first of all, you can't add a qualifier to Christian. Christianity is a totalitarian religion. Not that it rules over people, but that it does not share power. To quote Lewis, or to quote Tolkien, like, you can't add a qualifier. You can't be a progressive Christian. You can't be an American Christian. It's
Which the Sauron
Christianity.
was Christian.
Yeah, he was United Church of Christ.
That's what he's referring to when he says he does not share power.
Christ does not share power. That's a true statement.
My
I'm
precious.
gonna when I watch Lord of the Rings.
Jesus Gollum, I love it.
When I
Well,
watch Lord of the
when
Rings,
you're
I'm gonna see Sauron as God now.
Well, read Revelation. This is one of our first podcast videos, which we have a podcast, by the way, guys. One of our first ones was, the Lotus Eaters, the podcast of the Lotus Eaters that Sargon of Akkad started.
I know of Sargon, but I don't know
Okay,
of,
well,
his history.
They started like a right wing podcast, and like one of the things that we commented on is they did the book Kingdom Come, the comic book Kingdom Come, and they butchered not only the understanding of that comic and Superman, but the book of Revelation. And we go through it and we're like, the whole book of Revelation, it's saying who is worthy to rule, who is worthy to destroy. Christ. He's we go back to this. He's the only one that gets to kill. He's the only one that gets to judge. Because he's perfect. And
He is Batman.
He's better than Batman.
That's how the Action Comics or the Action Bible sells itself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Revelation is pretty metal. It's like, what does he say? Like he slays until the blood runs up to the horse's bridle.
You think Superman's cool? Read the Action Comic and see the awesome stories of the Bible.
It's funny because I'm scrolling through your channel.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely gonna have to dig into it. One of these missions, Fathers in Media.
Yeah.
I rewatched Ant-Man last year, and I was so surprised given where we're at with Disney being like the epicenter when we're talking about woke entertainment and stuff and feminism and they hate men, whatever. And it's so crazy that film, which is all about the hard luck of a single dad, it's such a red pill movie. About especially like the manosphere today, which I'm subscribed to some manosphere guys. They got good points, but yeah, I definitely am aware of the grift and the dumb shit Andrew Tate.
And there is some legit misogyny, like in some of that stuff.
Well, I would say misogyny is ordained by God, given the Old Testament. It's a very alpha book. Think of this.
It's a monogamous hierarchy. A patriarchy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, again, what's fun about my blend of atheism is that I find more value as an atheist in the Bible than I ever did as a Christian, because it has a lot of truth to it in ways that it's not ever sold, at least today. Yeah. And one of them is like, I take this like misogynist bent of like red pill rhetoric. That it doesn't matter in various ways. It doesn't matter like the creationist fervor of like the creation story. That this is exactly stupid.
Well, the Bible itself says that's not what it is. Paul says that he speaks about the Sabbath and he talks about it's a day of rest because that hasn't happened yet. He says the seventh day is something that is basically eternity that happens later. He doesn't say the seventh day is a seventh day. He speaks about those days as ages that are happening and will happen. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but like the Bible itself doesn't teach that it's a strictly 7-day creation story.
Yeah. The fundamentalists, really ruin the magic of the art of the Bible. But the creation story and
you follow
Eve,
Jonathan Pajot at all?
No, how do you spell that?
I don't know. It's Pageau. He has a comic. He has a podcast called The Symbolic World. He is an Orthodox icon carver. He carves Christian Orthodox wooden pieces. but he goes greatly into the mystification of the Bible and the symbology of it. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you might find that very interesting, is what I'm saying, if you look at his
Yeah, no, I like
Yeah.
Peterson, he's got his
Yeah.
qualms, but I watched a couple of episodes of his series digging into the Bible, and like that
Mhm.
first one was just about his kind of academic approach in
Yeah,
researching
the
everything,
archetypes, yeah.
and he's talking all this like crazy stuff, and he hadn't even talked about the first verse of the book.
Yeah. Yeah,
And then like the next one is just about like a couple verses and like
Yeah.
all these avenues to dissect it and the history that we're losing in translation, that
Yeah.
we have no idea of like what they were speaking to in
Mhm.
like, like the way they were talking about the creation story was like these were like personified entities and
Yeah.
ideas, and we're just like, oh, dark and then light, like a light
Yeah.
switch. We lost so much in trying to understand just like archaeologically based
Yeah.
conversation about the Bible. But the story of Adam and Eve and the fall of man is so red pill because at least you can argue God being a man, God making Adam first, the fall of man is on Adam's shoulders because
Yeah.
he is the hierarchy of the two-person family unit at that moment.
Yeah, he's punished for Eve's actions.
Yeah, because he is the authority of that household at that point.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's little things like that where I have this new perception, not forcing red pill rhetoric into it, but like seeing where it's like, wow, like,
Yeah.
the Old Testament has a lot of value in just like a way to contextualize these ideas where it's like there's like a truth in this, despite the truth that is like sold from it that they're
Yeah.
pitching that I disagree with, but like it really speaks to like an eternal truth of like the supremacy of man,
Yeah.
like the fact of war brides. There is no war husbands, you
Yeah.
slaughter the enemy males and then subjugate and seed the women because,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know, I just think there's like an interesting truth there with like that whole creation setup of Adam and then Eve's this afterthought. And again, that's like a narrative explanation,
Yeah.
not meant to be taken necessarily literally, especially if you adhere to like scientific reason of genetics and
Well,
whatever.
And
But
there's also this, and I hate to say it from Satan's perspective. There's also a threat of the woman. You see this throughout the Bible. First of all, in the garden, he goes to her. Well, it seems Adam is just as fallible. Why does he go to the woman? And it's like, well, woman is potential. Woman is future. Woman is, the thing that can
ooh,
keep going.
interesting.
And also the idea of the Nephilim, which is later in Genesis, where it says the sons of men, but basically angelic creatures mated with women. And it's like, well, again, that's what they saw, that's what they went after. And then in Revelation, it talks about the dragon going after the woman about to give birth, and he's flooding the entire earth trying to get her. And of course, that's an analogous to Christ's birth and Herod trying to kill him. But you see this fixation of spiritual beings on woman, because woman is, it's different than man. And I don't know, I've seen several scholars talk about the idea that it may have been something even the spirits didn't understand. They'd never seen something like that except in God, this thing that can bring forth life.
Are you saying
And
God is trans?
No. I've heard that argument. But you do see the masculine and the feminine in God, and several pronouns are used to describe God as feminine. Like he describes himself as like a mother hen protecting his children, and the Holy Spirit has kind of a feminine quality to it. Of course, it's God. We say he because he's the dominant, but because they say Father and we say Son and Holy Spirit. But I mean, that's a family right there. That's a male, female, and a son. But anyway, I don't think the Bible is misogynist. I think people have used it that way. I think it, like you said, it speaks to an order of things that men and women are different, and the roles that we're seeing are from our family, where it says that man is the head, and women, wives, doesn't say women, it says wives submit to your husbands, but it also says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loves the church and gave himself up for them. Wives are not commanded to die for their husbands. Husbands are commanded to die for their wives. And you want to talk about greater truth? I mean, you talk about war. That's what war is: men dying to protect the thing that is more valuable than them, which is usually women. I'm saying there's a whole connected thing there.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
Women
gender
are
role.
potential.
Gender roles. There's a give and take. You have your
you
role.
Can't get around that. Society didn't create gender roles. Science did.
Nature
Biology did. Which one of us has an easier time climbing a tree to get the fruit? The one that's pregnant or the one that has upper body strength?
Well, some men can be pregnant, so
yeah,
kind of hurts your.
There's some women that can bench more than I can.
I love facetiously bringing in leftist points. It was like
owned.
Yeah, I don't subscribe. Like I said, I'm a Christian. I don't subscribe to left or right. I don't subscribe to politics because religion. Whoever wants to deny it, religion supersedes politics. All politics comes from religion. So that's a whole other conversation, but it's true.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely, it's like I said, being atheist is like I believe in like a divine right. Like everyone cries about the Epstein Island thing. It's like, no, it's like bad, but like it's all these powerful people. I think as like bad as it is,
I mean, he should be killed. He should have been. I mean, he didn't kill himself. So.
It's like as bad as their crimes are, it's like they get a way bigger leash because they have way bigger effect on the world, so they get more slack as unfair and whatever, especially it's like this is just the reality. This is their divine right. Doesn't mean that they are just and holy, but whether it's arbitrary that they get it or not, it's like
I'd love to hear your theory and explanation of how you mean divine right, because I know a lot of people would take that to mean might is right, and I know you don't mean that, but maybe for another stream.
Yeah. No, definitely. I want to get you on with this one guy. I don't know if you've heard of the comic Judex.
No.
You might have seen it on it's Judex.
Okay.
It's like this interesting.
I thought you were making another Jewish joke.
No. Well, the guy is Jewish, but it's nothing to do with Judaism. I mean, it's. I thought
you said the comic Judas. I was like, I don't think that's.
Yeah, there is a comic called Judas, like a graphic novel, and it's like
I know coins.
Judas's. Yeah, there's a comic from the perspective of Judas, and it's like it's a sympathetic take that like because like I'm always bothered.
I'm always mad that he can't spend money.
Well, I've always felt bad for Judas because it's like he's prophesied, right? In the Old Testament, the betrayer.
He is, but Christ looks at him and says, "Woe! It is for something." Basically, the idea of it's foretold that the one that would betray, but woe to the one who would betray. He had a choice, and
Well, see, that's where I'm like, I did like that logic doesn't work with me because it's like, I say, well, he's
there's a whole thing with predestination, all that kind of crap.
Yeah, no, Loki, the movie Loki or the show. When people were crying about stuff, I'm watching like this is brilliant. Like, it's got continuity, whatever problems with the saga and the show itself, whatever. There's those arguments that could be legitimate, but I found so much value because it's like. This is like the subtext that like and I'm not a Kirby purist or whatever. I haven't really read his shit. I don't care. I don't care about
I'm not reading it all. It's way too
I don't read old comic art. It's not the greatest. People like, oh, Kirby the King, Jack Kirby. I'm like, he's great because back then, right, drawing comics was like for losers, like because you couldn't get in like
I mean it still is. There's just more of us now.
Well, it's like it's mainstream enough where it's like great. You can find great artists from.
But we're still losers.
It's more popular to be a loser these days in society. That's the point.
Well, that's a whole topic of interest for me. But like things I hear about where it's like like the new gods and stuff. Like Kirby is really digging into like metaphysical questions through
and archetypes.
The funny books, and so it's funny people devalue it as just like it's like unfortunately people cling to these just because, like, well, Spider-Man he only punches the bad guys. He can't like have a question of character, or this is sacrilege. Like, people fall into that and they don't see like the real value you can do with this art form. And
especially Spider-Man, who's built on the idea of power and responsibility. That's his struggle the entire time.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I'll remember it later. But yeah, the Judex guy, he does this stream. I think every Saturday. He's like a Roman bro.
Yeah,
He's I think trained. He might be a master level or going for his dissertation. I don't know, but he's like very collegially invested in like being a classicist. And so definitely want to get you in touch with him, because I've wanted to stream with him about like Rome stuff, because like I'm a novice. I play Rome.
I don't know anything about Rome. That'd be great.
I'll listen to a lot of stuff about Alexander, which like Alexander's someone that I want to make like a shrine to, because it's like when I started playing Assassin's Creed, I started listening to history stuff about like Sparta and Greece and stuff, and starting to understand the timeline of like Thermopylae, and then Alexander, and then Julius Caesar, and starting to like figure out where everyone was in history. And you would dig like Kings and Generals playlist about the history of Alexander and all the crazy feats he did. Not that like, he conquered the known world, but like all the risks he took, all the like the audacity of not just the final completion, but every step of the way, the audacity, the ingenuitiveness of him, the practicality he dealt with, and with no one before him setting the precedent. He set the standard. This was a blessed man. The gods blessed him.
Not to change the subject, but someone that kind of gets glossed over, and it's not because I'm from the South and I'm not promoting this side of things, but if you read up on Robert E. Lee, and the absolute brilliance of his military strategies, when you comparatively, the battles he won surpassed even like Caesar, like Julius Caesar, like the insane odds that were against him and the way he trained. Like generals like in World War I considered him probably the greatest general of all time.
Yeah, I've heard him quite revered militarily.
Like I said, I'm not talking about the slaves.
Well, no, Lee's interesting because like the whole like tearing down statues and shit. It was like, he's a Confederate general, but it's like he fought for Virginia, he didn't fight for slavery. That's why I hate, as a half black guy, I never prescribed to like the war was about slavery. Like, no, it was about states' rights and the North trying to control Congress with seating.
Well, I'm from South Carolina originally, so I try to not get involved in this. We were first in and last out. I'm not going to say much.
No, there's like the reality, like the shots, whatever, and the politics was like rooted in slavery as like that was the contention, but it was all really just like Northern control, and Lee wasn't there but trying to own slaves. He freed his half of the slaves. His wife kept slaves.
He just wanted to defend Virginia. But just militarily, the man was brilliant. He's an interesting one, like he's like Alexander the Great to study as far as military conquest.
Yeah, I've been aware, but I haven't dug into that. And
it's crazy. It's crazy what
spin me off into that. But no, it's like playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey got me digging into Greek stuff, and then you start learning about Rome, watching like Mary Beard's documentaries about Rome, and then it's like, fuck, everything American, it all points back to Greece. Everything Roman is Greece. The Renaissance is Greece. The great, and then I start finding about Nietzsche. And it's like, it's funny because like, I'm on this like return bro path to Greece, and then I find out about Nietzsche and his kind of assumptions of history and how the Greeks were the greatest, and we should be, turning back to that. To some sort of like neo-pagan state, even though he wasn't a theist, he's an atheist, but he saw the brilliance of Greece. And I think what it was simply is that they were equally man and animal, in the sense that with all of their societal feats and accrual of wealth to be able to sustain second and third level societal, feats, they were always subject to the earth. That was always you could live in the city, but it's not like today. You were subject to the earth no matter where you were, and there's a humility, and that bred their philosophy of like the maxims, the Delphic maxims. Know thyself, I think that thread, the know thyself, that's why the Satanism interested me back then. On top
Yeah.
of like their tenets, was like, yeah, it's like there is like the hedonistic Levian Satanism, and then there's like this like humanist Satanism that seems like, yeah, this seems good, and unfortunately, it's just like a
So
more or less a political LARP.
yeah, it becomes self-indulgent very quickly.
Yeah.
Well, we've been told this kind of thing about how the decadence of Rome, and that was so much at the very end. It's like when you read before that, like I said, I'm way less than a Rome rookie, but how super disciplined those guys were. Like
Oh yeah, you had to do like
yeah.
I think 20 or 30 years. You had to do like I think
Mhm.
16 campaigns to retire. And it's
Yeah.
like, how many of those guys died on the first one? Like, you know, and art, dude, you just watch like History Marsh's playlist on Hannibal.
Man, you guys, you know a ton of YouTubers, or like you're dropping names left and right. I knew like Razor Fist.
Well, it's like, you know, I've been on the YouTube thing. I mean, Rookie been here for like since what, 2017 or
That's
earlier
great.
with Rookie.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's like at some
you
point
guys
you
know
just
each other
evolve
in real
past.
life, or did y'all meet online, or?
We met through YouTube.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
wow.
I'll actually be going to Ohio anyway at some point. in
We've never
May,
met in
actually,
person,
so
but
we will
yeah,
be meeting in person.
we're real buds. Like
What part of
Rookie-
Ohio?
I'm in Columbus.
Okay, I went to
Yeah.
Upper Sandusky and played with a band for a while up there. They had that weird nasally accent up there, like that.
I've not really noticed anyone have. If anyone's got accents, a lot of like country accents, because
That's weird.
like country towns outside of. Yeah, strangely, especially be from Oklahoma, you think like, oh, there's like these multiple cities in Ohio and close to the
Yeah.
East Coast, and you come here and it's like, yeah, there's still a bunch of like hicks like where I'm from.
I know the Oklahoma accent is kind of like a Oklahoma, kind of like that. Like they kind of.
That sounds
It
kinda
depends on
Canadian.
which part. But you don't seem that much of an accent, man. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's just little things like I say y'all. I call
do
all
too.
soda. I call all soda cokes. What
I do
kind of
too.
cokes you got?
Yeah. I've
Rookie,
heard pop once from one Yankee, and I did
Rookie
not like it.
really grinds his gear. I'm like, I can't wait to get me a. I'll take a Pepsi Coke this time. Like,
I'm like, Coke
Sprite.
is the name of one soda, and there's other pops and other
Sprite,
things. But there's
Sprite.
not.
That's a good Coke.
Rip
I usually
It's not
go.
a Coke.
My favorite Coke at the movies is
root beer is not a Coke.
beer.
You
Yep.
Ripaverse
all good.
Goalpost said, "What is the solution to late books indie comics? Finish them before you put up your ad."
Yeah, or you know, have a timeline that you're pretty confident in meeting.
Yeah, I feel like if EVS and others put like okay, it's going to take me, I don't know how long, but let's just say 3 years or something. I feel like there'd be a lot less people's
complain.
disappointed expectations of having it with the time frames that he set so far. Rainbow Brute, especially, that would have been great if he got that out right after Cyberfrog Blood Honey, because that's when that stuff was really hot to do. Like when all the
the
woke
memes
stuff
and
was
stuff.
like when there started to be more women replacing stuff. That was hot a couple of years ago, where like that Rainbow Brute would have, like, I think done way better if he was able to get that
It's
out.
like Woke Busters.
But
Rainbow the Brute
unfortunately, it
hasn't come
didn't.
out yet.
He's working on that right now, and
Oh, man,
is
that's
hoping
been
to
a
get that
couple
out.
years.
I don't know
That
when.
is late.
Well, yeah, well, that's why a lot of people are. That's why the whole late comics discussion's coming up again
Mm.
these days.
Well, it's coming up because Ripa is trying to pivot the conversation away from him.
But, then,
But
like, we're
regardless,
talking about
but
quality
that's
now.
still been a conversation that's happened, like, you know, on and off between people on that have backed
This
him
has
anyway.
been a thing since Cyberfrog 1. EVS is slow because he's not working under these ridiculous timelines and cutting corners. And so I'm not excusing being late or whatever.
Yeah.
He's definitely fucked off. No matter how much good he's done. And that's the thing. At the end of the day, the product, what you're getting, he's making art. And so, you know, everyone gets mad, but then they get the book and it's like, fuck, man, this is great. Awesome. I'm not a fan of Cyberfrog 2. I feel really let down given the first book's narrative.
Is he a good writer? I've never read it.
He's fine. I feel like the
He's
first
okay,
one.
but I think he's still needing to improve.
I think
still.
the first one is really magical because it's from the voice of the mother character.
who's
So I
like
think
failed. And it's
I don't
yeah.
think he would have been able to write this, even if I don't know the history of Cyberfrog in the 90s, but even if he had the Chelsea character all the way back then, I don't think he would have wrote it like this. Like this is that character's voice comes from the experience of being a adult man, parent, husband, failure as a husband, getting remarried, have an autistic daughter, those struggles.
Yeah, which
I
is
think
way
all
better
that,
than the perspective of Cyberfrog.
yeah, the next book is all Cyberfrog's perspective, and he's just like, you know, I'm the Cyberfrog, and I'm cool with Heather Swain. And I
He's
got
like a
great
teenager.
messages.
It's like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, it's
He's,
just
he's
like
a cyberfrog.
he's just you know, a brawler. He's going to ask questions after the fact, and then that's going to get him in other kinds of trouble in the plot.
Yeah.
And it's fine. It's like I feel like he had such a great narrative that like really sold me, and then book 2 is
Well,
like, where are you going? And then it just feels like
the worst aspect is really the Vespis to me, is because it's like they were seen as like these like just
Swarm.
natural space creatures, but then they like can speak and have their own society. I'm just like, I don't know. I mean,
it's like actually we're totally sentient
know.
and we're totally aware of you, and we let you
Yeah.
breed because we don't want to just annihilate our
Yeah.
I wonder, because he came from the Marvel method, which is you get like an idea for a story, you give it to the artist, and the artist articulates it. I wonder, like, as an artist, if he's having trouble writing it as he's drawing it. You know what I mean?
Maybe, but he says like he's as if he's had these ideas for a long time, so it's hard to tell how much of that has happened, or if he's changed and improved, or if he keeps on making changes. I feel like that's a huge factor. Maybe he's like learning different things or getting different feedback, and then he had an idea and then now it's shifted a bit. I understand that a lot when it comes to trying to write something, because that's like yeah.
I'll give you this perspective. All right, as a novice reader, I've tried to dip into the Jeff Johns Green Lantern, and it's like there's so much, and there's so much like intertextual history with the history of DC Comics, because he loves like all the, I guess, Golden Age shit. And so he's invoking a lot of that, a lot of just Green Lantern lore, respinning Green Lantern lore, like, you know, Hal Jordan was Parallax, and then he's having to like follow that up and win people back over to him and trust him. And the reason I've invoked the Green Lantern thing, because, like, you know, that's like the big thing EVS is known for as the artist.
He brought back Sinestro, didn't he? He did that whole redesign. Yeah.
I think going from book 1 to book 2 is that the main focus is Cyberfrog. Again, that's the title character, but I unknowingly was sold after reading, and not like his cell, but after reading it, I was totally sold on this universe, unaware that what was getting me was the Chelsin narrative perspective, and switching to the main character Cyberfrog is a real disappointment to me.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's more or less run-of-the-mill wacky DC space stuff, which is fine, but like, this is why I say
there's
DC
like a witch
sucks.
character in it, and it's kind of like I don't get why some of these people are here.
Yeah, he's doing some like Walking Dead stuff, which I love, like the idea of like desolation, society, and stuff. So there's like that element, but it feels like such a weird tangent. I mean, it's logical to be here, but just like actually really investing at this point, it's like no, like deal with the Vespis.
It's like we don't actually even know Cyberfrog that well yet either, and it's if you're gonna have him be the main character anyway.
Yeah, and so for me, I'm like very disappointed with the follow-up issue, given its perspective and where it seems the story's actually focused. And so it's me being like a movie theme guy versus comic readers. Like, comic readers are, you know, they love DC. They love I think DC sucks because besides Batman, they don't have characters. They have power suits.
Yeah.
And they do things, and it's cool, you know, action, but there's not really characters. Like, you know, what is Wonder Woman Diana's character? Who cares? Let's see Wonder Woman fight Ares and whoever else, you know, in the pantheon.
Yeah, they have gods.
Yeah, they write gods, and you know, they're not really aware of humanity. They don't really seem to have humanity. They're above humanity.
Well, maybe this is
that's not engaging to me.
Well, maybe this is a topic for another time, but I am a huge Snyderverse fan.
Oh man!
I made Rookie watch.
We are not.
Oh Jesus! Well, it's crazy you say that, because like I really loathe Zack Snyder because I think he sniffs his own farts, but I really do appreciate Man of Steel for all of its flaws.
Yes.
I think there's some real major flaws of why it didn't resonate, and I can see it not being a Superman guy. But I think he's got a lot of cool stuff too. It's like there's a lot of hit and miss with him writing these stories.
Oh, he's not a great writer, no.
And then in BVS, I really love all of it besides the end schlock fight crap. It's just like mind numbing, and who cares? especially after the fact, seeing the future films and retroactively. But there's so much cool ideas in BVS.
Mhm.
With how he portrayed it, he really took his time with the ultimate cut. I really like the
Yeah.
ultimate cut, but ultimately rewatching it with Rookie, it feels like just it's not it's not there's something missing connecting everything, so it's like it's kind of I'm mystified, kind of like Midsummer. Like you cut out the stupid Doomsday crap at the end,
Yeah.
and you just focus on the whole buildup of Batman versus Superman and Lex Luthor meddling and the loose detective work of Bruce Wayne. I think the introduction of Bruce Wayne as like this James Bond guy, that was
Yeah.
amazing, and then Justice League totally drops that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Snyderverse, that BVS is like that really is like a work of art, even though it's majorly flawed in some ways, and it definitely makes sense why it didn't resonate with people. I think it like really has something pure about it. I don't think it deserves this weird cult fandom that the way the Snyder Bros are. It's so
Yeah.
fucking cringe. But yeah, Snyder does have he's got something weird with it, and unfortunately,
I feel like he
this
needs a
whole
good
fandom-
mentor or something to lead him into making good films.
I think he's not. I think he's better at adaptations than he is
Yeah,
writing. 'cause,
Watchmen and 300, amazing.
Yeah. And,
Did you watch Rebel Moon?
I did. I'm gonna wait to have judgment for the final cut or whatever. I did not really like this normal cut. I didn't think it was great at all.
Yeah, honestly, to us,
Yeah.
it's just like it's like A Bug's Life, but way worse, and like all
That's
these
a
other
good
movies,
that's a
but way
very good
worse.
description.
It's
My
like
thing
it's
is,
like a bunch of movies and worse. It's just that's
Yeah.
what's disappointing about it. It's like
especially
oh,
like you guys can leave this planet.
well, it's like it's also like why is
why
the Nazi regime so obviously like that? There's nothing creative about their design. Why do they desperately need this one farming planet specifically? Yes, it's for food, but like when you talk about the scope of a galaxy, like
Yeah.
how much would this actually even feed? Like a spaceship? There's like 30 people here. Like, is it for the whole
Yeah.
planet, or is this just this one little area? Like
And-
Tatooine wasn't the biggest place in the universe because it just was. Like that was more because it wasn't. It was a backwater thing, and that's where somebody came from. It just seemed. And then with this, whenever you meet a new character, they're just kind of quiet until the end of the movie. They don't have any dialogue really. It's just like, oh, you're just
What?
things.
Why is the bad guy the coolest character?
I guess, but it's like then he does weird things like let's have a tentacle thing wrap
Yeah.
around him, and it's like
There's-
okay, but what is this telling me? And then
There's a
and then the slow motion, his execution of slow motion has gotten worse. In 300,
That's
I
true.
think it was used okay, but in
Yeah.
everything else, I don't understand why he does them in the wrong moments all the time. Is what annoys me. It's just like
the
ugh.
tentacle stuff with the bad guy. There's this weird fetishization of fetish, and especially bad guys. Like because I watched that movie Saltburn, and it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. But it kept showing the main guy who's a bad guy engaging in acts like that, like weird fetish stuff that made no sense to his character other than that he's a bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, but I see that pattern in a lot of movies. Like they've always got to give the bad guy some mommy issue or something. You know what I mean? Like something weird that they're fixated on,
right, yeah,
and it doesn't make any sense.
yeah,
But
and it's strange.
BVS did give us the greatest Batman line in history, which is the "Do you bleed?"
Dude, oh my
Yeah,
god.
that is-
I'm a
that's-
huge Dark Knight trilogy fan.
Yeah,
Mainly Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises. I love Bane. I really identify, especially in the modern day, being a vet, retroactively
Yeah.
looking at the War on Terror and stuff. I like really resonate with Bane philosophically. I'm like, hell yeah, destroy the West. We deserve it. Gotham's time of reckoning and all. I love it. Yes, love Bane.
yeah.
Hate that Bane is a cuck. Batman's
Yeah.
also a cuck, kind of.
The movie peaks when he breaks his back, and then goes downhill from there.
Yeah,
Pretty much. They if there was something else they could do for the pacing, that would have been a better improvement.
Yeah, but I love Rises is the culmination of Batman's hubris. That's why it's great.
Yeah.
But there's the memes of Batman's voice in Dark
Hey,
Knight
that
and
doesn't
stuff.
bother me. Yeah.
But it's awesome because he's like a rabid dog when he's in
Yeah.
this when he's in a suit. He's his full self, letting loose on crime. It's
Well, it's like
cathartic.
if his voice is cringe, it's a better version of it compared to the Joker from the Suicide Squad. That's like,
Yeah, that's
I have
true.
an idea. Oh, ooh.
Yeah. But given that impression that Christian Bale, that's the Batman for me. Because no one gets the idea of Batman. He gets the symbol of the man.
I still love Batfleck just for the way he looks.
Oh yeah, he looks amazing in BVS. God, that's
Yeah.
fucking awesome. And the voice, I was curious like what they're gonna do. And then when like he has the voice modulator and they
Yeah.
tease it with Alfred, and then you see him, he's like, "Do you bleed?" I'm like,
Yeah.
that voice is amazing. I
Yep.
love it. And they
That
just
scene, that is the most Batman scene you're ever gonna get on screen. Is to look at the god who just crashed your car by standing in front of it, and then be like, "You will." Like that hubris of Batman. I'd be like, "I'll make him bleed."
well, I'm surprised no one's done like a short on YouTube of this or something where it's like Superman flies off and it's like, "OnStar, how may we help you?" Like,
Yeah.
Well, they've done one. I don't know if you've seen the Robot Chicken one, Angus, where it's like he says, "Do you bleed?" or something, and then Superman flies off. And then he's like, stupid asshole. And then Superman comes back. What was that? Like,
Yeah. Like, nothing.
he's like, "What, you want to do it now, huh?" And like, he's like, no, later.
yeah, I
Like,
think it is unfortunate that Civil War and BVS have a very similar contrived plots to get where they want to make the heroes fight each other, but ultimately BVS like it really, they never make you relate to Superman. Like, I'm not a Superman fan at all. Superman for All Seasons is a great story, but generally Superman is just a bad concept. It's the concept of a child. It's why people have such a hard time writing them, because it's a child's character they try to force into more nuanced plots. But I understand the redeeming quality for the fans is that Superman
Yeah.
is this god alien, but he just wants to be a person and do
Yeah.
good or whatever. And
People-
so his character's
forget
redeeming.
that people forget that what you just said. They forget he's an alien. He's
Yeah.
not human.
And that's the great contrast with Lex Luthor is a man that thinks himself above.
Well, and not like I said, not just because I'm a Christian. In fact, I usually cringe at Christ comparisons, but I think Snyder's Christ comparison with Superman worked, because what else is this alien that's raised as a boy from Kansas? What else is he supposed to see as an archetype? He's raised in Kansas. Like, what he would know is the Christ story.
Yeah, I think he was too on the nose, and that's cringe.
There was a little the Scott Stapp Creed pose.
Oh yeah, Creed's coming back. I love it.
Man, I gotta tell you, I didn't appreciate Creed when I was younger because they're Creed. But as a singer, when you try to sing some of his songs, especially like "What If" and some of the older ones.
Oh, What If?
that were-
Yes.
Try to sing that song, dude. That song is hard to sing. Like, holy crap! That dude had some pipes on him. When you really listen and try, Scott Stapp had some pipes on him too.
Yeah, I really hate the hate for Creed
Yeah.
for making a meme out, and I didn't like Nickelback is weird. Like, they were in my time, but I just never got into them. But Nickelback's got some good songs that people were like, "Oh, Nickelback." Like, Nickelback's fun, man. Like, they're a fun band.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, like, that's how I feel about Black Adam. I feel like the internet memed Black Adam into obscurity when I loved that movie.
Oh, Ricky had such a good time with Black Adam.
no.
Ricky, the reason I love it is because it's just a Dragon Ball Z episode.
I mean, yeah, I guess so, but
It's 2 hours of big ass punching in the air.
The problem with there's so many problems with Black Adam. I didn't mind the kid the first time I saw it in theaters, but then
I don't mind
rewatching,
the
I'm like,
kid.
wow, this actually really stands out, and it's awful
Yeah.
that they kept it going. So many problems, but I really hated, and I still feel this way on rewatch. I really hate that they're like, it's just really The Rock. He's just playing The Rock, and so it's like, do you understand the context of this character and the time frame we're watching?
Yeah.
We're watching maybe like 3 days,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just been awakened after he went in this casket for like thousands of years after like his father just died. He commits revenge on the king and gets punished, and so he's been awakened with that mindset, and now he's seeing like everything's gone,
You want to
and
talk something cool with that story?
it makes sense that he is like he doesn't really change. It makes sense. He starts,
Yeah.
getting little, snippets and humor to himself, but like I
There's-
think The Rock played it how he needed to.
I think I 100% agree. There's two things with that. I think The Rock showed wonderful restraint in letting the better actors fill up, like Pierce Brosnan and Aldris Hodge. I think he let them shine and stayed back. But
Hawkman
man,
sucked.
oh, I loved Hawkman.
I hate the
The-
race swap, and I just think that was a bad casting. I
the only
didn't like him.
reason the reason I didn't mind the race swap is because technically he is reincarnated in a different body, but that's a whole other thing. But let me get to this real quick. You want to talk like pagan gods and versus the West and your idea of Christianity leading to progressivism? That's what that whole movie's about. It's the old world and old gods competing with the global liberal idea where Amanda Waller's trying to control this man. That if she can't control him, if she can't keep him in the modern world view, he's got to be destroyed. And these people worship this strong man. That's a god. That he believes in a life after death. That's why he kills people and says, "Let the gods sort it out." He's not appealing to a modern liberal materialist view of humanity.
You
He's
should do an essay on this. An
I'd
essay
like
video.
to, man, but it's I hate to say deep, but it does raise those kind of questions because the whole thing is like Hawkman's like, heroes don't kill, and he's like, well, I do, because like his world, heroes kill people all the time. That's how you're a hero. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like
That's actually funny. I've been thinking about this. I was going to ask you. This is the thing that I think about creatively, because like Meth Gators, he's within the confines of superhero comics, I guess, but I'm not writing it that way. I'm not making I gotta save people. Like, he's Venom, he's Hulk, he's Wolverine, he's this like anti-hero archetype.
yeah,
And through the plot, he might do bad things, by Western ethic consensus, he's pragmatic. And I was thinking about like, how many characters are there like what's his name? Dr. Manhattan. I really
Yeah.
love the idea of Dr. Manhattan where like he gets so powerful, he's like, what's the point of any of this? Like,
yeah,
I think that's like reading the Titan story in DC right now. And it's like, it's fine, and the art is fucking amazing by Nicole Scott. It's beautiful, but it's kind of just meaningless, run of the mill heroes. They fight bad guys and they're gonna win. And you see like in the dialogue, they're trying to like, win you of like, these guys are great because it's like Flash, he's from, I guess he's like current Flash, but the Flash they found dead is like his future self
yeah,
that dies. So that's the subplot they're trying to solve at the point I'm at. And so it's like Nightwing is leading the Titans. And he's like, no, you're staying here while we go deal with this problem. But then he like goes anyway. And that's like a tiff that you got to figure out later. It's like, we got to like not get you in scenarios where you could get killed because you got to solve your future murder.
yeah.
And it's like, you think I'm just gonna let people die and not do my part to save people? I'm like, why is it like all this narrative of the superheroes? Like, Spider-Man makes sense because he has a personal investment and this affects his worldview. Batman makes sense. Punisher and his black flag on crime makes sense.
Yeah.
He's deranged. But just the average Green Lantern, the Flash, Superman, it's like, I have to save everyone. It's like, most people are fucking not worth your time, dude. Like, think of like, if you want like collective good, you could like do so much more than just this cat in the tree, like,
Yeah.
I kind of like don't get it. I don't get how this ever became like a standard trope of like, I got powers and I have to save everyone. It's like, actually just let them die. Like, they're not worth your time. You get what I'm saying? Like, Dr.
Yeah.
Manhattan is kind of that character, and I don't know of other characters like that interests me.
Well, but also at the same time, Moore went out of his way to point out that was wrong of Dr. Manhattan to become that detached,
No, I
but
think Dr. Manhattan was right.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that's the contradiction of Moore though, in that and it's what Ozymandias depended on to not stop his plan. He depended on Manhattan being a pure rationalist like him and not being a wholehearted human like Rorschach, which Moore hated Rorschach for some reason. and called him a fascist. Like, that dude's not a fascist. He's just crazy.
Well, I would say, yeah, superheroism, it's all fascist. Government is fascist. If you believe in any politics, you're a fascist to some degree. It's grades of fascism. Like, I'm an extremist, like, all government's fascist. And that's okay. Fascism's fine. Rome was fascist and they're awesome. Everyone just, they tie that word to a certain regime in Germany. And
Yep.
so it's just, they've dirtied the words. Like eugenics is a dirty word. It's like women perform
Yeah.
eugenics every day when they say no to you. Like,
Well, fascism, all within the state, nothing without. It's terrible for economics.
well, if you let the populace be educated about economics, I guess.
No, I meant when people are starving in the streets, it's bad for economics.
Well, but no, that's why you got to have a state narrative to be like, well, it's good that we're sacrificing. You know, it's like America,
no,
peanut butter.
no,
Hey, we're
that's
helping the boys. They got to give all the beef to the boys, the troops.
No, that's the thing though. It's like I never saw Apocalypto, but I kind of studied it. Like I think didn't Gibson do that? He's like he kind of showed the decline of the Mayan society where they started just sacrificing people because they didn't want to deal with like their own governmental failures and stuff.
I don't know the intent because it's a
Yeah.
like survival story where it's like this lesser tribe is trying to survive
Well, I didn't see it. That's what I'm
slaughter.
saying. That's
So
what I didn't know, but
yeah, I have no idea about like this big theme like that. I'm sure there's a
Yeah.
lot of themes in that, but like just the plot is like this guy is
Yeah.
part of a lesser tribe that's being like tyrannized by the in power Mayans that do the
Yeah.
sacrifices. And so this is where he's gonna go if they catch him, and he's got to save his family. And so it's just like, yeah, but then like I think the end is like the conquistadors show up.
yeah, the apocalypse comes anyway.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, there's a lot there, but like the fact you even mentioned like this might be an idea behind it's like, what? Like, that never crossed my mind.
Well,
That's
just from what I've seen of it, because it's like whenever they're marched up there, like you see like the royals, and they're just kind of like decadent. They're laying around, and no one's fed except for them and stuff. I don't know. I don't know.
well, I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, Osama bin Laden and any of the leaders and stuff like that, where it's like, well, they're not going to wear the vest because like they're the
Yeah.
brain, they're the brains of the operation. They're not going to sacrifice, and it'd be stupid to even ask them to because they're the ones that recruited you. They're the mastermind. That would be a huge loss for you.
Yeah.
In the end, if they're the last guy, then I think they'd be devout, or at least you would hope they'd
Well-
have the integrity. But
Well, what's your opinion? I've got to run a little bit. What's
Oh,
your
yeah.
opinion on Tolkien's? Because people call him an anarchist. He wasn't. He said, my political views are very close to anarchism because he didn't think any man was fit to rule over another. Like, how does that fit into your worldview?
um,
Like, how are you reconciling like Satanism, individualism, and humanism with Roman? I hate to say tyranny, but tyranny.
yeah, no, I think I take like a Thanos approach to it. Like I like to view Infinity War and
Yeah.
Thanos' snap that like
Yeah.
because he's religiously devout. He
He's asserting
subverts the
his will in the
superhero.
earth. Yeah.
Well, no, not yeah. You could say there's like a selfish dominance thing, but like in the narrative of the film, he is like Shigur. He is the villain that is actually the most devout and pure.
Yeah, he's
character.
willing to do whatever it takes.
And so when he
Yeah.
makes the snap, I like to think my own headcanon that his worldview, he includes himself as a
Yeah,
I might be on
saw
this-
You, I saw you mention that. Yeah.
yeah, like I like to view him as like he might put himself as like I don't know which side of the coin I'm on when I snap.
He's willing
might
to
go-
die for his.
I might go
beliefs.
away too, you
Yeah.
know. And yeah, he seems very content when they kill him in Endgame. So it's like there's a follow through with that logic for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, like
Well,
with that,
yeah.
I mention that because like the infection of 2020
Yeah.
it's like yeah, I think some people there's there's this just the immunocompromised for whatever they're subject to this, but if my genetics aren't worthwhile and this stupid flu is going to kill me, then this is what nature dictates.
Yeah.
I'm subject to my own worldview. That's how I live. And so it's like, yeah, I believe in like this sort of divine right of rulers, whether it's actually a divine entity that promotes them or if it's just blind luck.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I think this, and I'm subject to that. I might be a pawn just like the rest of you
Yeah.
in this for all time. Uh, that's yeah, so that's my worldview, kind of
What
loosely.
what
I'm
I
an
en-
optimistic nihilist. There's no point in a grand scheme, but I'm an animal that wants to breathe, and so I function. And then there's the arbitrary interests I have to fill the void.
yeah. What I enjoyed about Thanos is that he had the negative traits of it, but he had the completion of Captain America and Iron Man. He had Iron Man's rationality, but he had the passion and the intuition. Like you said, he was willing to die.
He
Of
sacrificed.
Captain
He
America.
does. That's the other thing. No one picks up
Exactly.
on it. He does the. He subverts because he's the villain. He subverts
Yeah.
the messianic message of most superheroes intrinsically.
Yeah.
He sacrifices his only daughter
Yeah.
for his plan. He is
Yeah.
fully invested. He is holy in his mission.
Yeah.
And that's
He
why that's
was.
most people are never going to pick up on that or dig
Yeah.
into like subtext and depth of character, but this is the subconscious reason why Thanos resonates. Most people
Yeah.
can't articulate it, but this is why he's an icon for all time.
Well, and from a Christian perspective, it's why he's so demonic. It's a mockery of the divine.
And that's awesome.
Yeah, well, yeah, in the story, yeah, it's wonderful. Like the Antichrist, he will sacrifice and cannibalize for what he believes is good, and he will destroy for it. That's what makes a good villain, though. Is is the more anti is the more antichrist they can be. They're usually a good villain.
Yeah. Yeah. Same with the Joker. No, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
There's been times it's like, I should probably go just because I gotta go work
Yeah.
tomorrow, but this is so organic and fun, man.
Yeah,
And, I'm excited to.
dude, I've never done a stream over 2 hours, and usually those felt like a drag. This was a total pleasure. I've enjoyed it. For Rook, do you prefer Rook or Ricky?
A Rook's fine. It's all good.
Okay, it was nice meeting you, man. Angus, it was nice meeting you too. I'd love to be back on. I'd love to have you guys
Oh
on.
yeah.
This
Yeah.
is the most fun I've had on a stream.
As long for outside the Thursdays or whatever, as long as we like plan it a little bit. So because I
Yeah,
have a weird schedule where it's like every other month I'm doing nights. So
yeah,
like last month it totally wrecked me consistency on YouTube. So I was just like, I'll just wait till January. And then oh man, Yellow Flash, I got a fucking big video for my channel. Hot damn. Like but yeah, no, I've had a lot of fun. I want to try to get you in contact with Judix and
yeah, man.
might have a lot of fun with your perspective, even though you're like a Rome rookie. I'm a Rome novice.
Yeah,
So I'm not far from the same boat, but yeah, get you in context. I've wanted to stream with them again. We had fun. But yeah, I'm excited for your book. I hope people back it.
thanks.
I mean, you already hit your funding, and when are you shipping?
Oh, as soon as it's done.
Oh, are you going to push it for another 30 days or
No,
just what it
I want
is?
people to get it. We can throw it on demand. We either gonna throw it on demand or put it on our online store anyway. We want to do directly to people and directly to shops. We're not. I hate to say this. I don't mean it mean. We're not playing the indie comics game. Like I love meeting you guys and I want to meet more people, but we are trying to do something. We might regret it. We're trying to do something a little bit differently. We want to deal directly.
Sometimes
with
that's
people.
good to do.
I hope
Sure.
so. Like we don't want to compete with people.
Well, I think Indiegogo is a good
Yeah.
get yourself out there. Maybe every new entry have a campaign, but then once it's done, you come to my place to deal with me. That's
Yeah.
I think that's a good middle ground. And
Yeah.
also, if you're trying to include shops, I don't want shops to go out, but
Yeah.
my view is like, well, they've been part of the problem. They are
They are.
they are the dealer for the kingpin.
Yeah, I think you can. I think that can be rectified. I could be wrong. I'd rather experience. We have the punk ethic. We'd rather fail loudly than succeed douchingly. We don't need the warehouse.
But do you need the security for the warehouse at least? No.
Oh God, no. We're not
The
gonna stop. We're
garage?
not gonna stop Vito from putting money on our window or whatever it was.
That would have been even better if it was Vito that did that. That would have been fucking hilarious.
I don't know him, but
But yeah,
we want to. I hate to say this, man. We want to serve people. We want to give people as much bang for the buck. We want to make something really cool. We want something. We want to make something that people 10, 20 years from now will still like. If I wanted to make money, I could make six figures in IT like that. That's not hard. You know, I just need like another certification. That's like 2 months of work.
Right.
Money's fine. Money's great, but I want to make art, and I want to die making art. So
Oh, yeah. I love it, man. Look forward to
Yep.
having more interactions with you.
oh yeah, thanks so
And,
much, guys. Like I said, this we're actually very shy with the internet and with other creators and stuff, but this was a lot of fun. And anyone you can send our way, we'd love to talk to. I'd love to have you guys on.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get you in contact
this
with
was
the
fun.
Immortal Rising guy, the famous refund to Ripa.
Oh, is that who that was?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, we're gonna end the stream. Go back, Apollyon 20XX.
Thanks again, guys. I appreciate it.